Chapter 592. Break. Li Fuchen didn't know how powerful a Heaven-class sword move was when complemented with a Heaven-class artifact sword, but he knew now. If the nature power that the 5th-level monarch controlled was a world, then Li Fuchen's joint Heaven sword would be a sword that could destroy the world. A scarlet thread drew across the void and the amber-like world collapsed. Immediately after, the sword chi expanded into a dazzling red light and rushed at the monarch. How can the sword chi be so powerful? The 5th-level monarch raised his right hand like a shield to block the red light. His bone frame was the 7-star thick earth bone frame, and his chi was as heavy as a mountain. With the sky-flipping palm that could be used for both offense and defense, even monarchs of the same realm might not be able to break through his defense. "Kid, you killed my second brother. I want you dead." On the side, the short-haired monarch produced a barbed whip. With a swing of the whip, it was like a malevolent python that coiled around Li Fuchen. Clang, 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 clang. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around Li Fuchen. When the barbed whip wrapped around Li Fuchen, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Die! With a flash of the wind thunder wings, Li Fuchen appeared above the short-haired monarch and slashed down. No! The 5th-level monarch slammed his palm at Li Fuchen from a distance. TSS. The short-haired monarch followed in the footsteps of the bearded monarch. His body was split into two and he was dead. Immediately after, a palm print that was as heavy as a mountain pressed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't have time to brandish his sword and had no choice but to point at the palm print with his left index and middle fingers. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying while his chi blood was boiling. Without the joint Heaven sword, Li Fuchen wasn't a match for a 5th-level monarch. But now that his body refinement was at the completion level of battle spirit realm, it was hard for the monarch to injure him. Damn it, Hun Shan, am going to tear you into pieces and take revenge for my second and third brothers. Hun Shan was about to go insane. His second and third brothers might not be his biological brothers, but they had gone through life and death together. He originally thought that today was their lucky day, but who would have expected that his second and third brothers would perish because of this? He wasn't able to stop Li Fuchen at all. There is no need for revenge, you can just accompany them in hell. Li Fuchen had always treated his friends with sincerity, but he treated his enemies with cruelty. Die for me. Hun Shan was in a frenzied state. The thick earth power burst out from his body and slammed at Li Fuchen with the thick earth great palm. The great earth palm was even more tyrannical than the heaven flipping palm. With a single palm strike, even the void seemed to be compressed, leaving no room for escape. Clang! A bright scarlet thread blocked the giant handprint. Between the two there was an astonishing energy fluctuation. Rumble! The giant handprint and the scarlet crystal thread exploded at the same time, stirring up the air. Boom, 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 boom. Between the two of them, one was constantly sending out earthen giant palm imprints, while the other was constantly sending out scarlet crystal threads. The battle was incomparably intense. Lei Donghai held his breath as he stared at the threads that filled the sky and the gigantic palm imprints that blotted out the sky. He believed that if he was in Hun Shan's shoes, he would definitely not be a match for Hun Shan. Junior brother Li's strength? Yuan Long and Gu Jui opened their mouths wide and forgot to close them. In this world, was there such an incredible 7th-level battle spirit realm martial artist? Chi. One of Hun Shan's arms was cut off. Next was her thigh. Next was her head. Hun Shan's attack power might be similar to Li Fuchen, but in terms of spiritual awareness, Hun Shan was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had wasted so much time with Hun Shan because he wanted to test his strength. After keeping Hun Shan's storage bag, Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. No wonder it is a heaven-class low-tier artifact sword. It consumes too much chi. With my strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with mid-level monarchs. But if I encounter high-level monarchs, even if I can last for a period of time, I will be in the awkward situation of exhausting my qi. Junior Li. Lei Donghai and the others flew over. Junior Li, you can even kill mid-level monarchs now? Yuan Long quickly asked. Even a heaven-class master would only be able to kill regular low-level monarch. Li Fuchen's artifact sword might not look simple, but Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm, and there was still room for improvement in the future. Lei Donghai said, Junior Li is already able to create a heaven-class sword move and the 34th rank of the cultivation technique. Killing mid-level monarchs shouldn't be considered a problem. There might be Battle Spirit Realm experts that were more formidable than Li Fuchen, but they must have cultivated heaven-class martial arts or even heaven-class cultivation technique. They weren't like Li Fuchen, who created his own heaven-class martial arts and cultivation technique. Li Fuchen said, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's change locations. The county protector was too powerful and people in the East River County could recognize him. Once he was surrounded by a large number of primary Sea Realm monarchs, it would be useless even if Li Fuchen's strength was doubled. This time, the 4 of them hid in one of the dangerous places in the East River County, the Thousands River Marsh. As for places with a lot of people, even if it was a village, the 4 of them couldn't go there. Regular martial artists might not have the strength to pursue them, but they could send a message. The Thousands River Marsh was said to be a convergence of thousands of rivers. The rivers were intricate and complicated. Even people who were familiar with the waterways would easily get lost. In the Thousands River Marsh, water beasts roamed freely. It was rumored that a demonic beast ruler was sleeping in a certain place in the Thousands River Marsh, but it was unknown if it was true. On a short mountain beside a river, Li Fuchen and the others temporarily settled down. Senior Yuan Long, Senior Gu, the 2 of you strive to break through to the primary Sea Realm as soon as possible to prevent any mishap. Li Fuchen said to Yuan Long and Gu Jui. Among the 4 of them, Yuan Long and Gu Jui had the weakest strength. Once they encountered danger, Li Fuchen and Lei Donghai wouldn't be able to take care of them. Alright. Yuan Long and Gu Jui were actually very anxious. In the past, they were facing Battle Spirit Realm opponent. Right now, they were facing primary Sea Realm monarch. The 2 of them didn't even have the right to interfere and had to ask Lei Donghai and Li Fuchen to protect them. That's right, Senior Yuan Long, this human body description might be useful for you to break through to the primary Sea Realm. Li Fuchen took out a jade scroll from his storage bag and handed it to Yuan Long. Yuan Long received the jade scroll and took a look at the contents before saying with delight, it is indeed useful for me. I am truly foolish and should have collected this human body description earlier. Li Fuchen smiled and said, I only obtained it by chance. It is normal that Senior Yuan Long didn't think of it. Back then, if it wasn't for the sake of creating the 34th rank of the cultivation technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't have collected these things. With this human body description, I have a greater chance of progressing to the primary Sea Realm. Let's not talk about it first. I will go and research it. Yuan Long quickly went into seclusion. He was a body refinement martial artist and cultivated qi blood and qi power. The qi in the high-grade spirit stone was of a very high grade and could be converted into qi blood and qi power. However, sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. Studying the human body description that he just obtained would allow him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Lei Donghai and the others went into seclusion. Li Fuchen found an empty space near the short mountain and started to practice his sword. The Absolute Heaven Sword Art was a complete Heaven-class low-tier sword art. As compared to the incomplete Heaven-class sword moves, the Absolute Heaven Sword Art was much stronger and the sword intent was more complete. With the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the Absolute Heaven Sword Art was more than 2 times faster than when he created the Heaven-class sword move. In just 3 days, Li Fuchen cultivated the Absolute Heaven Sword Art to the completion stage. A week later, he had reached the Great Perfection realm. Half a month later, with the help of the mid-grade Heaven Stone, Li Fuchen pushed the Absolute Heaven Sword art to the trance stage. Slash. Facing the river, Li Fuchen slashed. Crackle. Chapter 593. The Absolute Heaven Sword technique was awe-inspiring and overbearing. When the sword was unleashed, it gave people a feeling that it could exterminate the heavens and exterminate the earth. And its only sword move was called Absolute Heaven and Exterminate the Earth. This move was incomparably terrifying, far surpassing Merciless Edge and Meteor Fall. It wasn't that his power was much greater, but that his attacks had no blind spots. What was called an attack with no blind spots? It meant that no matter how you defended, this move would always hit you. Li Fuchen believed that even the Sky Ring sword armor wouldn't be able to defend against this move, because this move already contained traces of void law. One had to know that there was a gap between everything. If a piece of dense steel was magnified 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times, the gap would be terrifyingly large. Since the void was everywhere, the heaven and earth extinguishing sword technique was naturally everywhere as well. Of course, the heaven and earth annihilation only contained traces of the laws of the void. It couldn't completely ignore the enemy's defenses. In short, if Li Fuchen had grasped the heaven and earth extermination earlier, he might have been able to kill Hun Shan in a single sword. Forcefully spitting out a breath of air, Li Fuchen's sword intent dissipated. The Absolute Heaven Sword technique is unbelievably strong, but according to the sword spirit, sword patterns are actually more important. Picking up a branch from the ground, Li Fuchen's chi turned into a sword pattern and engraved it on the branch. The next moment, the branch burst out with a fierce aura that could destroy the world. With a light wave, the branch on the opposite side of the river, which was already broken, was cut into a ravine. The pervasive sword intent was like a bone-scraping steel knife, destroying everything near the ravine. When one's attainment in sword runes reaches a certain level, it's actually so terrifying. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with delight. A sword inscription master had always been a support. However, when a sword inscription master grasped a heaven-class sword pattern, his strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. It would be equivalent to grasping a simple heaven-class sword move. Bang! As Li Fuchen withdrew his chi, the branch crumbled into powder and disappeared with the wind. The higher the grade of the sword pattern, the higher the grade of materials needed to support it. Not to mention a tree branch, even an ordinary earth-grade peak-tier sword probably wouldn't be able to support it for too long. 1 month later, Yuan Long broke through and his body refinement had reached the initial level of primary Sea realm. Body refinement cultivation was different from true Qi cultivation. There were no 9 levels, and there were only 4 levels: initial stage, advanced stage, and perfection stage. After reaching the initial level of primary Sea realm, Yuan Long was almost at his limit. He was only cultivating an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique and could only cultivate to the initial level of primary Sea realm. Li Fuchen was cultivating the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapter. It was almost at the completion level of primary Sea realm. Yuan Long, whose body refinement was at the initial level of primary Sea realm, was slightly stronger than Lei Donghai in close combat. It was mainly because the body refinement technique was too tyrannical. This was only an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique. If Yuan Long could obtain an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, his strength would greatly surpass Lei Donghai. Of course, Lei Donghai was no match for him in close combat, but if they were to truly fight, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. 1.5 months later, Gu Jui also broke through. With the brightness bone frame, her speed was extremely fast after the breakthrough. When she flew, she was just like a ray of light and was much faster than Yuan Long and Lei Donghai. This was because Gu Jui didn't cultivate a brightness cultivation technique. If she cultivated a brightness cultivation technique, Yuanlong and Gu Jui wouldn't even be able to see Gu Jui's shadow, let alone fight with her. Just like Lei Donghai, after Yuanlong and Gu Jui broke through to the primary sea realm, Li Fuchen gave them a large number of subpar-grade heaven stones and a few pieces of low-grade heaven stone. The subpar-grade heaven stones might not be useful to primary sea realm monarchs, but the trio had just broken through and it was the time to consolidate their law foundation. The subpar-grade heaven stones could help them perfect their law foundation. After the law foundation was consolidated, it wouldn't be too late to use the low-grade heaven stones to increase the law foundation. Of course, it was actually better to use the low-grade heaven stones to consolidate and perfect the law foundation. A single low-grade heaven stone was equivalent to a few dozen subpar-grade heaven stones or even more. After all, the lower the grade of the heaven stone, the lower the level of the law power. There were times when quantity was useless. However, Li Fuchen didn't have a lot of low-grade heaven stones. Now that he was wanted and couldn't enter any city, it was natural that he couldn't go to the stone gambling den to gamble. Every low-grade heaven stone that he used was one less. Yuanlong and Gu Jui had breakthroughs, but Li Fuchen didn't slack off either. He used the high-grade spirit stones to increase his body refinement to the perfection level of the battle spirit realm. His body refinement strength was already comparable to monarch class masters. High-grade spirit stones are indeed high-grade spirit stones. They can be converted into chi blood and chi power, but the consumption is rather high. In order to increase his body refinement from the completion level of the battle spirit realm to the perfection level, Li Fuchen had used up dozens of high-grade spirit stones. Such consumption was more than 10 times more than cultivating chi. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen was cultivating an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. If it was an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique, he would probably need around 20 high-grade spirit stones. Despite the case, the demand for resources for the body refinement was still astounding to Li Fuchen. He was only at the battle spirit realm. Once he reached the primary sea realm, how many high-grade spirit stones would he need to increase his body refinement? In comparison, it seems like it is more worthwhile to use elixirs to increase my cultivation. As for the impurities in the elixirs, I will just use the mortal calamity power to eliminate them. Li Fuchen said to himself. He only had a total of over 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, and he had to conserve them. There were plenty of demonic beasts in the 10,000 river swamp, but most of them were Class 6 demonic beasts. After the 4 of them stayed in this place for a long time, they still encountered a Class 7 low-tier demonic king. A Class 7 low-tier demonic king was something that 3 to 5 low-level primary sea realm monarchs might not be able to contest with. For a long time, martial artists were able to contest with demonic beasts and demons and even had the absolute advantage because their cultivation techniques and martial arts could keep up. But after reaching the demonic king level, in order to contest with the demonic beasts, the requirements for cultivation techniques and martial arts would be even higher. In fact, since ancient times, the emergence of cultivation techniques and martial arts were always related to demonic beasts and demons. In order to contest with demonic beasts and demons, human experts had exhausted their wisdom and created horrific cultivation techniques and martial arts. It could be said that the stronger the demonic beasts and demons were, the stronger the cultivation techniques and martial arts that appeared in human history. If humans weren't powerful enough, they wouldn't be able to dominate the continent. Only the sea wasn't under the control of humans. This Class 7 low-tier demonic king was a blood crystal electric eel. It could release blood-colored lightning, and the power was much stronger than Lei Donghai's thunderhammer. Furthermore, the destructive range was extremely large. Within a radius of a few miles, the blood-colored lightning would envelop the area like a blood-colored ball of lightning. Lei Donghai and the others fought for a long time but weren't able to eliminate the blood crystal electric eel. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen used the heaven and earth extermination to slice the blood crystal electric eel into dozens of pieces. Lei Donghai and the others looked at each other with dismay. This blood crystal electric eel wasn't any easier to deal with than Hun Shan, but it couldn't even withstand a single slash from Li Fuchen. During this period of time, how much did Li Fuchen's strength improve? After being stimulated, the trio continued to go into seclusion. They didn't have the ability to create heaven-class martial arts or cultivation techniques, but they could continue to comprehend the bone frame pattern and strive to push the power of their divine ability to a higher level. It is time to study the peak-grade Spirit Stone. Li Fuchen took out a dazzling Spirit Stone that had a chi presence like a black hole from his wrist guard's spatial zone. They are both Spirit Stones, but the difference between a peak-grade Spirit Stone and a high-grade Spirit Stone is like gold and mud. A high-grade Spirit Stone was already precious, but a peak-grade Spirit Stone was a few million times more precious. It was incomparable. Li Fuchen held the peak-grade Spirit Stone and attempted to absorb the spirit chi within. Just like riding a rocket, Li Fuchen's cultivation instantly climbed from the initial stage of the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm to the middle stage, then to the late stage, and then to the peak stage. Boom! Li Fuchen broke through from the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm to the 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm. Middle stage of 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm. Late stage. Peak stage. 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm. When Li Fuchen stopped absorbing the spirit chi, his cultivation was already stabilized at the extremity of the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm. At this moment, he didn't feel any discomfort. Be it the purity of his chi or his mental state, they were all very stable. Such a terrifying peak-grade Spirit Stone! Li Fuchen was shocked. The spirit chi within the peak-grade Spirit Stone was of an unimaginable grade. It was countless times purer than Li Fuchen's own chi. A trace of spirit chi could be converted into a large amount of chi. Furthermore, the peak-grade Spirit Stone contained heaven and earth law, allowing Li Fuchen's mental state to be very full. The most terrifying thing was that, after advancing by 2 levels, the spirit chi within the peak-grade Spirit Stone didn't have any changes. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was extremely sharp, and he should be able to sense if the spirit chi within the Spirit Stone decreased by a little. If he couldn't sense it, it meant that there was too much spirit chi within the peak-grade Spirit Stone. It was just like a bowl of water in a large river. Who would be able to see it? Li Fuchen didn't dare to allow his chi cultivation to continue breaking through, at least not now. Chapter 594. As compared to the dragon elephant power, the peak-grade Spirit Stone's spirit chi was also of a higher grade. A trace of peak-grade spirit chi was easily converted into a large amount of dragon elephant power. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen progressed. That's right, Li Fuchen's body refinement had progressed to the primary sea realm. Crack, crack, crack within Li Fuchen's body, there were countless subtle explosions. This was the rapid transformation of the body and the sound of the impurities collapsing. Impurities would always exist. At the Battle Spirit Realm, the parts that weren't considered essences but weren't considered impurities had all turned into impurities at this moment. The cultivation of the martial Tao was a process of eliminating the impurities. The so-called extremity might not exist. As the impurities in the body were collapsing, Li Fuchen's body became extremely compact. This kind of compact wasn't just the body's structure, it was also the vitality and strength that were compact. But at the same time, Li Fuchen felt that it was too compact. It felt as though he was wearing an extremely tight shirt and it was uncomfortable. Li Fuchen understood that his body had reached the limit of endurance. A few months ago, he was still at the perfection level of reincarnation realm. Right now, he was already at the initial level of primary sea realm. In just a short period of time, his body had metamorphosed too quickly. It was so fast that his body didn't even have time to adapt. Buzz. Clenching his fist, Li Fuchen punched at the void. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but Li Fuchen felt that the void in front of his fist had formed an arc. It felt as though the fist had distorted the void. Such violent power! Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as the giant dragon spirit rose up. The giant dragon spirit didn't roar, but the void within a few miles was compressed into a solid state by the spirit. Such a suppression method was much stronger than Hun Shan's control of the nature power. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he was willing, regular low-level monarchs would find it hard to move when enveloped by his Qi spirit. The body refinement Dao was based on power. Li Fuchen's Qi spirit contained extremely powerful power law. In terms of restraint, it was obviously superior to the Qi Dao. After withdrawing the Qi spirit, Li Fuchen sized up the peak-grade spirit stone in his hand. If Li Fuchen's Qi cultivation had progressed from the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm to the extremity of the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm, he would need around 20 high-grade spirit stones worth of spirit Qi. In order to progress his body refinement from the perfection level of Battle Spirit Realm to the initial level of Primary Sea Realm, Li Fuchen had used up a few hundred high-grade spirit stones spirit Qi. It sounded exaggerated, but the spiritual Qi in the top-grade spirit stone was only a little less. It was estimated that it was equivalent to a jar of water losing a spoonful of water. And it was one of those little spoons that babies use. Now that Li Fuchen's body refinement was at the primary sea realm, it didn't just allow his body refinement strength to be comparable with Qi cultivation strength. Most importantly, Li Fuchen's pure body defense allowed him to resist an all-out attack from a regular low-level monarch. If Li Fuchen only used the Red Lotus Sword to execute the flowing merciless edge, he would only be able to leave a wound on his body and wouldn't be able to penetrate deeper. With such a powerful defense, Li Fuchen had the confidence to face any mid-level monarchs. Right now, only high-level monarchs could pose a threat to him. As for Li Fuchen's Qi cultivation strength, it didn't increase by much. Li Fuchen's Qi cultivation took up too little of a proportion of his Qi cultivation. The joint Heaven Sword and the Heaven-class Sword art took up the majority of his Qi cultivation. Therefore, when Li Fuchen's cultivation increased by 2 levels, his Qi cultivation was only increased by 10%. But with a stronger Qi cultivation, Li Fuchen was able to wield the joint Heaven Sword for a longer period of time. Additionally, by activating the Wind Thunder Wings, Li Fuchen would be able to move faster and last longer. The Myriad River Pool was a dangerous place after all. Since it was a dangerous place, there would naturally be people who came to explore. On this day, Li Fuchen would release his spiritual awareness every 2 hours as he tried his best to avoid being discovered by the explorers. A few thousand miles away, a large group of monarchs appeared in the sky above the Myriad River Pool. The leader of the monarchs was actually at the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm. The Myriad River Pool was one of the top dangerous places in the East River County and even the Cloud Province. It was rich in resources and produced water path herbs. There was once someone who discovered multiple stalks of Heaven-class herbs in the depths of the Myriad River Pool. There was even a Heaven-class mid-tier Myriad River herb. As such, there were plenty of monarchs that came to explore. Every once in a while, there would be a group of monarchs that would come. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was extremely powerful and was comparable with half-emperors. But Li Fuchen's cultivation wasn't at the primary sea realm, and there were still some differences in the details. As such, the leader of the 8th level monarchs immediately sensed a spiritual awareness sweeping over them. When his spiritual awareness extended to the extremity, he didn't notice anyone. He frowned and understood that the owner of this spiritual awareness had a cultivation level that was higher than him. It was probably a top-notch primary sea realm monarch. Everyone, be careful. His spirit tensed up as he reminded everyone. A few thousand miles away, Li Fuchen said to Lei Donghai and the others, "A large group of monarchs is coming. Let's go." While speaking, he felt rather helpless. The Emperor Sky continent might be massive, but there were plenty of monarchs too. It was truly difficult to find a safe place to stay. Soon enough, Li Fuchen and the others left. Along the way, Lei Donghai said, "Junior Li, why don't we leave the Red Moon Empire and head to other places?" The Emperor Sky continent had a total of 7 major Emperor-class factions, and the Red Moon Empire was just one of them. At the north of the Red Moon Empire was the Celestial Eye Cult. The Celestial Eye Cult Patriarch, the Celestial Eye Great Emperor, was an all-powerful individual. It was said that he had all sorts of methods to track his enemies. Even if the enemies fled to the ends of the world, it would still be useless. In the west was the Soul Sky Empire. The Soul Sky Empire's ruler, the Soul Emperor, was the #1 expert of the Emperor Sky continent. His spiritual awareness attack was said to be able to destroy regular Law Phase Realm Emperor's true spirit. Even the Red Moon Emperor and other great Emperor-class figures were apprehensive and didn't dare to make an enemy out of the Soul Sky Empire. It isn't impossible. Li Fuchen was also considering this problem. For the following cultivation, they would definitely need to use all sorts of resources. In the Red Moon Empire, they couldn't even show themselves. Disguising might be able to avoid being recognized, but a simple disguise would only be able to deceive regular martial artists and not primary Sea Realm monarchs. Circulating the Qi blood to change one's appearance and figure might be able to deceive primary Sea Realm monarchs, but such a disguise wouldn't last long. Once a battle broke out, the Qi blood wouldn't be able to be controlled and would revert back to their original appearance and figure. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuchen didn't wish to disguise for the rest of his life. The martial Dao had to be courageous and diligent, while the mental state had to be clear. The sword Dao had to overcome all obstacles and be fearless. What was the point of disguising while roaming the world? In the end, it would probably affect one's mental state and turn one into a timid person, forever unable to ascend to the pinnacle. This wasn't the life that Li Fuchen wanted. Neither was it the life that Lei Donghai and the others wanted. Right now, they didn't have any attachments in the Red Moon Empire. Heading to another place was definitely the best choice. Chapter 595. After a discussion, the 4 of them decided to head to the Soul Sky Empire. They didn't go to the Celestial Eye Cult because they had plenty of tracking secret technique. If they offended one of the upper echelons and got tracked by the tracking secret techniques, they would be in trouble. The Soul Sky Empire was 4 counties away from the East River County. With their speed, if they didn't use teleportation arrays, they would need at least half a year to arrive. Along the way, the 4 of them intentionally avoided cities and went to places that were desolate. Even though the 4 of them were very careful, they were still discovered by others. The 4 of them had underestimated the power of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. With the South Sun County as the center, even commoners had seen the wanted posters. It couldn't be helped as the news would spread like wildfire. In the face of a sky-high reward, commoners wouldn't be able to resist looking at the wanted posters. Furthermore, with the county protector's orders, let alone the cities, even the towns and villages had wanted posters. It was hard not to see them. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was something even primary Sea Realm monarchs would go crazy for, let alone commoners with low cultivation. Once they obtained 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, they would be able to purchase a luxurious courtyard and plenty of shops in a major city. The remaining mid-grade spirit stones would be enough for them to develop a major clan and wouldn't lack spirit stones for several lifetimes or even 10 lifetimes. After all, the lower the cultivation, the lower the demand for spirit stones. A reincarnation realm expert would probably only use a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones in their lifetime. It could be said that living in a city was a commoner's greatest wish. Only in a city there would be the best resources and the best environment. At the same time, killing was forbidden in the city, making it very safe for them to live in the city. Along the way, the 4 of them would more or less encounter some commoners with low cultivation. But the 4 of them weren't bloodthirsty individuals, and they couldn't possibly kill anyone to keep their mouths shut. The one who discovered the four of them was a reincarnation realm expert. He was harvesting herbs in the wilderness and saw Li Fuchen and the others from afar. The four of them might have disguised themselves, but there were 3 males and 1 female. Furthermore, their chi presence was extremely similar to the chi presence on the wanted posters, therefore, they were still exposed. After obtaining the information, a large group of primary sea realm monarchs chased after them from the nearest city. Clear Peace County was the closest county to the Soul Sky Empire. Kill! With Li Fuchen as the spearhead, the 4 of them charged at the 5 primary sea realm monarchs. Unknowingly, a giant encirclement net appeared. Li Fuchen and the others were like fish in the net and could be caught at any moment. Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen slashed and severed 3 primary sea realm monarchs into 2. The remaining 2 monarchs had also suffered severe injuries. Under Lei Donghai and the other 2's attacks, the 2 of them didn't even have time to rejoice before they were instantly killed. This is already the 3rd batch. Lei Donghai's expression was ugly. Li Fuchen said, "If the 4 of us stand together, it will be too conspicuous and will attract suspicion easily. We have to reach the Soul Sky Empire before the encirclement is completed." On the surface, there weren't any teleportation arrays between the Soul Sky Empire and the Red Moon Empire. Hence, the 4 of them could only be considered truly safe after entering the Soul Sky Empire. A few hours later, the 4 encountered another group of primary sea realm monarchs. This group of monarchs only had 3 individuals, but one of them was actually a 7th-level monarch. This made Lei Donghai and the other 2's expressions turn gloomy. The trio knew Li Fuchen's strength inside out. If Li Fuchen encountered a mid-level monarch, he was completely confident he could kill them. He just needed to spend a little more time. But if he encountered a high-level monarch, it would be very difficult to kill them. It was nearly impossible. Haha, don't think that you can hide from my Blue Star Monarch's discerning eyes just because you changed your appearance. Are the 4 of you going to surrender or resist with all your might? The Blue Star Monarch looked at Li Fuchen and the others calmly. The Blue Star Monarch was a 7th-level monarch and had the 7-star star bone frame. It allowed his strength to be much stronger than regular 7th-level monarchs. Even if he encountered a 9th-level monarch, he would still be able to contest. The 3 of you will deal with the other 2 mid-level monarchs. I will use my spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack to assist you. Leave the Blue Star Monarch to me. If Li Fuchen's body refinement hadn't reached the primary sea realm, he wouldn't be a match for the Blue Star Monarch. But now, Li Fuchen believed that he was still able to contest. Go! Not wishing to waste any time, Li Fuchen immediately charged at the Blue Star Monarch. The Blue Star Monarch revealed a mocking expression and said to the other 2 beside him, "I will leave the other 3 to the 2 of you. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" Blue Star Monarch doesn't have to worry. The 3 of them are only at the 1st level of primary sea realm. I alone can deal with them. One of the aquiline-nosed men said nonchalantly. Don't be careless. After leaving a statement, the Blue Star Monarch produced a blue hook in his hand. With a flash, he charged at Li Fuchen. Clang! The blue hook clashed with the joint heaven sword and Li Fuchen was sent flying. 7-star special bone frame? Li Fuchen's expression changed. In the previous few massacres, Li Fuchen might not have encountered any 7th-level monarchs, but he did encounter a 6th-level monarch. If it was a regular 7th-level monarch, no matter how strong they wouldn't be much stronger than a 6th-level monarch. But the Blue Star Monarch's strength wasn't just a little stronger than a 6th-level monarch, it was at least 2 times stronger. Only a 7-star special bone frame could explain the Blue Star Monarch's strength. After all, the special bone frame didn't just have powerful divine abilities, it also enhanced the Qi cultivation strength. Li Fuchen was shocked, but the Blue Star Monarch was even more shocked. His attack was so tyrannical, but it actually didn't severely injure Li Fuchen? Heaven-class artifact sword, primary sea realm body refinement. The Blue Star Monarch wasn't a fool to be able to cultivate to this level. In an instant, he knew why Li Fuchen was able to withstand his attack without getting injured. In his opinion, Li Fuchen was definitely a person with astounding talent. In terms of Qi cultivation strength, Li Fuchen was at least a 3-star general. With the Heaven-class artifact sword and primary sea realm body refinement, it was indeed possible for Li Fuchen to withstand his attack. While sizing up the joint Heaven sword in Li Fuchen's hand, the Blue Star Monarch's heart was burning with passion. This time, he wouldn't just be able to obtain 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. He would also be able to obtain a Heaven-class artifact sword. He had to grasp this opportunity. After knowing that Li Fuchen wouldn't be injured easily, the Blue Star Monarch didn't hold back anymore and executed the Blue Star Hook art with his full strength. Swish, 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 the world was filled with flickering blue hook shadows. These hook shadows were vicious and tyrannical. When some of the hook shadows landed on the ground, they would crystallize and explode. Flowing merciless edge. When facing the Blue Star Monarch who was going all out, Li Fuchen endured and didn't execute the absolute Heaven Sword art. Instead, he used the flowing merciless edge to deal with the enemy. The absolute Heaven Sword art would only be effective at the crucial moment, and now wasn't the time. Bang 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 bang. The blue hook shadow exploded around Li Fuchen and blasted Li Fuchen away. If Li Fuchen didn't cultivate an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique but an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique, he would already be severely injured and on the verge of death. On the other side, Lei Donghai and the others were attacking the aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man. Just as both sides were about to burst out their attacks, 2 spiritual awareness attacks suddenly bore into the minds of the aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man. After reaching the extremity of the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were much stronger than before. As for how much stronger, Li Fuchen didn't know. After all, along the way, no one was qualified enough for him to execute his spiritual awareness attack. The aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man yelled miserably. The qi that they had just condensed had instantly dispersed, and even their qi protection had become unstable. Thunder Divine Hammer. Arhat True Body. Sword of Brightness. Lei Donghai and the others knew that they couldn't afford to lose this opportunity and blasted at the duo with their full strength. The duo was sent flying like burlap sacks while vomiting fresh blood. Damn it, they have spiritual awareness talents among them. The bald middle-aged man roared. Spiritual awareness talents were the most fearsome type of martial artist and were comparable with illusion technique martial artists. When encountering such people, one couldn't use their cultivation to judge the opponent's strength. Die. Lei Donghai and the others chased after them and attacked frenziedly. Blue Star Monarch, save us. The aquiline-nosed man was extremely aggrieved and fearful. Right now, he might have 100% of his strength, but he couldn't even utilize 10% of it. How was he going to fight? The Blue Star Monarch frowned and berated. Hurry up and stop. Otherwise, once I capture this child, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Lei Donghai and the others didn't bother about him. What a joke, who was the Blue Star Monarch? If he wanted them to stop, they would stop. Seeing that Lei Donghai and the others were ignoring him, the Blue Star Monarch was infuriated. Good, very good. Since you are so stubborn, you will suffer later. As he spoke, he didn't bother about the aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man. To him, Li Fuchen was the most important. If he could capture Li Fuchen, he would be able to save a lot of time in his life. 1,000 hooks cut. The Blue Star Monarch executed his finishing move as he wasn't afraid that Li Fuchen would die. With Li Fuchen's strength, this finishing move would at most severely injure Li Fuchen. In fact, the Blue Star Monarch had overestimated himself. During the 6 months from the East River County to the Clear Peace County, Li Fuchen might have spent most of the time traveling, but the remaining time was used to create the 35th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Hard work paid off. Half a month ago, Li Fuchen created the 35th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Furthermore, this time, the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique wasn't just a pure Fire Dao cultivation technique, it was fused with Li Fuchen's Sword Dao comprehension. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the current Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was already considered a Fire Dao cultivation technique and was much stronger than a pure Fire Dao cultivation technique. Had it not been for the Blue Star Monarch's 7-star special bone frame, Li Fuchen might not be a match for his opponent, but he wouldn't be completely suppressed. After being sent flying again, Li Fuchen still wasn't injured. However, his qi blood was slightly boiling. At this moment, the bald middle-aged man had already been beaten to death by Lei Donghai and the others. Only the aquiline-nosed man was left struggling at death's door. Bastard, stars kill. The Blue Star Monarch was enraged. The star's power burst out and a starlight cross slash was blasted at Li Fuchen. PFFF. Chapter 596. Right at this moment, the hook-nosed man also let out a blood-curdling scream as he was killed by Lei Donghai and the other two. It's time. Li Fuchen launched a spiritual awareness attack at the Blue Star Monarch. Blue Star Monarch's body swayed. Before this, he had already executed his spiritual awareness defense secret technique, but when facing Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack, he still felt his mind rumbling. On the surface of his true spirit, there was a crack on the layer of armor. Although his real spirit was incomparably strong, his attainments in spiritual sense defense secret techniques were not very high. Moreover, anyone who had something that didn't belong to them in their mind would feel uncomfortable. One spiritual consciousness attack after another bombarded the Blue Star Monarch, causing the Blue Star Monarch's mind to be in a mess. Of course, the Blue Star Monarch was a 7-star star bone frame and was also at the 7th level of primary Sea Realm. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack wasn't able to make him lose his combat strength. Forcefully concentrating, the Blue Star Monarch's blue hook turned into countless hook shadows that enveloped Li Fuchen. He didn't expect this move to injure Li Fuchen. He only hoped to interrupt Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack. But he was disappointed. Even in combat, Li Fuchen was able to launch precise spiritual awareness attacks and wasn't affected at all. After dozens of spiritual consciousness attacks, the Blue Star Monarch's spiritual consciousness defense layer had long been shattered, and he was completely relying on his true spirit to withstand the attack. Thousand Illusion Eyes, Oblivion. Feeling that it was about time, Li Fuchen released an illusion art attack. The Blue Star Monarch, who was already a little confused, fell into a brief illusion. Exterminate the heavens and exterminate the earth. A shocking sword intent rushed into the sky as Li Fuchen slashed at the Blue Star Monarch. Stimulated by the sword intent, the Blue Star King woke up and hurriedly waved his blue hook to block. Kacha with the Blue Star Monarch as the center, the void seemed to be dislocated and shattered. In the next moment, streams of blood bloomed on the Blue Star Monarch's body. The Blue Star Monarch's attack was naturally stronger than Li Fuchen, but his moves were far inferior to Li Fuchen in terms of exquisiteness. When facing Li Fuchen's absolute heaven sword art, the Blue Star hook art wasn't able to defend perfectly and there would always be sword chi seeping in. Damn it, what kind of sword art is this? The Blue Star Monarch was slightly flustered. As of now, Li Fuchen still didn't have the strength to kill him. That sword move earlier had only caused him to suffer some light injuries. But as time passed, the consequences would be unpredictable. As expected of a special bone frame, the true spirit is much stronger than I imagined. Li Fuchen had devoured a demonic beast ruler's demonic beast spirit's essence. As his cultivation was rapidly increasing, his spiritual awareness attack already contained a trace of emperor intent. Therefore, his spiritual awareness attack was much stronger than any primary Sea Realm monarch. If one strike wasn't enough, then he would use 2 strikes. If 2 strikes weren't enough, then he would use 3 strikes. More and more sword wounds appeared on Blue Star Monarch's body, and he started to panic. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen's expression suddenly changed as he transmitted a message to Lei Donghai and the others. There are primary Sea Realm monarchs rushing over from the south and east. All of you head towards the west. Primary Sea Realm monarchs were very sensitive to Qi wave. Even if they were tens of thousands of miles away, they would be able to clearly sense the waves here. This was the Emperor Sky continent. If it was the 7-color continent, they would be able to sense it even if they were a few 100,000 miles away. Junior brother Li, what about you? Lei Donghai asked. Don't bother about me. I think it is time to split up. We will meet again at the Soul Sky Empire's Dragon River Seats Gaze native city. The Soul Sky Empire's seats were equivalent to the Red Moon Empire's counties. However, the Soul Sky Empire had 72 seats, and it was much more than the Red Moon Empire's 48 counties. Senior Lei, we won't be able to help Junior Brother Li even if we stay behind. We will only distract Junior Brother Li. Gu Jui was very calm as she said to Lei Donghai. All right. Lei Donghai nodded and flashed before flying towards the west. Yuan Long and Gu Jui followed closely behind. Seeing Lei Donghai and the others leaving, the Blue Star Monarch knew what was going on. If I didn't guess it wrongly, there should be primary Sea Realm monarchs rushing over. Kid, surrender now and you will still have a chance. Otherwise, when most of the primary Sea Realm monarchs rush over, you will suffer. He was very unwilling. If he captured Li Fuchen now, the 5 million mid-grade spirit stones would belong to him alone. If there were too many people, it wouldn't be easy to obtain the 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. The final result might be distribution based on contribution. Therefore, he could only hope that Li Fuchen would give up resisting. Even though the possibility was very slim. Dream on. Heaven and Earth extermination. After executing the illusion art, Li Fuchen immediately executed the absolute heaven sword art. The wind thunder wings flashed on his back as he flew out in a frenzy. Trying to escape? It isn't that easy. Blood burst out from the Blue Star Monarch's body as he gritted his teeth and chased relentlessly. With his speed, catching up to Li Fuchen was just a matter of a few breaths. But just as he increased his speed, a spiritual awareness attack entered his mind, followed by an illusion art attack. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was extremely powerful and could already use his spiritual awareness as a medium to release illusion art attack. Damn it! If the Blue Star Monarch couldn't increase his speed, he naturally couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen. But he wasn't a fool either. He instantly executed the unique ability of Primary Sea Realm Monarch's control of nature power. With his cultivation at the 7th level of Primary Sea Realm, his full control of nature power was much more terrifying than Hunshan. From all directions, heaven and earth chi were surging at the Blue Star Monarch like a tsunami. Li Fuchen, who was traveling at extreme speed, felt like a fish swimming against the current. Even after using 10 times the strength, he still wasn't able to travel as fast as usual. Haha, that person is Li Fuchen. Capture him, and we shall split the bounty equally. Finally, the monarchs from the south arrived, and there were 9 of them. Immediately after, there were 6 monarchs from the east too. Due to the battle, Li Fuchen's appearance and body had already recovered to his original appearance, therefore, he was easily recognized. Li Fuchen's heart sank to the bottom and he simply stopped fleeing. He turned around with a calm expression. Not going to flee anymore? The Blue Star Monarch sneered. That's true. Even if you flee now, you won't be able to escape. 16 monarchs. Among them, there was 1 7th-level monarch, 5 mid-level monarchs, and 10 low-level monarchs. This force was enough to kill a formidable high-level monarch. After taking a glance, Li Fuchen said indifferently, Flee? Why do you have to flee? I think you are the ones who should flee. Stubborn bastard. Don't waste your breath on him. Capture him now to prevent any undue troubles. A mid-level monarch with a fiery temper instantly attacked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen revealed a grim smile and thought to himself, I wonder how powerful is my calamity. A large number of high-grade spirit stones were taken out by Li Fuchen and floated in the surroundings. Immediately after, the high-grade spirit stones shattered and surged into the body like a tide. Boom! Without any bottleneck, Li Fuchen broke through. A horrific chi presence erupted like a volcano and rushed into the sky. Just the chi presence was enough to neutralize the mid-level monarch's attack. Huff huff huff! The sky turned dark and huge fireballs descended from the sky. The fireballs didn't look big, but the fire Dao laws contained within were shocking. They had a premonition that if they were hit by the fireballs, they would at least be severely injured. This is the fire calamity. He is going to transcend the calamity to progress to the primary sea realm. Someone yelled out. He actually dares to progress to the primary sea realm in front of us. He truly doesn't know how to spell the word death. There were also people who were disdainful and felt that the fireballs were just for show. Blaze. A fireball landed on a low-level monarch. Even though the monarch tried to resist, it was still useless. He was immediately severely injured and his body was fuming with flames while his 7 orifices were spewing fire. Save me! The monarch yelled out miserably. SSS, everyone took a deep cold breath. What kind of fire calamity was this? Why was it so powerful? Watch me extinguish this fireball. A 6th-level monarch brandished his weapon and cleaved apart a fireball. But before he could rejoice, a sword chi appeared out of nowhere and swept across his body. PFFFTSS, one of the monarch's legs was sliced off and blood splattered. Such a horrific sword calamity. Even the Blue Star Monarch was apprehensive. In fact, Li Fuchen could have already progressed to the primary sea realm after the calamity, but he didn't wish to break through so early. He wanted to deduce the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 36th rank before breaking through. By then, it would be perfect and his potential would be maximized. But nothing was perfect in this world. Right now, he had no choice but to break through. If he didn't, he would die. Chapter 597. Boom boom boom. Half of the fireballs and sword chi were flying at Li Fuchen, but the other half were blasting at everyone else. The tribulation couldn't be witnessed by the side, otherwise, the Heaven Dao would treat everyone equally. Furthermore, the stronger the strength, the stronger the tribulation. The Blue Star Monarch's fire and sword calamity was much stronger than Li Fuchen's. After all, the Blue Star Monarch didn't rely on external items and was already very strong. Li Fuchen had to rely on the Joint Heaven Sword to contest with the Blue Star Monarch. The Heaven Dao wouldn't consider the Joint Heaven Sword as a part of Li Fuchen's strength. The tribulation targeted cultivation and law comprehension. Li Fuchen had pushed the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 35th rank, therefore, his cultivation level was similar to everyone else, but his cultivation strength was much stronger. Apart from that, Li Fuchen had also grasped the Heaven-class sword intent and his law comprehension wasn't comparable to most of the primary Sea Realm monarchs. Therefore, the Fire Calamity and Sword Calamity were terrifying. The first wave of Fire Calamity was able to severely injure low-level monarchs, while the second wave of Sword Calamity was able to severely injure a 6th-level monarch, although the 6th-level monarch was careless. There were continuous miserable screams as the monarchs were blasted and slain. The rest of the monarchs retreated frantically and wanted to retreat from the range of the tribulation. However, the tribulation wasn't something that could be avoided. Once one was locked on by the tribulation, there would be no rest until death, unless Li Fuchen completed the tribulation. Li Fuchen didn't bother about these people. With the tribulation around, these people wouldn't be able to protect themselves and it was impossible for them to disturb him. Wielding the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen cleaved apart the fireballs and the sword chi. Third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave, sixth wave. After 6 waves of heaven calamity, out of the 16 primary sea realm monarchs, only the blue star monarch was still struggling. The rest were either incinerated by the fireball or killed by the sword chi. After destroying and devouring the 6 waves of tribulation chi, Li Fuchen's chi prowess was at an extreme level. The chi in his body was being compressed again and again before existing in a different form. This form of chi wasn't just simple chi, it was more like extraordinary power or special power that contained laws. As such, it was able to exist in Li Fuchen's body unscathed. Otherwise, even if Li Fuchen's body toughness was extremely tough, he would still explode from the endless chi. Damn it, how powerful is his tribulation? Blue Star Monarch's body was riddled with wounds. If the Blue Star Monarch was able to easily resist the first 3 waves of tribulation, the 4th wave was already quite taxing for him. For the 5th wave, he had to give it his all. For the 6th wave, even if he gave it his all, he was still battered and injured quite badly. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the next 3 waves of heavenly tribulation would be. When breaking through to the primary sea realm, there were 9 waves of tribulation. The 7th wave of the heavenly tribulation came. This time, it was no longer a fireball or a sword chi, but a flaming sword chi. The blazing flame sword chi was like a sword of world destruction as it slashed at Li Fuchen and the Blue Star Monarch. Boom! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and scattered the 3 blazing flame sword chi. His body immediately emitted a suction force to absorb the scattered blazing flame sword chi. As for the Blue Star Monarch, he was sent flying by the slash, flames rising from the wound on his body. These flames contained powerful fire sword Dao laws and were difficult to extinguish. This is the primary sea realm? Li Fuchen might not have transcended all 9 waves of tribulation, but he could already feel the intent of dominating all beings in the world. This intent could only be grasped by primary sea realm monarchs because the monarch's chi was fused with the technique intent. It was just like extraordinary power or special power, it was a part of the manifestation of laws. Of course, it wasn't as ridiculous as extraordinary power or special power for now. As his chi gradually transformed, Li Fuchen had an easier time resisting the tribulation. It was simply the opposite of the Blue Star Monarch. Of course, the joint heaven sword in Li Fuchen's hand was very useful. After the 7th wave of tribulation ended, the 8th wave was about to arrive. This is the end of my life. The Blue Star Monarch was hysterical as he used the blue hook to receive the blazing flame sword chi. Bang! The blazing flame sword chi exploded and countless sparks enveloped the Blue Star Monarch. There was a miserable scream as the sparks blasted holes on the Blue Star Monarch's body. It was as though the sparks had dripped onto meat. Before the 8th wave of tribulation ended, the Blue Star Monarch had perished completely and became a departed spirit of the tribulation. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Blue Star Monarch's life and death. He wielded the joint heaven sword and dispersed the final blazing flame sword chi. The sky was getting darker. In the pitch-black sky, a sword tip emerged. This sword tip wasn't fiery red anymore, it had many colors. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. He could feel many types of laws from this sword tip. There were blazing flame Dao laws, sword Dao laws, wind Dao laws, and void Dao laws. When the 4 types of laws were fused together, it allowed the sword tip to emit a power that was terrifying and filled with destructive chi presence. Swish! The sword tip shot out and it was a battle sword instead of sword chi. Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and executed the heaven and earth extermination. Clang! Clang clang! Clang clang clang! A man and a sword constantly clashed. Li Fuchen might be sent flying each time, but with the support of his tough physique, Li Fuchen wasn't injured. Gradually, the battle sword's power was getting weaker. Li Fuchen was sent flying at the start, but he was now able to contest with the battle sword. After a while, Li Fuchen was already able to suppress the battle sword. Shatter! When the sword was executed, the spatial zone in front was like a shattered mirror that enveloped the battle sword. Bang! The battle sword exploded and dispersed into extremely pure qi laws that fused into Li Fuchen's body. At this moment, Li Fuchen's qi presence had climbed to the extremity. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth that was looking down on all life. Huff! Li Fuchen withdrew his qi presence after releasing it and returned to normal. Li Fuchen looked down at his palm and clenched it lightly. Rumble! There was a sound that sounded like a tide. A massive amount of fire Dao Qi gathered from all directions. The prowess wasn't inferior to the Blue Star Monarch. As for why Li Fuchen could only control fire Dao Qi and not wind Dao Qi, sword Dao Qi, or void Qi, it was because Li Fuchen's divine flame red rainbow technique only contained fire Dao Law and sword Dao Law. It wasn't possible to control the power of nature with just the willpower. At least, Li Fuchen hadn't reached that stage yet. Sword Dao Qi wasn't a power of nature, it was something acquired. Li Fuchen was only able to create sword Dao Qi and wasn't able to produce sword Dao Qi out of nowhere. The fire Dao Qi in the radius of a few hundred miles gathered into a Qi sphere that was a few miles in size. The Qi sphere had an extremely high temperature and extreme pressure. Some of the fine dust particles were immediately extinguished. I cannot compress it anymore. A few miles was already the limit. If it was any smaller, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to control it. But at this moment, Li Fuchen had an idea. When the Qi sphere was compressed to an extremely small state, would he be able to throw it out to kill the enemy? It might be possible. When Li Fuchen released his palm, the Qi sphere that was a few miles in size instantly crumbled. A massive amount of fire Dao Qi burst out and turned the radius of a few dozen miles into ruins. The power only weakened after reaching a few dozen miles. Li Fuchen's heavenly tribulation and his control of the fire Dao Qi created a huge commotion. A large number of primary Sea Realm monarchs were rushing over. The first group that rushed over was a group of over 20 members. This group didn't have so many members at the start and they only gathered together when they were rushing over. After seeing Li Fuchen, this group of monarchs were overjoyed. They might have over 20 members, but after splitting 5 million mid-grade spirit stones evenly, each of them would have 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and it wasn't a small sum. Kill! Under the lead of the 7th level monarch, the monarchs charged at Li Fuchen. Heaven and earth extermination. Li Fuchen strolled in the air and unsheathed the joint heaven sword before brandishing it. Crackle! The spatial zone seemed to have ruptured and all the monarchs froze. In the next moment, everyone, including the 7th level monarch, had been split into pieces. The heaven and earth extermination contained the void Dao laws. Even though the range was huge, each point was the strongest point and each point could ignore defenses to a certain extent. It didn't matter how many monarchs there were, unless the numbers were multiplied by a few times. After keeping the storage bag, Li Fuchen rushed towards the west. Along the way, Li Fuchen encountered several groups of monarchs, but no one was able to block a single sword from Li Fuchen. A single sword was certain death. Now that his qi cultivation had reached the primary sea realm, Li Fuchen's strength had increased tremendously. He was like a monster that was at the pinnacle of strength in all aspects. Be it law comprehension or spiritual awareness, they were at the limits of primary sea realm or even beyond. The joint heaven sword in his hand was a heaven-class artifact sword. Even the weakest cultivation wasn't comparable to regular first-level monarch. After pushing the divine flame red rainbow technique to the 35th rank and fusing the sword Dao Law, his cultivation strength was at least at the 3rd or 4th level of primary sea realm. Red Soul City, the closest city to the Soul Sky Empire in the Clear Peace County. In the wilderness that was 10,000 miles away from the Red Soul City, Li Fuchen was obstructed by a group of monarchs again. You are truly incredible to be able to escape to this place. But it ends here. The leader of the monarchs was wearing armor and had a terrifying qi presence. Li Fuchen sized up the monarch, and judging from the Qi presence, the monarch was at the 8th level of primary Sea Realm and was 1 level higher than the Blue Star Monarch. Extinction Saber Monarch, why are you wasting your breath on him? I, Dongguishan, am willing to capture him for you. One of the 5th level monarchs at the side spoke. Dongguishan was one of the top monarchs of the South Mountain City's Donghua clan. His strength was even stronger than clan head Dongguishan. The Extinction Saber Monarch that he mentioned was one of the top 10 monarchs under the South Sun County Protector, Lin Tianyang. He didn't follow the Extinction Saber Monarch to obtain the reward of 5 million gold coins. He merely wanted to contribute to the county protector and let Lin Tianyang remember the existence of the Donghua clan. Alright. Remember, don't kill him. The Extinction Saber Monarch nodded. He still didn't know Li Fuchen's strength and thought that Dongguishan was enough to capture Li Fuchen. Idiot. Li Fuchen took an indifferent glance at Dongguishan. Uneducated kid. Watch how I, Dongguishan, humiliate you. Dongguishan clenched his fists and clasped them together abruptly. In the next moment, boundless heaven and earth chi surged over from all directions and was trying to seal Li Fuchen. I don't have the time to waste on you, so die. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and brandished it. The surging heaven and earth chi lost its gravity and collapsed. In an instant, apart from the Extinction Saber Monarch, all the other monarchs had shattered. Impossible. Chapter 598. Blood spurted out of the Extinction Saber Sovereign's body. Disbelief and shock filled his face. He, the Extinction Saber Monarch, had lived for over 200 years and had seen all sorts of prodigies, but he had never seen a first-level monarch that could instantly kill so many monarchs. Even if a 3-star general progressed to the primary Sea Realm, they wouldn't be able to achieve this. The larger the range of a sword move, the weaker the lethality. It was impossible for a sword move to be as powerful as Li Fuchen. Invincible blade, 100 splitting slash. As one of the top 10 monarchs under the county protector Lin Tianyang, the Extinction Saber Monarch's strength wasn't something a regular 8th-level monarch could compare with. He might not have cultivated a heaven-class martial art, but after so many years, he had created a quasi-heaven-class saber move. Once the saber move was executed, a bundle of saber light appeared in the air. The saber light exploded and enveloped Li Fuchen like a storm. What a powerful blade technique! Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with astonishment. From the aura intensity, the Extinction Saber Monarch was slightly inferior to the Blue Star Monarch. After all, the Blue Star Monarch was a 7-star special bone frame, but in terms of strength, the Blue Star Monarch would never be able to catch up to the Extinction Saber Monarch. Not daring to be careless, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and used the Heaven and Earth Extermination sword move to seal his opponent's saber move. Kacha kacha. No matter how the Extinction Saber Monarch attacked, his saber move wasn't able to break Li Fuchen's sword move. Absolute Sky and Earth was the most perfect offensive move. At the same time, it was also the most perfect defensive move. After all, it contained a trace of the Void Law. But it was rather impossible for Li Fuchen to defeat the Extinction Saber Monarch with just sword moves. Having grasped a quasi-heaven-class saber move, the Extinction Saber Monarch was not just a little stronger than the Blue Star Monarch. His previous injuries were due to his carelessness and being caught off guard. However, Li Fuchen didn't just have the Heaven and Earth Extermination, he also had the Spiritual Awareness attack. A spiritual sense attack shot out, and the Extinction Saber Sovereign's body instantly stiffened. Although it was only for an instant, it was enough. Sparks flew from the armor on his body, and the Extinction Saber Monarch spat out a mouthful of blood. The Absolute Saber Sovereign's sword chi seemed to have been blocked by the armor. However, a small portion of the sword chi still managed to seep in under the influence of the laws of the void, destroying the Absolute Saber Sovereign's life force. It should be a quasi-heaven tier armor. If it wasn't for the quasi-heaven grade armor, it wouldn't be able to defend against most of the sword chi. Ordinary Earth-grade, high-tier Earth-grade armor would definitely be destroyed in front of the heaven-destroying sword chi. Previously, Li Fuchen had already verified it multiple times. You can't kill me. I'm the county governor's man. If you kill me, no one in the world can save you. The Extinction Saber Sovereign did not want to die. He was even afraid of death. After over 200 years of cultivation, he finally reached the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm and was just a step away from the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. He might be very far away from the Law Phase Realm, but as long as there was a fated opportunity, he might be able to progress. By then, the Emperor Sky Continent would be his to roam. He could even leave the Emperor Sky Continent and head to other continents to search for fated opportunities. He yearned for the kind of high and mighty life where he could do whatever he wanted. The prerequisite was that he had to continue living. Only by staying alive would there be a chance. Otherwise, everything would be empty. Hence, the Extinction Saber Sovereign was very afraid of death, extremely afraid. You want to live? Li Fuchen said indifferently. Of course, as long as you don't kill me, I can persuade the prefectural governor to give up on your arrest warrant. The Extinction Saber Sovereign said in a trembling voice, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. How was it possible to persuade the county governor to give up on the wanted order? Not only did he not dare to persuade the county governor, he was also unable to do so. Even if he could persuade the county governor, he would not do so. As long as he could escape with his life today, there would be a day where he would take revenge for today's humiliation. Revealing a mocking smile, Li Fuchen executed the 1,000 illusion eyes and enveloped the Extinction Saber Sovereign with an illusion chi presence. PFFF. With a swing of the joint heaven sword, a massive head flew high into the sky. Even in death, the Extinction Saber Sovereign didn't dare to believe that he was dead. Even in death, he didn't understand why Li Fuchen gave him hope and then sent him to hell. I am so hateful. I curse you to never reach the pinnacle and to be pursued by others forever, dying without a burial ground. Gritting his teeth, the Extinction Saber Sovereign roared hysterically. After a single breath, the Extinction Saber Sovereign's voice abruptly stopped. Your willpower isn't firm enough. I wonder how you cultivated to the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm. Li Fuchen shook his head and reached out to suck the Extinction Saber Sovereign's storage bag over. Li Fuchen gave the Extinction Saber Sovereign hope so that the Extinction Saber Sovereign would relax, allowing his 1,000 illusion eyes to be effective. But the Extinction Saber Sovereign seemed to be too afraid of death and had sunk deep into the illusion, allowing the sword chi to sever the Extinction Saber Sovereign's head with ease. 2 days later, Li Fuchen left the Red Moon Empire's territory and arrived at the Soul Sky Empire. At this moment, the news of the monarchs failing to pursue Li Fuchen had spread out. For a moment there was a huge commotion. After a rough count, the number of monarchs that died in the hands of Li Fuchen was close to 100. Even first-rate monarch-class clans would only have 100 to 200 monarchs. Li Fuchen was equivalent to eliminating half a first-rate monarch-class clan or 2 or 3 second-rate monarch-class clans. Such combat strength had caused many of the monarchs that didn't encounter Li Fuchen to tremble with fear. At the same time, they were silently rejoicing that they didn't encounter Li Fuchen, otherwise, they would have already died under Li Fuchen's sword. South Sun City's County Protector residence. The County Protector Lin Tianyang had a gloomy expression. Amir Li Fuchen was actually able to create such a huge commotion, and it was something he didn't expect. However, he didn't believe that Li Fuchen had the strength to eliminate high-level monarchs. There must be someone helping him. The Extinction Saber Sovereign's strength wasn't ordinary, and even Lin Tianyang wouldn't have an easy time to eliminate the Extinction Saber Sovereign. Furthermore, the Extinction Saber Sovereign had plenty of monarchs with him. When thinking about the Extinction Saber Sovereign's death, Lin Tianyang felt a heartache. It was too difficult to nurture a high-level monarch. In the entire South Sun County, there were more than 2,000 monarchs, but there were less than 50 high-level monarchs. With each death, there would be one less monarch. As the county protector, there were plenty of things that required people to do for him. The gap left behind by a high-level monarch wasn't something that could be filled by regular people. Of course, Lin Tianyang was actually more concerned about his reputation. Li Fuchen was slapping his face ruthlessly and he couldn't take it lying down. Damn Li Fuchen, unless you never return to the Red Moon Empire. If Li Fuchen appeared in the Clear Peace County, he must be heading to the Soul Sky Empire. Lin Tianyang wasn't a fool. County Protector, actually, even if he is heading to the Soul Sky Empire, we can still capture him. The County Protector Residence's housekeeper said carefully. Lin Tianyang glared at the housekeeper and asked, "What methods do you have?" His son, Lin Shou, was missing, his right-hand man was killed, and with the issue of his reputation, Lin Tianyang was very eager to capture Li Fuchen. The housekeeper said, "County Protector, we can invite the Clan of Darkness to help us capture Li Fuchen." Clan of Darkness. Lin Tianyang's eyes lit up. The Clan of Darkness was the most mysterious and terrifying dark faction in the Emperor Sky continent. It was rumored that the leader of the Clan of Darkness wasn't inferior to the Red Moon Emperor and other great emperors. He was the ruler of the darkness. But it is rather expensive to invite the experts of the Clan of Darkness. The housekeeper said with concern. "It doesn't matter. I am willing to pay even if it costs 10 or 20 million mid-grade spirit stones." As the county protector, his mid-grade spirit stones were counted in the hundreds of millions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have issued a bounty for Li Fuchen. In an inn in a small town in the Soul Sky Empire, Li Fuchen was taking inventory of his spoils of war. No wonder they are primary Sea Realm monarch. 85 monarchs have brought me a total of 15 million mid-grade spirit stones. If I include the valuable items, I will have a total of at least 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. Primary Sea Realm monarchs were too wealthy. Even low-level monarchs with lesser wealth would have at least a few tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Mid-level monarchs would have 100,000 to a few 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Especially the Blue Star Monarch and the Extinction Saber Monarch, they actually had more than 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Blue Star Monarch had 1.2 million mid-grade spirit stones, while the Extinction Saber Monarch had 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen was speechless when recalling how he had worked so hard to exchange for mid-grade spirit stones with heaven stones and was still scammed. I have finally arrived at the Soul Sky Empire. I wonder how Senior Lei and the others are doing? Chapter 599. After his Qi cultivation reached the primary Sea Realm, Li Fuchen had yet to sense his own body's condition. Firstly, it was his spiritual awareness. Previously, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could only extend out over 10,000 miles, but now it could extend out to 50,000 miles. It was almost 3 times. Regular monarch's spiritual awareness could only extend out to less than 1,000 miles in the Emperor Sky continent. Elite monarch's spiritual awareness could extend out to a few thousand miles. There were a few elite monarchs with stronger true spirits that could extend out to 10,000 miles. There were also some elite monarchs with superior spirit soul aptitude that could extend out to 20,000 or 30,000 miles. Spiritual awareness was something that had a greater disparity when the cultivation realm was higher. There was a huge disparity between 6-star bone frames and 7-star bone frames, 7-star extraordinary bone frames and 7-star special bone frames. There was also a huge disparity between 7-star special bone frames and 8-star bone frames. Take Lei Donghai and the others for example. Their spiritual awareness could extend out to over 2,000 miles and were much stronger than regular monarchs. In fact, at the Battle Spirit Realm, the disparity wasn't that great. But at the Primary Sea Realm, The difference in spiritual awareness base would cause the disparity to widen until it couldn't be bridged. If Li Fuchen didn't devour a monarch's true spirit essence and a demonic beast ruler's demonic beast spirit essence, his current spiritual awareness range would definitely be at the pinnacle. It was at least 10,000 miles. My spiritual awareness can extend out to 50,000 miles. Even among the Law Phase Realm Emperors, I shouldn't be considered weak, right? After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen withdrew his spiritual awareness. Apart from his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen's perception had also increased significantly. His perception was already insane, but now it was definitely on the next level and had reached a whole new level. This could be clearly felt from comprehending the power of laws within the mid-grade Heaven Stone. It isn't bad to progress to the primary sea realm in advance. At least, I can create the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, Li Fuchen said to himself. After making a short stop in the town, Li Fuchen set off before the next day and headed for the Dragon River Seat's Gaze native city. Apart from the difference in geographical location, the Soul Sky Empire and the Red Moon Empire were similar in other aspects. However, Li Fuchen noticed that the Soul Sky Empire had a popular type of soul elixir. This soul elixir was divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and special grade. The effect of the soul elixir was very simple. It was to stimulate the soul and temporarily increase one's perception. Li Fuchen consumed a low-grade soul elixir and realized that it was indeed effective on the spirit soul. As for whether it could increase his perception, Li Fuchen couldn't feel it. It might be because his perception was too high and the low-grade soul elixir was ineffective. While Li Fuchen was making haste, the South Sun County's county protector, Lin Tianyang, contacted the members of the Clan of Darkness. In the main hall of the county governor manor, a black-robed man stood in the middle of the hall, and the prefectural governor Lin Tianyang was seated at the head of the table. 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. The black-robed man's voice was very ethereal. 30 million medium spiritual stones? How was this possible? Even capturing a quasi-emperor wouldn't require so many medial-grade spirit stones. Lin Tianyang's expression changed, and he could not help but shout. He could accept 10 or 20 million, but 30 million was unacceptable to him. Most importantly, he felt that it wasn't worth it. According to the information from the Clan of Darkness, he is worth this price. I believe you have also noticed that when he first appeared in South Sun City, he was only at the 5th level of Battle Spirit Realm. Right now, he is already at the 1st level of Primary Sea Realm. There are too many uncertainties in such an elite prodigy. Of course, if it is an assassination, it wouldn't require so many mid-grade spirit stones. It would only require 15 million mid-grade spirit stones. Assassination was much easier than capturing him. Lin Tianyang frowned in response. Indeed, Li Fuchen's cultivation progress was too fast, and it seemed like he didn't need to accumulate any time. If Li Fuchen wasn't mistaken, Li Fuchen should have obtained some artifact, allowing him to increase his cultivation rapidly. Of course, Li Fuchen was definitely an elite prodigy and wasn't inferior to any 3-star general. But 30 million mid-grade spirit stones was too high. As for killing Li Fuchen, Lin Tianyang didn't even consider it. Spending 15 million mid-grade spirit stones to kill a person wasn't worth it. After all, his spirit stones didn't grow on trees. Alright, 30 million it is. But you have to guarantee that you will capture him and bring him back. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tianyang made up his mind. The black-robed man shook his head. No one can guarantee such things. I can only say that the Clan of Darkness has the highest success rate. Furthermore, your 30 million mid-grade spirit stones won't be spent in vain. According to the Clan of Darkness rules, if you spend 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, you will be able to become a 3-star VIP of the Clan of Darkness. You can take a look at the various treatments for different VIP. The black-robed man tossed a small booklet to Lin Tianyang. Lin Tianyang opened it and took a glance while his expression was uncertain. The VIP treatment of the Clan of Darkness was indeed very attractive. Apart from discounts, there were other services like intelligence services and anti-assassination services. I hope that the Clan of Darkness is worthy of the price of 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Tianyang let out a turbid breath and said slowly. 30 million mid-grade spirit stones might be painful, but with his methods, it wasn't a difficult task to earn it back. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a county protector for nothing? Body refinement had a body's endurance limit. Qi cultivation also had a dantian's capacity and meridian's endurance limit. Due to the rapid increase in Qi cultivation, the dantian wasn't nourished enough. With the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique reaching the 35th rank, Li Fuchen's Qi was much more than primary Sea realm monarchs of the same realm. It caused Li Fuchen's dantian to be already saturated and was even overloaded. It was temporarily impossible for him to continue increasing his cultivation. Along the way, Li Fuchen constantly purified his qi to reduce the pressure on his dantian. At the same time, Li Fuchen also started to create Earth-class peak-tier body refinement art. For qi cultivation arts, Li Fuchen had already created plenty of heaven-class sword moves and even cultivated the heaven-class low-tier sword art, absolute heaven sword art. He was almost at the limit. After all, if he advanced another step, it would be a heaven-class mid-tier martial art. Heaven-class martial arts, each tier was like heaven and earth. Heaven-class mid-tier martial arts were something that even Law Phase Realm Emperors desired. Regular Law Phase Realm Emperors would normally cultivate heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial art. Only P-class Law Phase Realm Emperors would have heaven-class mid-tier martial arts or even heaven-class mid-tier cultivation technique. As for whether they were created by themselves or passed down by their predecessors, it was up to each individual. It was said that great emperors like the Red Moon Emperor had comprehended heaven-class high-tier martial art. A simple move of his would have the power to destroy the world. With Li Fuchen's cultivation and perception, creating Earth-class peak-tier body refinement arts wasn't as difficult as imagined. In less than half a month, Li Fuchen created 2 Earth-class peak-tier body refinement moves. They were the Dragon God Claw, which used the 9 Dragon's Claw as the foundation, the Wind Thunder Shock, which used the Wind Cloud Tyrant Body as the foundation. The Dragon God Claw was able to condense a golden dragon claw spirit to forcefully tear apart the enemy's defense and body. This move only had one kind of power law, and that was the Ripping Law. The Wind Thunder Shock was the strengthened version of the Wind Cloud Tyrant Body's Wind Thunder Shock. It contained extreme vibration law, and due to the powerful vibration law, it could even trigger thunderbolts in the void to deal multiple damage to the enemy. Chapter 600. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived at a city. This city was called the Cold Thunder City. Just like the Red Moon Empire cities, the Cold Thunder City also had a stone gambling den. Li Fuchen subconsciously entered the stone gambling den and wanted to try his luck to see if he could find a high-grade heaven stone. Mid-grade heaven stones were already very helpful to him. High-grade heaven stones would definitely allow his law comprehension to reach an unprecedented height. Before progressing to the 10th floor, Li Fuchen would only be able to reach the 9th floor of the stone gambling den. Right now, Li Fuchen was already a primary Sea realm monarch and could reach the 10th floor without any obstructions. So many monarchs. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed that there were over 30 monarchs on the 10th floor. There was even a high-level monarch. Li Fuchen's arrival had attracted the attention of over 30 monarchs. When they saw that Li Fuchen was a young man, they were all surprised. They were certain that Li Fuchen wasn't old. From his qi presence, he wasn't more than 50 years old, or even younger. Monarchs below the age of 50 were considered elite prodigies in any place. I didn't expect for a prodigy monarch to appear in the Cold Thunder City. I wonder which faction is he from? Everyone took a glance before withdrawing their eyes. Prodigy monarchs might be rare, but it was only rare in the cold Thunder City. In the entire Soul Sky Empire, there were plenty of prodigy monarchs. Some of the most elite prodigy monarchs had progressed to the primary sea realm at the age of 30. Such intense chi blood wave. A monarch with short brows might have withdrawn his eyes, but he was still observing Li Fuchen in the dark. Silently, he took out a long crystal with a scale from his storage bag. Inside the long crystal, the red color was constantly extending. Chi blood wave of 239. If I capture him and offer him to the Blood Emperor, I will surely receive a great reward. The Blood Emperor's requirement was a body refinement martial artist with a chi blood wave of 100 and above. It was obvious that this prodigy monarch had exceeded the requirements by quite a bit. Li Fuchen realized that the 10th floor had more heaven stones, but there weren't many mid-grade heaven stones. After looking through all the heaven stone ores, there were only 4 mid-grade heaven stones. After spending 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen purchased 24 pieces of heaven stone ores. Among them, there were 4 mid-grade heaven stones and 20 low-grade heaven stones. Furthermore, these low-grade heaven stones were at least the size of a skull. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to purchase those that were too small. Leaving the stone gambling den, Li Fuchen continued his journey. With my 6th level primary sea realm cultivation and the blood sift net bestowed by the Blood Emperor, capturing him shouldn't be a problem. The short-browed king quickly chased after him. In the wilderness thousands of miles away from cold Thunder City. Who is it? Li Fuchen turned around. Little friend, I am the Blood Beam King. I wish to be friends with you. The Blood Beam Monarch was holding onto a blood-colored metal sphere as he approached Li Fuchen silently. Make friends. Li Fuchen sized up his opponent. That's right. I, the Blood Beam Monarch, admire a genius king like you very much. The Blood Beam Monarch had a smile on his face like the spring breeze, but he was rather nervous in his heart. These prodigy monarchs were all formidable and couldn't be viewed with common sense. He might not be afraid of Li Fuchen, but in order to capture Li Fuchen alive, he had to be within 100 meters of Li Fuchen. Otherwise, his blood sift net wouldn't be able to trap Li Fuchen. When you're outside, you should make more friends. Li Fuchen nodded and looked as though he was enjoying it. The Blood Beam Monarch sneered in his heart. These prodigy monarchs were all used to being arrogant and loved to be flattered, even if they pretended to be amiable and approachable. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. This was the moment. The Blood Beam Monarch's eyes burst out with radiance and was about to cast the blood sift net. I already know that you don't have good intentions. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack struck on the Blood Beam Monarch and instantly interrupted the Blood Beam Monarch's movement. Immediately after, Li Fuchen's right hand opened up into a claw and clawed. Dragon God Claw. The golden dragon claw spirit was like a giant dragon's claw and clawed on the Blood Beam Monarch's body ruthlessly. PFFFTSS. The chi protection was torn apart and the Blood Beam Monarch's artifact armor had a few deep marks while his entire body was smashed into the ground. Die! Li Fuchen clawed on the ground a few times and turned the Blood Beam Monarch into a bloody mess. Little friend is too much of a bully. Why did you suddenly attack me? The Blood Beam Monarch was appalled and used his final strength to yell out. You are still so stubborn when you are about to die. Li Fuchen's golden giant dragon spirit rose and clawed again. Boom! The ground was clawed and there were a few ravines. The Blood Beam Monarch who was in the ravine had already been smashed into a pile of blood and was dead. Li Fuchen reached out and sucked the Blood Beam Monarch's blood sift net and storage bag over. As for the Blood Beam Monarch's artifact armor, it was at least a 2-star Earth-class peak-tier artifact armor, but it had already been crippled by Li Fuchen. Repairing it would require plenty of mid-grade spirit stones, and Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to keep it. When the blood sift net was in his hand, Li Fuchen's expression changed. This blood sift net had an absolute suppression effect on chi blood. Just by holding it in his hand, Li Fuchen could feel that the qi blood in his palm was rather sluggish. Once he used it, he would probably be able to capture a body refinement monarch with ease. It should be a body refinement cardinal artifact. Li Fuchen could imagine the consequences if he was caught by the net. He might be on the path of dual cultivation and wouldn't lose his combat strength if his qi blood was suppressed. However, qi blood was actually the foundation of a human, and it was the body itself. When qi blood was suppressed, the qi strength would be greatly reduced, and it was hard to say how much qi blood would be left. After opening up the Blood Beam Monarch storage bag, Li Fuchen found over 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones inside. Apart from that, there was also a blood-colored token. The front of the blood-colored token had the word blood, and the back was a picture of a skull. When Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness into it, he found a communication array inside. It was a communication token. There were low-grade communication tokens and high-grade communication tokens. The East Unicorn continent had low-grade communication tokens too, but the communication distance was very short. Furthermore, most of them could only be sent by crushing the communication token. Li Fuchen reckoned that the blood-colored token in his hand should be a mid-grade or high-grade communication token. Because the communication array inside was very complicated, it was at least a Class 6 communication array. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen didn't throw away the blood-colored token. He felt that the Blood Beam Monarch wasn't targeting him just to rob him. After all, the Blood Beam Monarch didn't know how much wealth he had. After keeping the blood-colored token, Li Fuchen continued on his journey. It didn't matter what scheme the Blood Beam Monarch had. If he died, everything would vanish like smoke. Over a month later, Li Fuchen arrived at the Dragon River Seat's Gaze native city. Senior Gu, I have arrived at the Gaze native city. I will wait for you at the Pine Tree Inn. Li Fuchen also had a communication token, so did Lei Donghai and the others. However, the four of them had low-grade communication tokens and wouldn't be able to send a message far. After all, the communication token was a strategic item and only low-grade communication tokens were circulated in the outside world. But as compared to the East Unicorn continent's communication tokens, the Emperor Sky continent's communication tokens had the ability to send messages and weren't one-time consumables. Half a day later, the black-robed Gu Jui arrived at the Pine Tree Inn. Inside a private room, Senior Gu, where is Senior Lei and the others? Li Fuchen's heart thumped when he didn't see Lei Donghai and Yuan Long. Gu Jui said bitterly, Senior Yuan Long was captured. Senior Lei and I split up and escaped. I am the only one who successfully arrived at the Gaze native city. Gu Jui told Li Fuchen about the situation along the way. After listening, Li Fuchen went silent. Yuan Long wasn't captured in the Red Moon Empire. He was captured in the Soul Sky Empire. The other party was a 5th-level primary Sea Realm monarch, and he immediately produced a blood net to capture Yuan Long. Li Fuchen took out the blood sift net from his storage bag and said to Gu Jui, Senior Gu, did the other party use this kind of net? That's right. When Gu Jui saw the blood sift net, she immediately recognized it and asked curiously, Junior Li, why do you have it too? Li Fuchen told Gu Jui everything that happened along the way. Chapter 601. Li Fuchen didn't know what these people's objective was. He only knew that he had to find Lei Donghai and rescue Yuan Long. This was his responsibility. However, finding Lei Donghai was relatively easy, but rescuing Yuan Long was not so easy. He needed to think about it at length. After all, he didn't even know who the other party was, what faction they belonged to, or where they were. After spending some mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen purchased a courtyard in the Gaze native city. Gu Jui's strength was too weak, and Li Fuchen planned for her to stay here and wait for Lei Donghai. Lei Donghai would be the one to gather information and find clues. After asking around, Li Fuchen found out that 2 body refinement monarchs had gone missing in the Gaze native city for the past 10 years. There were even more body refinement monarchs that had gone missing in the entire Dragon River Seat. There were a total of 12 missing. One had to know that the ratio of body refinement martial artists to true Qi martial artists was low to begin with. There might not even be one body refinement martial artist out of 100 kings. 12 body refinement martial artists had gone missing in 10 years. It would be hard not to attract attention. There must be a dark organization behind this that is capturing body refinement kings. Li Fuchen frowned. Body refinement martial artists had always had the title of human-shaped great medicine, and in terms of body essence alone, body refinement kings were not inferior to mid-tier heaven-class herbs, just that they contained slightly less rule power. Since ancient times, the reason why there were so few body refinement martial artists was because of resources, and this was the second reason. After all, once one cultivated to a certain realm, they would be targeted by others, who would dare to walk the path of body refinement. If no one walked the path of body refinement, the number of true experts naturally wouldn't increase. If there weren't many experts, the number of inheritances would naturally be pitifully small. Not to mention anything else, it could be seen from the scarcity of body refining techniques and martial arts. Inside the room in the courtyard, a long crystal appeared in Li Fuchen's hand. The scale displayed on the long crystal was 239. If he had not known why he had been targeted before, now he knew. This group of people had vitality crystals that could determine the strength of vitality fluctuations. No matter how well you hid, you would not be able to hide in front of these vitality crystals. Looks like I have to seal up my qi and blood. Back in the 7-color continents Southern Forest Martial Institution, he had once been locked by the Vice Dean. However, with his current body refinement realm, the Vice Dean's energy lock was ineffective. He had to learn a more profound energy lock. Of course, he could also create it himself. Next, Li Fuchen started to create the Qi power lock. He didn't intend to become someone else's prey. After all, no matter how strong he was, there would come a day when he would fail miserably and capsize in an easy task. Energy lock should be a type of secret technique. Its function was to lock qi, blood, and energy, making it impossible to circulate. Since it could not circulate, it naturally could not leak out. In fact, Li Fuchen could also conceal his qi blood and qi power by relying on his spirit soul talent. But the spirit soul talent could only be used occasionally. It was impossible to conceal his qi blood and qi power for a long period of time. According to the structure of the Vice Dean's qi power lock, Li Fuchen innovated. After half a month, Li Fuchen finally created a 6-star qi power lock. However, the 6-star qi power lock was still unable to seal his primary C realm qi blood and qi. He had to use the 7-star qi power lock. My vitality has dropped to 168. Taking out the qi blood crystal, Li Fuchen saw that the qi blood scale was now 168. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen continued to immerse himself in perfecting the qi power lock. No matter what, he had to get his qi wave below 100. He had a hunch that the key to the problem was whether it was above or below 100. Beginner 6-star. Intermediate 6-star. High 6-star. Strictly speaking, secret techniques weren't differentiated by levels, only by stars. But since Li Fuchen created his own secret technique, he had the final say. When the qi power lock was at the 6-star high tier, Li Fuchen's vitality had finally dropped to 98. At this moment, it wasn't so easy to continue improving the qi power lock. Only Li Fuchen was able to create a 6-star high-tier qi power lock based on a 5-star qi power lock in just half a month. If it was a P-class monarch, it was impossible. Buzz. There was a vibrating sound from the storage bag. Li Fuchen opened the storage bag and noticed that the blood-colored token was vibrating, pouring in qi. All nearby blood slaves, heed my command. Quickly head to the Beheading Waterfall Town's Soul Break Forest. There is a subcompletion level body refinement monarch here. A deep and hoarse voice echoed. Blood slave? Subcompletion level body refinement monarch? Li Fuchen was startled. The Blood Beam Monarch was a 6th-level monarch and was actually a blood slave. Furthermore, the person who spoke had a higher status than the blood slave, and it was unknown who that person was. As for subcompletion level body refinement monarchs, regular mid-level monarchs wouldn't be able to deal with them. Generally speaking, to be able to increase the body refinement to the subcompletion level of primary C realm, the body refinement technique would definitely be Earth-class high tier. It also meant that this person's body refinement strength was most likely superior to Li Fuchen's body refinement strength. If the person had also grasped an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement art, killing regular mid-level monarchs would be as easy as slaughtering chickens. He could even kill regular high-level monarchs. Go? Or not go? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Go, I must go. If I don't go, I won't be able to find any clues. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and prepared to head to the Beheading Waterfall Town's Soul Break Forest. The Beheading Waterfall Town was located in the Dragon River Seat's continuous thread city. It was a large town with a population of over 1 million. The Soul Break Forest was a famous dangerous place in the vicinity of the Beheading Waterfall Town. It was rumored that many monarchs went missing in the Soul Break Forest. Late at night, there were shadows in the Soul Break Forest. On a large tree there were 3 shadows standing there. The leader's shadow had a strange chi presence and had a trace of illusion. There was a subtle sound as another shadow stood on the tree. "Where is your token?" the leader's shadow asked the new shadow. The new shadow took out the token and shook it. There was a flash of bloodlight. The leader's shadow nodded and didn't say anything else. Li Fuchen was silently rejoicing that he had a way to refine the blood-colored token. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. It turned out that the blood-colored token could be used without refining it. However, Li Fuchen noticed a refinement restriction in the deepest part of the blood-colored token. This refinement restriction was extremely brilliant. Li Fuchen reckoned that apart from himself, not even peak-class monarchs would be able to refine it. Previously, Li Fuchen wasn't sure, but now, he was extremely certain that this dark faction definitely had the shadow of a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Otherwise, a refinement restriction wouldn't be so brilliant. After all, restrictions and arrays were different. Restrictions had an extremely high requirement for cultivation level. The stronger the cultivation level, the stronger the restriction. Without having to worry about his identity being exposed, Li Fuchen had the chance to observe the trio. Among the trio, the Shadow Leader had the highest cultivation and was at the 7th level of primary C realm. Furthermore, Li Fuchen could feel traces of dangerous chi intent from the Shadow Leader. His strength was probably superior to the Extinction Saber Monarch, and he probably had plenty of methods. As for the other 2 shadows, one was at the 6th level of primary C realm, and the other was at the 5th level of primary C realm. Their chi presence was much stronger than regular mid-level monarchs, and wasn't inferior to the Blood Beam Monarch. Chapter 602. When it was late at night and no one else came, the Shadow Leader said, "There is a total of 5 of us. The other blood slave is watching him. Report your recent situation to me." The 6th-level shadow shook his head and said, "In recent years, the great medicines are getting more cautious. It isn't easy to find them. 1 year ago, we discovered a great medicine that is suspected to be using the Chi Power Lock to lower the Chi blood wave. It is a pity that the great medicine escaped." The Shadow Leader turned to look at the 5th-level primary C realm shadow. The shadow grinned and said, "Lord Blood Slave, over a month ago, we captured a nascent great medicine and it has been taken away by the medicine collection team. I reckon that it won't take long before the medicine collection team delivers it to Lord Blood Emperor." "That's right." The Shadow Leader nodded. As a blood slave, his status was 1 level higher than a blood slave. The blood slave's harvest was also his harvest, and he wouldn't be lacking in rewards. Over a month ago? Nascent great medicine? Blood Emperor? Li Fuchen suspected that the Shadow Leader was referring to Lei Donghai. Great medicines should be the organization's term, and it meant body refinement monarch. Nascent great medicines were naturally body refinement monarchs at the initial stage. What made Li Fuchen frown was that this dark organization was indeed backed by a law phase realm emperor. He didn't think that the Blood Emperor was a half-emperor, as half-emperors weren't able to make so many people so loyal to him. It seems like I have to consider this carefully. Li Fuchen might want to rescue Senior Yuan Long, but he knew clearly how difficult it was to rescue Senior Yuan Long from a law phase realm emperor. Let alone the fact that he was only at the first level of primary sea realm. Even if he was at the mid-levels of primary sea realm, it was impossible. Unless he was at the high levels of primary sea realm, and the Blood Emperor was a weaker law phase realm emperor, there would be a trace of hope. What about you? Finally, the Shadow Leader looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "It has been a few years since I opened the shop." The Shadow Leader sized up Li Fuchen with a puzzled expression. "Why are you only at the first level of primary sea realm?" In response, the other two shadows stared at Li Fuchen, and the atmosphere instantly turned icy cold. The Blood Emperor's blood slaves were all at least at the fourth level of primary sea realm, without exception. Li Fuchen said calmly, "I suffered some injuries. I was originally at the sixth level of primary sea realm." While speaking, Li Fuchen circulated the divine flame red rainbow technique, and burst out with a powerful qi presence. From the intensity of the qi presence, it wasn't weaker than regular fourth-level monarchs. I see. The three of them did not suspect anything. Firstly, Li Fuchen's qi presence wasn't something a first-level monarch should have. Secondly, they were very confident in the blood-colored token. The restriction in the depths of the blood-colored token had been personally placed by the Blood Emperor. Even a quasi-emperor would not be able to refine it. In other words, if Li Fuchen was able to refine the restriction in the depths of the token, he wouldn't need to fear them and wouldn't need to explain anything to them. Therefore, the three of them instantly dispelled their doubt. At dawn, the blood-red token in the leader's hand vibrated. He infused his zhenqi with it. "Lord Blood Slave, the target has come out from the east gate of the town." Keeping the token, the leader waved his hand and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he was already like a giant bat, disappearing into the darkness of the night that had yet to completely disappear. Lying in ambush a few thousand miles away from the east of the town, the four of them were motionless like rocks. The darkness of the night gradually dispersed, and there was a patch of white light on the horizon. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the trio. The leader was wearing a black mask, while the other two were wearing white masks. Of course, Li Fuchen was also wearing a white mask. This white mask was found in the Blood Bee Monarch's storage bag. Li Fuchen guessed that it was used by the blood slaves to meet each other. After all, no one wished to reveal their appearance. If there was a spy among them, wouldn't they be easily recognized? After 10 minutes, Li Fuchen's expression changed slightly. His spiritual awareness was fanned out and he sensed that someone was coming. After concentrating his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen saw the person. It was a very handsome and elegant youth. If it wasn't for his sword-like brows and straight nose, Li Fuchen would suspect that he was a woman in disguise. This person was very young and from the body's qi presence, he seemed to be younger than Li Fuchen. The qi blood wave from his body was indeed very intense. If Li Fuchen was 239 qi blood wave, this person's qi blood wave would at least be around 1000. He should be cultivating an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. Li Fuchen said to himself. If the black-masked man knew that Li Fuchen had released his spiritual awareness, he would probably have the intention to kill Li Fuchen. After all, once the spiritual awareness was released, the enemy would definitely know that he was being ambushed. Of course, this was the effect that Li Fuchen wanted. He didn't really plan to ambush the enemy. "Friend, you are being ambushed. The enemy has 3 individuals. 1 7th-level primary sea realm, 1 6th-level primary sea realm, and 1 5th-level primary sea realm. Including the person following behind you, there are a total of 4 individuals. Li Fuchen used his spiritual awareness as a medium to transmit his voice into the enemy's ears. The handsome youth frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Li Fuchen continued to transmit his voice. Be careful of the enemy's blood sift net. This net can suppress qi blood. After speaking, Li Fuchen didn't say anything else. He believed that the enemy would make the right choice. 500 miles. 100 miles. 10 miles. 3 miles. Do it. The black-masked man instantly scuttled out while the blood-colored metal ball in his hand was like a blood-colored lightning that was blasted at the handsome youth. At almost the same moment, the 2 white-masked men had also shot out the blood-colored metal ball in their hand. A few miles behind the handsome youth, there was also a blood-colored metal ball that flew over. For a moment, there were blood-colored metal balls in all directions, except for Li Fuchen's blood-colored metal ball. The black-masked man looked at Li Fuchen with astonishment. When he saw Li Fuchen's action, his eyes couldn't help but burst out with bone-chilling intent. It wasn't that Li Fuchen didn't use the blood sift net, but he changed the target to one of the white-masked men. Due to the closer distance, the handsome youth didn't make any movements. On Li Fuchen's side, the blood-colored metal ball had already turned into a blood net and had enveloped the 5th-level primary C realm white-masked man. The blood net tightened and wrapped the white-masked man into a blood ball, immobilizing him. "Humph, I am waiting for you." Seeing that there were blood-colored metal balls in all directions, the handsome youth's sword-like brows raised. With a flash, he dodged with ease. Black snake palm. With a palm strike, a black qi power that was like a black snake had tunneled into the body of one of the white-masked men at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. Bang! A blood mist exploded and the white-masked man was instantly blasted into pieces. Not good, this is Earth-class peak-tier qi power. The black-masked man had an extremely unpleasant expression. Earth-class peak-tier qi power could only be cultivated with an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique. If one cultivated an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique to the subcompletion level of primary C realm, such strength wouldn't be inferior to peak-class monarchs and half-emperors. Flee! The black-masked man didn't hesitate and immediately turned to flee. Behind the handsome youth, the white-masked man had also started to flee. Stay behind. Li Fuchen obstructed the black-masked man. Courting death. The black-masked man's murderous aura burst out. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, the blood sift net might have trapped him. With 4 layers of the blood sift net stacked together, so what if the black-masked man had Earth-class peak-tier qi power? A black fork appeared in the black-masked man's hand as he thrust the fork at Li Fuchen. SS. The fork transformed in the air and turned into a water serpent. The water serpent's scales were lifelike and emitted a qi presence that could destroy all living things. Heaven-class martial art. Li Fuchen was certain that the black-masked man's move was definitely a heaven-class martial art. The black-masked man might not be at the trance stage and was much inferior to Li Fuchen, but when the black-masked man executed it with his 7th-level primary C realm cultivation, it was simply devastating and massacring. Li Fuchen was glad that he didn't expose himself earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for the black-masked man. Li Fuchen didn't receive this move forcefully and released a spiritual awareness attack before dodging with a flash. Spiritual awareness attack. The black-masked man glared at Li Fuchen and was preparing to continue fleeing. I said to let you stay behind. When the sword was brandished, the spatial zone was like a shattered mirror. The black-masked man was frozen for an instant and blood splattered from the black-masked man's body. Die! The black-masked man was enraged and brandished the black fork in his hand in a frenzy. A water serpent that was 10 times bigger than before lunged at Li Fuchen. I can't dodge. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness might have sensed it in advance, but his body speed wasn't able to keep up. Behind Li Fuchen, the charming youth had dealt with the remaining white-masked man and rushed over in time. With a slap of his right hand, a large black snake scuttled out and tangled with the water serpent. Bang boom! The water serpent was like tofu as it was minced into nothingness by the black snake. The slightly dimmed black snake continued to lunge at the black-masked man. Break! The black-masked man stabbed the black snake with his fork. Pfff. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the black-masked man was sent flying. The charming youth was too powerful. He didn't just cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique, he also cultivated an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement art. With the combination of the two, he was comparable with a half-emperor, and the black-masked man wasn't someone the black-masked man could contest with. Go! After sending the black-masked man flying with a palm strike, the charming youth shook his left hand and chased after the black-masked man with a silver rope. After doing everything, the charming youth turned around and asked Li Fuchen coldly, "Who are you? What is your relationship with this group of people?" Li Fuchen said, "My friend has been captured by them. I only managed to sneak in a few hours ago." The black-masked man was very powerful, and even if Li Fuchen didn't warn him, the blood-sift net wouldn't be able to trap him. "Your friend has been captured? Then how did you sneak in?" "From what I know, the blood-sift union is very strict and it isn't that easy to sneak in," the charming youth asked. Li Fuchen said, "Just because it is hard doesn't mean it is impossible. You said this organization is called the Blood-Sift Union? Do you know any information about the Blood-Sift Union?" Chapter 603. From the young man, Li Fuchen found out that the Blood-Sift Union was a secret organization that only appeared in the recent decade. Once they appeared, they caused countless bloodbaths. During this period of time, there were plenty of law-phase realm emperors who worked together to eliminate the Blood-Sift Union. But they didn't succeed. Li Fuchen took off his white mask and introduced himself. "Shangguan Yu." The charming young man sized up Li Fuchen and realized that Li Fuchen was as young as him. The charming young man started to believe Li Fuchen. Immediately after, the duo started to interrogate the black-masked and white-masked men. The black-masked man was rather straightforward as he consumed poison to commit suicide. The poison was hidden in the gaps of his teeth. The white-masked man didn't have such a high resolution as the black-masked man. After all, who would want to die if they could live? Li Fuchen took off the white-masked man's white mask. Under the mask was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a pair of eyes that were filled with vicious qi. "Have you seen this person before?" Li Fuchen's qi burst out and drew out Yuan Long's appearance. "I have," the middle-aged man replied honestly. "Tell us everything you know," Shangguan Yu said. The middle-aged man shook his head. "Swear to spare my life." Shangguan Yu sneered. "You don't have the qualifications to bargain with us." "Then kill me," the middle-aged man said straightforwardly. Li Fuchen nodded. "We can spare your life, but the things you say must be valuable. If not, we will still kill you." Just like that, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu swore that as long as the things the middle-aged man said were valuable, they would spare his life. Seeing the situation, the middle-aged man let out a breath of relief and started to tell them everything he knew. The Blood-Sift Union has 1 president and 4 vice-presidents. The Blood Emperor is one of the vice-presidents. The 5 presidents are all law-phase realm emperors. Among them, the president is the most mysterious. It is rumored that he is a high-level emperor. The Blood-Sift Union had previously encountered several crises and was resolved by him. Apart from the 5 presidents, the Blood-Sift Union also has 18 team leaders and 72 deacons, all of whom are quasi-emperors. The 5 presidents each have their own plans. Lord Blood Emperor's plan is to search for and capture body refinement kings and absorb their vital energy and blood essence to increase his own cultivation. In the past few decades, he has already advanced 2 realms and his position is faintly showing signs of surpassing the other vice-presidents. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Li Fuchen said, "You said that the Blood Emperor requires the Qi blood essence of body refinement monarchs to cultivate?" "Yes, but Lord Blood Emperor won't drain the body refinement king's blood essence all at once. Instead, he will extract it every once in a while. Most of the time, he will extract the blood essence to concoct elixirs. The Blood Emperor elixir that Lord Blood Emperor concocts is a heaven-level low-tier elixir. The next tier is the quasi-heaven-level elixir, Blood King elixir. I was fortunate enough to be bestowed with a Blood King elixir. The bottleneck that I had been stuck in for many years was instantly broken and I advanced by one realm. But because of that, our bodies were imprinted by Blood Emperor's Qi and blood. We can't betray him anymore. Otherwise, if we go against our oath, our Qi and blood will flow in the opposite direction and we will explode to death. Of course, I only took one Blood King elixir. What a ruthless control method." Shangguan Yu frowned. No wonder the blood sift net hasn't been destroyed after so many years. Its control method is too ruthless. She believes that the middle-aged man with a flat nose definitely doesn't know much. He probably doesn't know the core information at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't just take one Blood King pill. He would be ordered to take 2 Blood King pills to deepen the Qi and blood imprint. Where is the Blood Emperor staying? Where is the headquarters of the Blood Sift Union? Shangguan Yu might have guessed that the middle-aged man didn't know much, but he still had to ask. The middle-aged man with a flat nose shook his head. Only the president knows about the headquarters of the Blood Sift Union. Not even the group leader knows. As for the residence of the Blood Emperor, all the blood slaves know about it. But the blood slaves will never betray the Blood Emperor. The members of the medicine collection team are also blood slaves? Li Fuchen asked. The middle-aged man with a flat nose nodded. Yes, the medicine collection team belongs to the Blood Emperor. The group leader and vice-group leader are all blood slaves. How do I contact the medicine collection team? Li Fuchen asked again. Just adjust the communication array in the token and you will be able to contact. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, his body suddenly turned red. Bang! There was an explosion of blood mist and the middle-aged man was blasted into smithereens. Shangguan Yu waved his hand to blow away the blood mist and said, "It seems like even if one only consumes one Blood King pill, as long as the information is exposed too deeply, one will also die from the Qi and blood explosion. It is fortunate that I have some gains." Even though the middle-aged man was already dead, Li Fuchen still obtained a piece of useful information. It turned out that the communication array in the blood-colored token could be adjusted. Right now, he could only transmit messages to the nearby blood slave. But after some adjustments, he should be able to transmit messages to the blood slaves and the medicine collection team. Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't possible to transmit messages to the Blood Emperor. Did you refine it? Refine a piece of blood slave token? How did you refine it? Shangguan Yu had 3 tokens. One was the black-masked man's blood slave token, the other 2 were the white-masked man's blood slave tokens. He was the one who killed all 3 of them. In fact, he still had another blood slave token, but he wasn't able to refine it. In her opinion, since Li Fuchen was able to sneak in, he must have a way to refine the token. Li Fuchen didn't deny it and said, "Perhaps my spiritual awareness is much stronger than others. Then can you help me refine this blood slave token? I can agree to a request that is within my capabilities." Shangguan Yu said. Li Fuchen said, "I can help you refine the blood slave token. As for the request, forget it. The enemy of an enemy might not be a friend, but they could work hard to become friends." Since Shangguan Yu's target was also the Blood Sift Union, Li Fuchen felt that they could work together. Furthermore, if Shangguan Yu wasn't around, a single blood slave would be enough for Li Fuchen. After receiving the token, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness inside. The blood slave token was of a higher grade than the blood slave token, therefore, it was naturally harder to refine. Withdrawing his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen said, let's find a place to stay first. I am afraid I will need 3 to 4 days to refine this blood slave token. Sure. Shangguan Yu nodded. It was within his expectations that the blood slave token was hard to refine. After all, he spent half a month and didn't even refine the blood slave token, let alone the blood slave token. After finding an inn in Beheading Waterfall Town, the duo stayed in. From Shangguan Yu, Li Fuchen found out that Shangguan Yu was seeking revenge for a friend and was investigating the Blood Sift Union. But Li Fuchen felt that things weren't so simple. 3 days later, Li Fuchen refined the blood slave token. But the instant the blood slave token was refined successfully, Li Fuchen cursed silently. Using his spiritual awareness, he could see an invisible blood light rushing into the sky and into the clouds. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's body had an additional trace of something that didn't belong to him, and it was extremely obscure. I was careless. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. Chapter 604. After placing the blood servant token on the side, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and started to scan his body. After the first scan, Li Fuchen didn't discover anything. Frowning, Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power and started to scan for the second time. During the second scan, Li Fuchen noticed something strange. His qi blood wasn't circulating at all, but at his chest, the qi blood was circulating in a very obscure way. If it wasn't for his spirit soul power, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to sense this obscure way of circulation. Li Fuchen lifted up the clothes in front of his chest and took a closer look. It was unknown when a blood skull mark appeared on his chest. This is a mark? Li Fuchen had a very unpleasant expression. When a mark was left on the body, it was the same as a flame in the darkness. It was hard to not attract attention. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the dragon elephant power and wanted to disperse the circulating qi blood. PFFF. After the qi blood was dispersed, the blood skull mark vanished. But in the next moment, the blood skull mark appeared on Li Fuchen's left arm. Continuing to disperse the qi blood, the blood skull mark appeared on Li Fuchen's back again. From start to finish, Li Fuchen didn't know what method was used to automatically circulate a portion of his qi blood. Furthermore, it was done in an obscure and free manner. Li Fuchen had a feeling that this mark wouldn't vanish unless his qi blood dried up. Could it be the legendary incantation mark? Li Fuchen's expression was getting increasingly unpleasant. If the blood skull mark wasn't vanishing, Li Fuchen's expression was already unpleasant. But the blood skull mark was constantly consuming qi blood, which made Li Fuchen's heart sink. The consumption of qi blood wasn't considered much now, but who knew what would happen in the future? Li Fuchen explained to Shangguan Yu. Shangguan Yu spoke in a deep and apologetic voice. This is indeed an incantation mark. An incantation mark is a kind of law. Unless the incantation mark is extremely proficient or the incantation mark is of a high cultivation realm, it is impossible to remove the incantation mark. Of course, there is another possibility. The incantation mark can be removed by the person who placed the incantation mark. But to get the Blood Emperor to remove the incantation mark, it is much harder than the first two possibilities. How do I learn the incantation mark? Li Fuchen had already calmed down. With his astonishing perception, as long as he was given the foundation of incantations, he believed that he would be able to walk his own path on the path of incantations. Shangguan Yu shook his head and said, "The curse Tao is thousands of times rarer than the body-tempering Tao. Without an inheritance, it is impossible to learn it." What does the higher realm refer to? Cultivation or law realm? Li Fuchen continued to ask. Shangguan Yu said, "To be precise, it's the realm of rules. As the saying goes, all things are interlinked. The curse seal itself is also a kind of rule, so it's possible to use other rules to dispel it. However, the prerequisite is that the realm of rules has reached an extremely high level, even higher than the curse seal of the person who cast the curse seal. In other words, if my sword intent is strong enough, I can sever the curse power on my body. That's right. Shangguan Yu nodded. I see. I understand now. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. If his law realm had reached an extremely high level of attainment, he would still have some confidence. If low-tier heaven-class sword intent didn't work, then he would use mid-tier heaven-class sword intent. If mid-tier heaven-class sword intent didn't work, then he would use high-tier heaven-class sword intent. It was at least easier than reaching the law phase realm. Furthermore, the Blood Emperor was also a law phase realm emperor. Even if his cultivation reached the law phase realm, he might not be able to dispel the curse seal. He would only be able to suppress the curse seal. Apologies, I didn't think that the Blood Emperor is also proficient in the curse seal Dao. Shangguan Yu said apologetically. Li Fuchen said, I was too careless. Since things have come to this, there is no need to be conflicted. The problem now is that I have already become a torch in the darkness. Countless Blood Sift Union experts will come to pursue me. Let's split up here. It was already impossible to rescue Yuan Long, at least not for the time being. Li Fuchen only hoped that Yuan Long could hold on for a period of time. Once Li Fuchen had a trace of confidence, he would come and rescue Yuan Long. Shangguan Yu said unhappily, What kind of person do you think I am? Because of me, you are inflicted with the curse seal. Therefore, I have the responsibility to protect your safety. Li Fuchen said, Your strength should be at the half-emperor level. But what if the person that comes is stronger than you? What if it is a P-class half-emperor or a combat emperor? Below the law phase realm, apart from a half-emperor, there was an even stronger combat emperor. A combat emperor might not be at the law phase realm, but their combat strength was comparable with law phase realm emperors. Therefore, they were called combat emperors. Shangguan Yu said, It is one matter if I can protect you, it is another matter if I have the responsibility to protect you. Furthermore, I might have a way to remove the curse seal in advance. You have a way? Li Fuchen took a glance at Shangguan Yu. If you don't have anything else, follow me to the Skylight residence. There is a senior there that is proficient in curse seals. Shangguan Yu said. All right. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and nodded. He had to remove the curse seal no matter what. If he could remove it earlier, it would naturally be for the best. The duo immediately packed up and headed for the Skylight residence. Along the way, Li Fuchen found out that Shangguan Yu's cultivation technique was called the Black Jade Bone Shine technique. It was an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique. When cultivated to the extremity, it would allow the user to reach the initial level of Law Phase realm. In the past, Li Fuchen had always been proud of cultivating the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter. As compared to Shangguan Yu's Black Jade Bone Shine technique, it was definitely inferior. Shangguan Yu's cultivation technique could be cultivated to the initial level of Law Phase realm, while Li Fuchen's Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter could only be cultivated to the completion level of Primary C realm. As for Shangguan Yu's body refinement technique, Black Snake Palm, it was also at the Earth-class peak tier and had its own system. As compared to Shangguan Yu's Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique, it was much stronger. However, Shangguan Yu's Black Snake Palm had yet to reach the trance stage and was inferior to Li Fuchen. The body refinement Dao has an extremely high requirement for resources. Furthermore, body refinement aptitude is very important. I can see that you have some body refinement cultivation. It is best not to delve too deeply into it. Shangguan Yu reminded Li Fuchen, as he didn't notice that half of Li Fuchen's body refinement was already sealed by the Qi Power Seal. Li Fuchen didn't wish to conceal it from Shangguan Yu and said, Actually, my body refinement is already at the Primary C realm. But I am worried that the Blood Sift Union will discover it, therefore, I used the Qi Power Seal to seal my Qi blood and Qi power. Your body refinement and Qi cultivation are both at the Primary C realm? Shangguan Yu was shocked. He already knew that Li Fuchen was only slightly over 30 years old. What kind of aptitude was required to increase his body refinement and chi cultivation to the primary sea realm when he was just over 30 years old? At least, Shangguan Yu had never heard of anyone that could achieve this at the age of 30. What is your bone frame? Shangguan Yu asked. Her bone frame was the black jade bone frame that was comparable with the Arhat bone frame. Li Fuchen said, Blazing flame bone frame. Blazing flame bone frame? Shangguan Yu frowned as he couldn't understand Li Fuchen. Perhaps Li Fuchen had a secret physique. Chapter 605. In the boundless brown wilderness, two figures were traveling rapidly like streams of light. Li Fuchen realized that every 2 hours or so, the blood skull incantation on his body would suddenly light up. Once it lit up, the chi blood consumption would increase by 100 times. At the same time, an obscure wave would be transmitted. With the previous experience, every time the blood skull incantation lit up, Li Fuchen would activate his spirit soul ability to conceal the incantation wave. He might not be able to completely conceal it, but it was better than nothing. This wilderness was at least a few tens of thousands of miles, and it was the largest wilderness in the Dragon River Sea. Along the way, the duo saw plenty of people fighting. Just as they were about to exit the wilderness, Li Fuchen said, We are surrounded. Break out from this direction. Li Fuchen suddenly changed directions and said to Shangguan Yu. Shangguan Yu didn't doubt Li Fuchen. During the past few days, he had already witnessed the power of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even half-emperors weren't as powerful as Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. After traveling for a few hundred miles, Li Fuchen changed directions again. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the duo was surrounded by black shadows. Every time Li Fuchen chose a direction, it would be a gap between the black shadows. But as the encirclement got smaller, the gaps got smaller too. There are only 3 individuals in this direction, and one of them is at the 8th level of primary sea realm. Li Fuchen said. Leave it to me. Shangguan Yu revealed a confident expression. Soon enough, both sides encountered each other. On the opposite side was a black-masked individual and 2 white-masked individuals. Without any nonsense, once both sides encountered each other, they immediately started a fight. Black Snake Palm. Shangguan Yu's Black Snake Palm was very tyrannical. With 2 palm strikes, 2 black snake chi powers burrowed into the white-masked individuals' bodies with extreme speed. Bang bang! There were 2 bursts of blood mist. Earth-class peak-tier chi power? The black-masked individuals were appalled as they retreated frantically. Heaven and Earth extermination. Li Fuchen's sword locked onto the opponent's void. A sword art that contained the void Dao laws was too incredible. Even if it couldn't injure the opponent, it could immobilize them for a split second. This split second gave Shangguan Yu an opportunity. Black Snake Drill. Shangguan Yu lifted his right hand and spun it. A black snake chi power that was 10 times larger burst out. The spatial zone seemed to be unstable as it was distorted by the black snake chi power. No! The speed of the black snake's chi force was too fast. It was as if it had teleported. The black-masked man had no time to dodge. He could only raise his saber and slash at the black snake's chi force. At most, he could only use 30 to 40% of his strength. Bang! The long saber twisted and collapsed. The black-masked man spat out a mouthful of blood as countless bloody holes appeared on his body. After Shangguan Yu's black snake drill exploded, it turned into countless small black snakes that attacked the black-masked man. If it was in the past, Shangguan Yu would definitely use the king binding rope to bind the other party. Now, she only wanted to break out of the encirclement and use the black snake palm to tear the other party apart. Go! Shangguan Yu's body was covered in a black halo and his speed was even faster than Li Fuchen. Not long after the two left, a group of masked men appeared. This person is extremely strong. He is at least a medial-grade quasi-emperor. Humph! Even a medial-grade quasi-emperor can forget about escaping. In the next few days, the two of them did not encounter any enemies. It seemed that the next encirclement would take some time. Shangguan Yu said, "As long as we reach the Dragon River Seat County City, we will be able to use the teleportation array to teleport to the Skylight Seat County City." The construction of the teleportation array required spatial crystals, and the amount of spatial crystals would determine the number of teleportation arrays. Otherwise, with the wealth of the Red Moon Emperor and the Soul Emperor, it wouldn't be difficult for them to construct a teleportation array in every city. After all, the other materials used to construct the teleportation array might be precious, but they were only precious for monarchs. The two of them were traveling at extreme speed, but they would occasionally stop to rest. Traveling at full speed would consume a lot of chi and chi power. They had to maintain their condition to deal with sudden situations. When they were halfway to the Dragon River Seat County City, the two of them were intercepted again. This time, there were a total of 5 individuals intercepting them. There were 3 high-level Primary Sea Realm experts and 2 mid-level Primary Sea Realm experts. Furthermore, these 2 mid-level Primary Sea Realm experts were at the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm and not the 5th or 4th level. A great battle instantly erupted. Shangguan Yu relied on his valiant strength to fight 1 against 3. His opponents were the 3 high-level Primary Sea Realm experts. As for Li Fuchen, he had to face 2 6th-level Primary Sea Realm monarchs alone. These 2 individuals had incredible strength and weren't regular 6th-level Primary Sea Realm monarchs. From their attacks, Li Fuchen was certain that they had also cultivated a heaven-class martial art. However, their proficiency wasn't high enough, and they weren't able to utilize the quintessence of the heaven-class martial art. After executing 2 consecutive spiritual awareness attacks, Li Fuchen took advantage of the moment when the 2 monarchs froze to envelop them with his sword move, Heaven and Earth Extermination. PFFF. Apart from the areas that were protected by the artifact armor, the rest of the bodies had been slashed apart, including their heads. What? One of the high-level Primary Sea Realm monarchs who was in battle with Shangguan Yu widened his eyes and couldn't believe his eyes. The Blood Sift Union's mid-level monarchs might be inferior to high-level monarchs. Mid-level monarchs would normally cultivate heaven-class martial arts for a short period of time and wouldn't have high proficiency. High-level monarchs would have cultivated heaven-class martial arts for a long period of time and would be able to utilize the quintessence of heaven-class martial art. Their strength would basically be comparable to low-class half-emperors. However, heaven-class martial arts were still heaven-class martial arts. As long as one had a certain level of proficiency, they would be able to burst out with powerful strength. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the Blood Sift Union's mid-level monarchs were comparable with high-level monarchs in the outside world. Li Fuchen was just a low-level monarch, and he was actually able to kill 2 of them in a short period of time. If he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. Shangguan Yu's strength was formidable, and according to his strength, he should be around the level of a mid-class half-emperor. With his incredible defense, even a mid-class half-emperor wouldn't be able to injure him. But this time, the 3 high-level monarchs weren't ordinary people. The strongest one was probably already at the level of a high-class half-emperor. As for the other 2, one was a low-class half-emperor and the other was a mid-class half-emperor. This was Shangguan Yu. If it was any other monarch with strength similar to Shangguan Yu and didn't cultivate the body refinement Dao, they would already be dead. Brother Shangguan, you should kill the weakest one first. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Shangguan Yu. All right. Shangguan Yu knew that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was incredible, but he had never witnessed it. Not good. The black-masked man with the strength of a low-class half-emperor suddenly felt his head shaking and his body froze for a short moment. It was extremely short, and if Shangguan Yu was a low-class half-emperor, he wouldn't be able to threaten the black-masked man. But Shangguan Yu was a mid-class half-emperor and a body refinement monarch. Once the Black Snake Palm was executed, the Black Snake Chi power had destroyed the black-masked man's body. Damn it! Chapter 606. Li Fuchen wasn't a match for a mid-class half-emperor. Even his spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack wouldn't be effective. Shangguan Yu naturally knew about this, so he immediately unleashed his aura. Shangguan Yu's spirit was very strange. It didn't seem like the spirit that came with cultivation techniques or martial arts, but rather the spirit that came with it. This kind of qi spirit didn't have a shape, but it was extremely solid. Li Fuchen believed that even if his giant dragon spirit was several times stronger, it wouldn't be as powerful as Shangguan Yu's qi spirit. The aura enveloped that mid-level quasi-emperor, making it difficult for him to move. Bloodline spirit, who exactly are you? The high-ranked quasi-emperor, the black-masked man, could not help feeling shocked. The body refinement bone frame could allow a person to possess innate strength. On the other hand, the body refining bloodline could give one an innate aura. Those who possessed both could be said to be rare geniuses in the world of body refinement. However, in the next moment, the black-masked man with the power of a high-level emperor-to-be revealed a fiery expression. If he offered this person to the Blood Emperor, the Blood Emperor would definitely help him break through to the Transcendence realm. Others might not know, but he was very clear that the Blood Emperor absorbing the blood essence for cultivation was only the surface. Absorbing the spirituality within the blood essence was the true purpose. Of course, both methods required blood essence. For a person who possessed both the body refinement bone frame and the body refinement bloodline, it was hard to imagine how powerful the spirituality of the blood essence would be. From the blood arch, Jiang Yi vaguely knew that only a saint's ancestor would be able to pass down the bloodline. In other words, it was very likely that Shangguan Yu's ancestor was a great sage. The high-rank quasi-emperor black-masked man shouted and brandished his sword. Layers of sword light swept toward Shangguan Yu like a storm. Shangguan Yu used his left hand to block the storm of sword light, while his right hand formed a saber and slashed at the black-masked man with the strength of a mid-level quasi-emperor. Pucci! That black-masked man with the strength of a mid-level quasi-emperor did not even have time to scream before he was directly split in half. Even his armor was torn apart. Shangguan Yu grunted and was sent flying by the high-rank quasi-emperor black-masked man. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Hit! A blood-red iron ball appeared in the black-masked man's hand. He threw it and a huge blood net enveloped Shangguan Yu. At the same time, a force field similar to aura spread out. A quasi-heaven-grade secret treasure. The blood sift net thrown by the black-masked man was a quasi-heaven-grade artifact, a level higher than the blood sift nets of the other masked men. If it was just an ordinary blood sift net, Shangguan Yu could have easily dodged it. However, not only was this blood sift net bigger, it also contained a force field. It was already too late for Shangguan Yu to dodge. Exterminate the heavens and exterminate the earth. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen slashed at the blood sift net and bought some time for Shangguan Yu. This tiny bit of time was enough for Shangguan Yu to avoid the blood sift net. Hateful brat! The black-masked man was furious and slashed at Li Fuchen. This slash might be a casual slash, but when executed with his 9th-level primary Sea Realm cultivation, the sword chi contained a sense of annihilation. Even the air was tainted by the sword chi and was filled with murderous intent. Sky Ring Sword Armor. Li Fuchen brandished the joint heaven sword, and a layer of sword screen blocked in front of the sword chi. Crackle! The sword screen was torn apart and Li Fuchen was sent flying while vomiting blood. Fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. He truly lives up to being a high-ranked quasi-emperor. Li Fuchen took the opportunity to widen the distance and continuously blasted his spiritual awareness attacks on the black-masked man's mind. The black-masked man's expression changed. He had already erected his spiritual awareness defense, but Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were still tearing his spiritual awareness defense and shaking his true spirit, making it hard for him to concentrate fully in the battle. Black Snake Drill. Shangguan Yu executed a palm strike, and the black snake chi power was like a violent dragon that swept at the black-masked man. The black-masked man didn't dare to be careless, and had no choice but to temporarily give up on killing Li Fuchen and continued to fight with Shangguan Yu. After all, Shangguan Yu was a body refinement monarch, but the black-masked man wasn't. If he was careless and got hit, it wouldn't be as simple as a light injury. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness extended over 10,000 miles, and when he saw that the surroundings were filled with masked men, he quickly transmitted a message to Shangguan Yu. "End the battle quickly, I will create an opportunity for you." While speaking, the spiritual awareness attacks were even more frenzied, and there were also illusion art attacks. The black-masked man was in agony. Shangguan Yu's spiritual awareness attacks and illusion art attacks might not be able to pose a true threat to him, but they were able to divert a lot of his attention, making it hard for him to concentrate and fight with Shangguan Yu. It felt like his hands and feet were tied. "I just need to persevere a little longer." The black-masked man could only comfort himself. Meteor fall. Right at this moment, a dazzling stream of light was shot at the black-masked man. Meteor fall contained extreme speed and power, while extreme speed and power could affect the void. Therefore, meteor fall might not contain the void Dao laws, but it had the same effect as the void Dao laws and could cause the void to stagnate. Or to put it in a deeper way, meteor fall had the effect of affecting the flow of time. Time was paramount, and there were many paths that led to time. Speed and power were definitely one of the paths. Li Fuchen's meteor fall was already at the trance stage. In terms of individual power, it was superior to the heaven and earth extermination. In terms of the sure kill attribute, it wasn't inferior to the heaven and earth extermination, and it was hard for enemies to dodge. PFFF. The black-masked man's chi protection was broken and a bloody hole appeared on his body. The bloody hole wasn't fatal, but it caused the black-masked man's chi intent to leak, and he wasn't able to gather his chi. 5 forms Emperor Fist. Shampasaurus kill. Shangguan Yu's chi power was flowing out in a frenzy and gathered on his right fist. Visible to the naked eye, a Shampasaurus shadow appeared around Shangguan Yu's body. The Shampasaurus shadow had an ancient chi presence, and it felt as though it walked out from the desolate ancient times. It was emitting an intense murderous aura and a destructive aura. Heaven-class body refinement fist art. At the crucial moment, Shangguan Yu executed the heaven-class body refinement fist art. The chi power required to execute the heaven-class body refinement fist art was too abundant. Even Shangguan Yu could only execute it twice within a short period of time. After executing it for the second time, he would only be left with 10% of his chi power. This was also the reason why he only executed it now. After all, if he couldn't severely injure the enemy, he would be in a crisis of lacking chi power. It is about time. Li Fuchen didn't expect Shangguan Yu to cultivate a heaven-class body refinement fist art. Li Fuchen didn't know how powerful a heaven-class body refinement fist art was. But he knew that among heaven-class martial arts of the same tier, body refinement martial arts were much stronger than chi cultivation martial arts. Since Shangguan Yu cultivated a heaven-class body refinement fist art, the black-masked man was basically doomed. Boom! The void shook as the Shampasaurus shadow smashed on the black-masked man. Immediately after, the black-masked man's body burst out with blood. He looked like a wooden bucket that was filled with blood that was collapsing. Heaven and earth extermination. Striking while the iron was hot, Li Fuchen executed the heaven and earth extermination. The heaven and earth extermination contained the void Dao laws and didn't have much conflict with the Shampasaurus kill. The sword chi followed the gap and sliced the black-masked man's body. "I am unwilling." As the black-masked man let out a miserable scream, his body was split into pieces. "Let's go." After keeping the black-masked man's storage bag, the duo left in a hurry. Even the vice group leader has been killed. Could he be a P-class half-emperor? The few black masked men that rushed over spoke with deep voices. The Blood Sift Union had a total of 18 groups, and each group leader was a peak-class half-emperor. The vice group leader was a high-class half-emperor. In their opinion, even a peak-class half-emperor might not be able to kill a high-class half-emperor within a short period of time. After much effort, the duo finally arrived at the Dragon River Seats, Dragon River City. After spending a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, the duo teleported to the Skylight Seats, Skylight City. After exiting the Skylight City, they headed east. After traveling for over 20,000 miles, Li Fuchen saw a tall mountain. This mountain wasn't majestic, but it was very precipitous. It was like an unsheathed sharp sword that was pointing straight at the sky. This mountain is called the Incantation Mountain, and it is one of the few mystical mountains in the Emperor Sky continent. It naturally contains the profound laws, and the one that resides on the Incantation Mountain is a senior of mine. He is called the Incantation Martial Emperor, and he is extremely proficient in the Incantation Tao. If even he cannot remove the incantation on your body, then no one in the Emperor Sky continent can help you remove the incantation. Shangguan Yu said. Li Fuchen raised his brows. He knew about mystical mountains, and they were existences that were superior to famed mountains. In the entire Emperor Sky continent, there were only a few dozen of them, and they were all controlled by Emperor-class factions or Law Phase Realm Emperors. Li Fuchen didn't expect for Shangguan Yu's senior to be a Law Phase Realm Emperor. In fact, Li Fuchen already suspected that Shangguan Yu had a powerful background. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique and even a Heaven-class body refinement art. Incantation Martial Emperor? Could he use incantations to kill enemies? Li Fuchen was curious about the Incantation Martial Emperor. Shangguan Yu continued, the Incantation Martial Emperor might only be a low-level emperor, but on the Incantation Mountain, even a great emperor wouldn't be able to kill him. This mountain has already become his cardinal artifact and can greatly enhance the power of his incantations. Soon enough, the duo arrived at the foot of the Incantation Mountain. Open sesame, Shangguan Yu said. Creak. In the next moment, a door appeared in the air above the Incantation Mountain. Through the door, Li Fuchen could see the scenery on the Incantation Mountain. Come, let's enter. Shangguan Yu led Li Fuchen into the door. Once the duo entered, the door closed. Before Li Fuchen could ask, Shangguan Yu said, the incantation array set up by the Incantation Martial Emperor is able to recognize my spirit soul presence. Therefore, only when I say open sesame can we enter. It is useless for others to say it. Li Fuchen nodded. A regular array was already incredible, but it was obvious that the incantation array was even more incredible and unfathomable. On the way up the mountain, Li Fuchen saw plenty of abnormal lifeforms. There were grass people, stone people, and wind origin energy lifeforms. Even the fallen leaves could grow 2 legs and bounce around. Chapter 607. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, dozens of rocks on the side of the mountain path automatically assembled into a stone man. The stone man said, Little Yu, why are you looking for me? Little Yu? Li Fuchen looked at Shangguan Yu. If the other party was a woman disguised as a man, it was impossible for him, who had a top-notch spiritual sense, not to be able to see through it. The key was that he couldn't even see a trace of it. Shangguan Yu said angrily, Uncle Fan, didn't I tell you not to expose my identity? The stone man laughed and said, I forgot. Shangguan Yu was helpless as his figure and appearance changed. In the next moment, a valiant and formidable-looking woman with distinct facial features appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Don't mind it. Now let me reintroduce myself. My name is Shangguan Yu. Shangguan Yu said. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. It doesn't matter. In addition to a palace at the top of the mountain, there was also a pavilion. In the pavilion, a middle-aged man was drinking tea. Come here. the middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen arrived at the pavilion. Li Fuchen looked over and saw that the incantation Martial Emperor was much more ordinary than he imagined. If it wasn't for the illusory qi presence that was unique to the incantation Dao, he would look no different from an ordinary person. Sit down. The incantation Martial Emperor smiled. The two of them sat down. On the stone table, the teapot grew 2 legs and 2 small arms to pour tea for Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. The incantation Martial Emperor looked at Li Fuchen and frowned while speaking to Shangguan Yu. Last Xiao Yu, your friend is cursed. You want me to help him remove the curse? Curse? Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu looked at the incantation Martial Emperor with surprise. The incantation Martial Emperor said, curses are the most dangerous amongst the Tao of incantation seals, and it's also the most difficult to cultivate. I'm slightly confident in dispelling ordinary incantation seals, but I'm not even 10% confident in dispelling a curse. Of course, I have to first see what sort of curse you've been afflicted with. While speaking, an ancient incantation appeared on the incantation Martial Emperor's forehead. The incantation released a unique qi presence and enveloped Li Fuchen. After a breath, the incantation Martial Emperor said, it's a type of blood curse. Did you guys offend the Blood Emperor? The incantation Martial Emperor had an unpleasant expression. Shangguan Yu was too bold and actually dared to find trouble with the Blood Sift Union. Back then, he had also suppressed the Blood Sift Union with other Law Phase Realm Emperors, but they weren't able to do anything. The Blood Sift Union's vice leader, Blood Emperor's combat strength wasn't particularly strong, but his blood curse was truly incredible. Back then, a low-level emperor was struck by the Blood Emperor's blood curse and spent a few dozen years to slowly wear down the power of the blood curse. Shangguan Yu was unconvinced. The Blood Sift Association is hunting down body refinement monarchs everywhere. Are you not going to do anything about it? The incantation Martial Emperor said, it isn't that we don't care, but it isn't the right time yet. In the Emperor Sky continent, apart from the 7 elite Emperor-class factions, there are only a few that can pose a threat to the Blood Sift Union. Do you think that a Darkness Emperor-class organization can be eliminated so easily? After speaking, the incantation Martial Emperor looked at Li Fuchen and said, I still want to study this blood curse. During this period of time, you shall stay here. Studying curses would also be of some help to him in improving his cultivation. Li Fuchen said, the members of the Blood Sift Union can sense the curse on my body. They probably won't let this matter rest. The incantation Martial Emperor couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, this is the incantation mountain. Let alone the Blood Sift Union, even great emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to me for a short period of time. The incantation Martial Emperor still had this bit of confidence. Then I shall disturb Senior. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. He had been living in fear for the past few days, and it was good to have a safe place to stay temporarily. This was a massive underground palace, and below the underground palace was a large prison. The prison imprisoned a large number of body refinement monarchs. There were initial level, subcompletion level, completion level, and even a few at the perfection level. In one of the rooms, Yuan Long's limbs were shackled by 4 chains that extended from the back wall. The chains were very special, and after being shackled, the body didn't have any strength. Blood Emperor, you despicable and shameless fellow. I, the Bone Emperor, trusted you in vain and treated you as a partner. You actually plotted against me and made me unable to see the light of day. I curse you to die a horrible death, and let 10,000 demons devour your heart. Below the prison, there was a horrifying roar that even the array couldn't isolate. Yuan Long sighed silently. After being imprisoned for a few days, he gradually found out that there was another prison below the prison. This prison was only imprisoning one person, and it was a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Even a Law Phase Realm Emperor was imprisoned here. Yuan Long was in despair and knew that if nothing unexpected happened, he would die in this prison for the rest of his life. Li Fuchen. In Yuan Long's mind, Li Fuchen's image appeared involuntarily. Every time he thought of Li Fuchen, Yuan Long would have a trace of hope in his despair. If he could see the light of day again, Li Fuchen must have saved him. Yuan Long didn't know why he was so confident in Li Fuchen, but he felt that Li Fuchen was different from everyone else. Above the prison, in the palace hall, the Blood Emperor, who was wearing a blood-colored mask, was quietly listening to his subordinates report. 2 individuals? The one who was inflicted with the skull blood curse is only a low-level monarch? The Blood Emperor's eyes flashed with doubt. The skull blood curse that he set up in the blood servant token was used to plot against combat emperors and even law phase realm emperors. He didn't expect for a low-level monarch to refine the restriction and trigger the skull blood curse. This world is indeed not simple. There are many capable individuals. This person should be the legendary soul personage, just like the Soul Emperor. As a law phase realm emperor, the Blood Emperor knew a lot about the law phase realm emperors of the Emperor Sky Continent, especially the number 1 emperor, the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was an innate soul personage, and his spirit soul was exceptionally powerful. The true spirit and spiritual awareness that he produced were also very powerful. It was rumored that the Soul Emperor had enslaved a demonic beast overlord. As demonic beast overlords weren't able to move freely in the Emperor Sky Continent, no one could be sure. However, someone once saw the Soul Emperor commanding a demonic beast overlord to fight for him on the boundless sea. Interesting. A soul personage is worthy for me to make a move personally. The Blood Emperor was extremely interested in Li Fuchen. Where is he now? The Blood Emperor asked. Below, the black-masked man said, Lord Blood Emperor, that person is currently at the Incantation Mountain. Incantation Mountain. The Blood Emperor's face turned dark. The Incantation Martial Emperor wasn't easy to deal with. The Incantation Martial Emperor might only be a low-level emperor, but in the Blood Emperor's opinion, the Incantation Martial Emperor was even harder to deal with than mid-level emperors. The latter were indeed stronger, but sometimes victory or defeat wasn't determined by combat strength, especially for the Blood Emperor who cultivated the Incantation Tao. Furthermore, on the Incantation Mountain, the Incantation Martial Emperor definitely had the strength of a peak-class emperor and was just inferior to a great emperor. The Blood Emperor would only be asking to be humiliated if he went over. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. The Incantation Martial Emperor isn't able to neutralize my skull blood curse. Once the skull blood curse has corroded him deeply, I will subtly influence him to leave the mountain. The Blood Emperor's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he waved his hand to dismiss the black-masked man. While staying at the Incantation Mountain, Li Fuchen didn't idle around and started to create the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique that he created might not be as mystical as a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique that could allow a martial artist to progress to the law phase realm. But with every rank he created, he would be one step closer to a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique. Of course, his current Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique wasn't inferior to a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique in terms of power. After all, he had fused in the Sword Tao Law, therefore, it wasn't as mystical. At the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique, Li Fuchen was pondering on how to fuse in more Sword Tao Law. He was striving to make the Blazing Flame Law and Sword Tao Law equal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a true Blazing Flame Sword Tao cultivation technique. You are inflicted with the Blood Emperor's Skull Blood Curse. This blood curse will constantly grow, and the further it progresses, the higher the requirement for Qi blood. Until your entire body's Qi blood is sucked dry, turning you into a skeleton. That is how the skull blood curse got its name. On this day, the Incantation Martial Emperor said to Li Fuchen, Li Fuchen's expression changed. This skull blood curse was indeed very hard to deal with. It was only at the initial stage, and his primary Sea Realm Chi blood was still able to withstand it. Once it reached the later stage, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand for a day. Senior, do you have any methods to suppress it? Li Fuchen didn't mention about removing it. If the skull blood curse was so easy to remove, it wouldn't be a curse. The incantation Martial Emperor said, after researching for the past few days, I have indeed found a method to suppress the skull blood curse. But it can only be suppressed for a moment. As time passes, the skull blood curse will grow to a certain extent and break out of the suppression. While speaking, the incantation Martial Emperor formed a seal with both hands and muttered an incantation before slamming his palm on Li Fuchen's back. Li Fuchen felt an icy cold sensation on his back, as something was spreading out. After the incantation Martial Emperor withdrew his palm, Li Fuchen scanned his back with his spiritual awareness. On his back, there were simple and unadorned incantations on the periphery of the skull blood curse. These incantations were interconnected and formed a unique incantation that locked the skull blood curse inside. This is my Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation. It has a certain restraining effect on curses, but the skull blood curse is supported by your chi blood. My Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation will not be able to lock it sooner or later. It was too difficult to sever the connection between the skull blood curse and Li Fuchen's chi blood. If it could be severed, it would be the same as removing the curse. The incantation Martial Emperor wasn't able to do it for now. Many thanks, Senior. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. Stay here for a period of time. I will study the skull blood curse properly. The incantation Martial Emperor had his own determination, and he didn't believe that he couldn't remove the skull blood curse. Li Fuchen said, Senior, I wonder if I can learn the incantation. He wanted to learn the incantation Tao. He didn't wish to walk far on the incantation Tao. He only wished to understand the incantation Tao so that he wouldn't be helpless if he was cursed in the future. Li Fuchen guessed that if he was slightly proficient in the incantation Tao, coupled with his sword intent, he might be able to remove the curse with ease. The incantation Martial Emperor said, The incantation Tao isn't that easy to learn. But if you wish to learn, it isn't impossible. This is the incantation foundation. If you can grasp 10% of it in 1 month, I can accept you as a right-in disciple. The incantation Martial Emperor hadn't thought of accepting a personal disciple yet. If he accepted a personal disciple, he would have to do his best to impart the incantation Tao. He wasn't that generous yet. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 608. The incantation foundation was much harder to comprehend than Li Fuchen imagined. The path of martial arts started from the shallow to the profound, and only in the later stages would one gradually touch upon the rules. As for the Tao of curse seals, one had to comprehend the laws right from the start and comprehend the connection between all things. If one were to say that martial arts was about mastery, then the path of seals was about mastery and mastery. If martial arts were said to be able to stir the power of heaven and earth. On the other hand, the Tao of curse seals connected with the power of heaven and earth, and transformed the power of heaven and earth into their own. It could be said that the requirements to enter the path of incantation seals were extremely high. Those who did not have enough aptitude would not be able to do so. After one day, Li Fuchen had already read through the incantation foundation a few times, but he only understood 10% or 20% of the meaning, let alone grasping it. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry and began to delve deeper. The Tao of incantation connects one's heart to the heart of heaven and earth, seizes the essence of the sun and moon, roams the void with one's true spirit, observes the development of all things, observes the origin of all things, observes the reincarnation of all things, the cycle of karma, and the reverse of karma to form the incantation. The incantation foundation was extremely obscure, but it was fortunate that Li Fuchen's perception was extraordinary. Do I need the true soul to leave my body first? Putting down the incantation foundation, Li Fuchen thought to himself. The incantation Martial Emperor's incantation foundation might not be complete. However, for the other party to advance to the transcendence realm, he definitely had his own unique insight. Emptying his mind, Li Fuchen attempted to separate his true spirit from the soul sea. On the second night, Li Fuchen's true spirit leaped out and flew out of his body. What a wonderful feeling! Looking at his own body below, Li Fuchen was calm with a trace of novelty. The true spirit passed through the building and flew into the sky. High up in the sky, the violent winds were howling, causing Li Fuchen's true spirit to sway. But soon enough, Li Fuchen stabilized his true spirit and started to familiarize himself. The violent winds in the world weren't even considered a breeze to Li Fuchen, it was actually rather comfortable. His true spirit has left his body so quickly? Surprise flashed across the incantation Martial Emperor's face. It was extremely difficult for the true spirit to leave the body. Under normal circumstances, only when the body died would the true spirit leave the body. Back then, it took him nearly a year to do so. Of course, when he started cultivating the incantation Tao at the battle spirit realm, his true spirit wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen. The feeling of observing all things in the world through spiritual awareness and observing all things in the world through the true spirit was completely different. Spiritual awareness could only observe the surface, but the real spirit could observe the essence of things. In this aspect, soul force was very similar to a true spirit. Wind, so it's the flow of air caused by the change in temperature. Although I've grasped a portion of the wind Tao laws, I don't have a deep understanding of wind itself and its origin. The wind Tao laws only target wind. Looks like all things are indeed connected. If anyone wants to comprehend the wind Tao laws to the extreme and comprehend them to a level comparable to the heavenly Tao, then they must be like the heavenly Tao and be inclusive of all Taos. Li Fuchen's thoughts were like a wild horse that was out of control, with countless thoughts flashing through at every moment. The true spirit observed the origin and development of the wind. His true spirit fused with the plants and sensed the mysteries of their growth. His true spirit searched for some obscure essence chi and loopholes in the laws of heaven and earth. Gradually, Li Fuchen's heart had more comprehensions. When combined with the incantation foundation, Li Fuchen's heart had opened up a door to the incantation Tao. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Wind spell. Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands and yelled out. In the next moment, violent gales filled the air and wreaked havoc everywhere. Li Fuchen obviously didn't use the wind Tao law, but the wind was produced just like that. Furthermore, the range was extremely huge and it constantly contained all the wind in the world. Cloud spell. White clouds gathered in the sky and covered the sunlight. Rain spell. The white clouds instantly turned black while rain poured down from the sky. Thunder spell. Crackle boom. A large number of thunderbolts struck down violently and it was extremely imposing. Such a terrifying innate talent. The incantation Martial Emperor looked through the void and was shocked to see this scene. These were only basic incantation arts, and he could do it with a single thought without the need to form seals. But for a person who had only cultivated for a week to be able to do this, it was extremely terrifying. It wouldn't be exaggerating to say that Li Fuchen was a prodigy. Do I have to make an exception and accept him as a personal disciple? The incantation Martial Emperor had this thought. The incantation Tao was too difficult, and if he could teach an incredible disciple, it would be helpful for his future. Perhaps, this disciple of his might surpass him in the near future and might even guide him instead? As for his reputation, the incantation Martial Emperor didn't care at all. He yearned for the pinnacle of the incantation Tao and not the so-called reputation. Let me observe first. Some people might be able to reach the entry stage quickly, but might not be able to progress as quickly. After all, to cultivate the incantation Tao, apart from innate talent, the mind was also required. 1 month later, Li Fuchen had more or less comprehended the incantation foundation. As for the basic incantations recorded in the incantation foundation, he had learned all of them. He might not have reached the trance stage, but he was already rather proficient. Inside the pavilion, the incantation martial emperor lamented, "You are the most talented person I have ever seen. But in order to become my personal disciple, just having innate talent isn't enough. You must be wholehearted. Are you willing to give up the sword Tao and focus on cultivating my incantation Tao? With my guidance, I can guarantee that your incantation Tao will surpass the sword Tao very quickly. There won't be any losses, and in future battles, you will be able to catch the enemy off guard." After speaking, the incantation martial emperor looked at Li Fuchen with anticipation. To be honest, he didn't think highly of a multitasking person. If Li Fuchen gave up the sword Tao, the incantation martial emperor was willing to guide Li Fuchen wholeheartedly. If Li Fuchen gave up the sword Tao, the incantation martial emperor would only use 10% to guide Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "I have to disappoint Senior. Fuchen doesn't wish to give up the sword Tao." Li Fuchen had always believed that the sword Tao was the strongest. This was the determination that a swordsman must have. As for the body refinement Tao and the incantation Tao, Li Fuchen only treated them as support. It is a pity. The incantation martial emperor shook his head. If one wasn't sincere, it would be hard to reach the pinnacle of the incantation Tao. Li Fuchen might surpass the incantation martial emperor in the future, but it was impossible for Li Fuchen to reach the pinnacle. This is the incantation foundation that I have organized. The content is more in-depth than the incantation foundation. You can study it again. No matter what, the incantation martial emperor had already treated Li Fuchen as a right-in disciple. The incantation foundation might only be the foundation among the incantations, but high-class incantations were all developed using the incantation foundation. For example, the low-class incantation, Wind Summon Rain incantation, was based on the Wind and Rain incantation. The Five Thunders incantation was based on the Cloud Rise incantation and Thunder Rise incantation. The Evil Vanquish incantation was based on the Clear Heart incantation and Clear Mind incantation. In short, the firmer the foundation, the higher the achievement. Of course, apart from comprehending the incantation foundation, Li Fuchen didn't give up on the creation of the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. The former was just a cursory study, the latter was the most important. Cultivating the incantation Tao seems to be very beneficial to the creation of cultivation technique. Li Fuchen was pleasantly surprised to realize that the creation of the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique seemed to be easier. He understood that the incantation Tao was to understand the connection and development of all things. The creation of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was the connection and development of the Fire Tao, Sword Tao, and his body. With the incantation Tao as the foundation, his Fire Tao, Sword Tao, and his body were fused more harmoniously and naturally. It was as though there was an additional layer of lubricant. As more Sword Tao laws were fused into the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, Li Fuchen's qi was getting sharper and more condensed. Unknowingly, another month had passed. Boom! On this day, a sky-piercing pillar of fire burst into the sky. This pillar of fire was extremely condensed, and it looked like an unsheathed sharp sword. It felt as though it could pierce through the sky and tear apart the universe. He actually created a sword Tao cultivation technique? The incantation martial emperor admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. To be able to create a special cultivation technique at the low levels of primary sea realm, Li Fuchen's innate perception was definitely one of the best in the history of the Emperor Sky continent. There was basically no one that could surpass him, and perhaps only the number one emperor, the Soul Emperor, could be comparable. Of course, the Emperor Sky Continent had a long history, and the incantation Martial Emperor didn't know about the history of the past. No wonder he isn't willing to give up on the Sword Dao. The incantation Martial Emperor laughed bitterly. Now that the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was at the 36th rank, Li Fuchen's qi had an explosive increase and was at least a few times stronger. Originally, even if Li Fuchen created the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, his qi wouldn't be able to increase by a few times. This was mainly because after fusing a large amount of Sword Dao laws, the Divine Flame Red Rainbow qi was even more condensed. A trace was equivalent to a wisp of the past. As such, a dantian of the same size would naturally be able to contain more qi. After all, how could water and lava be the same? I finally succeeded. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. He was still at the first level of Primary Sea Realm, but he was now at the peak level of first level Primary Sea Realm. But his cultivation strength and qi strength were comparable with regular 6th level monarch. A trace of qi was probably able to suppress a large amount of qi from a regular 1st level monarch. After fusing in a large amount of Sword Dao laws, it isn't suitable to continue calling it the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Why don't I call it the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique? The qi cultivated should be called Sword Energy too. The Divine Flame Sword Energy wasn't just extremely condensed, it also contained Fire Dao laws and Sword Dao laws. It had terrifying lethality. No wonder it was said that the higher the martial artist's cultivation realm, the higher the demand for martial arts. Right now, Earth-class peak-tier sword arts weren't able to increase Li Fuchen's strength anymore. Even if there was, it would be negligible. After all, Li Fuchen's sword energy contained laws and intents that weren't inferior to Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. When a single sword energy was shot out, it was already equivalent to executing an Earth-class peak-tier sword art. But only Li Fuchen was so exaggerated. If it was other first-level monarchs, when executing an Earth-class peak-tier sword art, it was impossible that there wouldn't be any increase in strength. Furthermore, the increase would be rather significant. Most of the Primary Sea Realm monarchs didn't have the chance to cultivate Heaven-class martial arts and were mainly relying on Earth-class peak-tier martial arts. Heaven-class cultivation techniques are still inferior in terms of laws and intents as compared to Heaven-class martial art. Cultivation techniques are mainly used to transform the body. It is useless to blindly pursue stronger laws. Li Fuchen said in his heart. After creating the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique, Li Fuchen was greatly relieved. Chapter 609. After a series of tests, Li Fuchen felt that his combat strength was almost at the Half-Emperor's level. After all, his Divine Flame Sword Energy technique was not an ordinary low-tier Heaven-class technique, but a low-tier Heaven-class Flame Sword Principle technique. It was extremely powerful in terms of killing. Coupled with a Heaven-class low-tier sword technique and a Heaven-class low-tier sword, it could be said that he was armed to the teeth. Of course, when true qi transformed into sword energy, Li Fuchen's strength was not only much stronger, but his dantian was also gradually strengthened under the tempering of sword energy. Li Fuchen reckoned that in another 1.5 years, his dantian should be able to withstand more sword energy. By then, he would be able to progress to the second level of Primary Sea Realm. If he didn't have sword essence, he would need at least 3 to 4 years to advance. Otherwise, his dantian would collapse. This was a very awkward situation. His shocking perception and lucky chances allowed him to quickly increase his cultivation level, but the conditions of his dantian couldn't keep up. If he had an 8-star bone frame, his dantian would definitely be much tougher. He wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation progressing too quickly and his dantian wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen also cultivated the body refinement, allowing his dantian to receive a certain amount of nourishment. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even be able to reach the first level of Primary Sea Realm. Once the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy Technique was created, Li Fuchen started to place most of his attention on the incantations. He did not need to cultivate the incantation to the level of the incantation Martial Emperor. He only needed to have a deeper understanding of the incantation. Of course, if he could cultivate it to the level of the incantation Martial Emperor, it would naturally be even better. After all, the incantation was something that was secretive and dangerous. In just a few days, Li Fuchen had more or less comprehended the foundation of the incantation that the incantation Martial Emperor had organized. In this book of incantation basics, other than some basic incantations, there were also 3 low-level incantations. Incantations were different from martial art. They were divided into 5 levels: basic, low, intermediate, high, and peak. The hex seal would become stronger as the cultivator's understanding of the hex seal increases. For example, if the incantation Martial Emperor executed the basic incantation Wind Incantation, it wouldn't just be wind, it would be endless wind blades. Even if it wasn't a threat to Law Phase Realm Emperors, it was enough to slaughter a large number of primary Sea Realm monarchs. It could be said that even the most basic sigil had no growth limit in theory. After all, martial arts were about stirring the power of heaven and earth. As for the curse seals, they borrowed the power of the world. Since there was no limit to the power of the world, the curse seals naturally had no limit as well. However, there was no limit to the incantation, but there was a limit to the cultivator. The amount of heaven and earth power one could borrow depended on the cultivator's attainment. As for low-class incantations, they were already considered extremely precious incantations. The incantation Martial Emperor could use low-class incantations to threaten Law Phase Realm Emperors. Especially when he was well prepared, he could put weaker Law Phase Realm Emperors into a predicament. The mid-class incantation above the low-class incantation was the incantation Martial Emperor's trump card. According to what the incantation Martial Emperor said, if he had enough time, he would be able to use the mid-class incantation to kill a mid-level emperor. As for high-grade and peak-grade incantations, the incantation Martial Emperor did not have them. One had to know that even the vicious and tyrannical Skull Blood Curse was only a rather powerful mid-grade incantation. It was not considered a high-grade incantation. These 3 low-level curse seals were respectively the Summoning Wind and Summoning Rain Curse, 5 Thunders Curse, and Vanquish Evil Curse. The Wind and Rain Summon incantation was able to change the weather. The higher the proficiency, the larger the range of the weather. If the proficiency was high enough, it wasn't impossible to make the entire Emperor Sky continent experience continuous rain and wind for 100 years. Of course, that level would at least be at the Saint's realm, and it was unimaginable for regular people. The 5 Thunders incantation was an extreme offensive incantation. This incantation could summon 5 types of heaven thunders to blast at the enemy in a frenzy. The so-called heaven thunders were the Heaven Dao thunders. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the Heaven Dao thunders that were summoned. The final Vanquish Evil Curse was used to expel negative states. If a person's heart demon was going berserk, the Vanquish Evil Curse might be able to expel the heart demon. In addition, the Vanquish Evil Curse could also expel mutated true spirits and prevent them from possessing the body. In short, in terms of value, the Vanquish Evil Curse should be the most valuable, even though it was just a support incantation. In just 3 days, Li Fuchen learned the Summoning Wind and Rain incantation, 5 Thunders incantation, and Vanquish Evil Curse. However, these 3 low-class incantations weren't powerful yet. After all, Li Fuchen had just learned them. This child's innate talent is unprecedented. It is a pity that he didn't cultivate the incantation Dao. The incantation Martial Emperor didn't see Li Fuchen cultivating the sword Dao. He only saw Li Fuchen cultivating the incantation Dao. Therefore, in his opinion, Li Fuchen should be cultivating the incantation Dao instead. Inside the pavilion, The incantation Martial Emperor's expression changed as he quickly took out a crystal ball from his storage bag. Forming a seal with both hands, the incantation Martial Emperor executed a mid-class incantation, Fortune Divination Mark. Swish! An image suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. It was a sinister and mysterious man in multicolored clothes who was traveling. He actually came out from the Curse Temple? The incantation Martial Emperor had an extremely unpleasant expression. After keeping the crystal ball, the incantation Martial Emperor summoned Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen over. I have an enemy who is rushing over. I am going out to hide for a while. The two of you should leave as soon as possible too. The incantation Martial Emperor said. Shangguan Yu was puzzled and asked, Uncle Fan, even great emperors would find it hard to kill you on the incantation mountain. What kind of enemy would make you give up on the incantation mountain? The incantation Martial Emperor smiled bitterly and said, It is hard for great emperors to kill me too. It is because great emperors are unable to instantly barge into the incantation mountain, while I can use the teleportation array on the incantation mountain to leave. But this enemy of mine might not be a great emperor and is just a mid-level emperor, but his incantation methods are superior to mine. Furthermore, he is adept at curses. After so many years, his curses are probably even more horrific. The Blood Emperor's Skull Blood curse was incredible, but as compared to the enemy's curse, it wasn't worth mentioning. The incantation Martial Emperor suspected that if the enemy was able to leave the Curse Temple, he had probably comprehended a high-class curse. Uncle Fan, will you be in danger? Shangguan Yu asked with concern. The incantation Martial Emperor said confidently, I might not be comparable to him in combat, but in terms of luck and misfortune, there is basically no one in the Emperor Sky continent that can surpass me. If I wish to leave, no one will be able to stop me. The reason why the incantation Martial Emperor walked on the incantation Dao was because he obtained a senior's inheritance. It was a pity that that senior's inheritance was extremely incomplete. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to fear this person. That's right, last Xiao Yu, your father's injuries have yet to recover. Don't cause trouble for him. Hurry up and return. The incantation Martial Emperor said to Shangguan Yu with a stern expression. Shangguan Yu didn't care and said, When you were young, didn't you also roam around? Why can't I roam around? Don't worry, I will be more careful in the future and won't find trouble for myself. The incantation Martial Emperor shook his head with a bitter smile. Shangguan Yu was used to being wild. Unless he personally sent her back, it was almost impossible for her to return by herself. However, Shangguan Yu had a few life-saving items. As long as she didn't encounter a Law Phase Realm Emperor directly, she shouldn't be in any danger. This is the Fortune and Misfortune Divination Mark Jade token that I personally refined. After you refine it, if there is a crack on it, you have to be careful. If it immediately shatters, hurry up and return home. The incantation Martial Emperor handed a jade token to Shangguan Yu. The Fortune and Misfortune Divination mark was extremely difficult to comprehend. He only had some achievements in the recent years and was barely able to carve it on the jade token. But carving the Fortune and Misfortune Divination mark was very taxing on the mind. With his ability, he was only able to refine one Fortune and Misfortune Divination mark after a few years. While speaking, the incantation Martial Emperor looked at Li Fuchen and said, Li Fuchen, your innate talent is something that I have never seen in my life. I originally wanted to guide you more, but now that my enemy is here, I don't know when we will meet again. This is the incantation jade token that I have carved. There are some low-class incantations and a few mid-class incantations. You can comprehend it yourself. The incantation Martial Emperor handed a jade token to Li Fuchen. This jade token recorded 80% of his incantations, and only some of his trump incantations weren't recorded. Thank you, Senior. Li Fuchen was filled with gratitude as he received the jade token respectfully. My teleportation array can teleport you to the wind thunder seat. That place is close to the wind thunder abyss and it is a chaotic place. Li Fuchen, the skull blood curse on your body is suppressed by my clear heart demon lock incantation, and with the chaotic chi intent, you don't have to worry about exposing yourself. But as time passes, you will still be exposed. Be careful. The incantation Martial Emperor activated the teleportation array and said to the duo. Standing on the teleportation array, Shangguan Yu said, "Uncle Fan, are you not leaving through the teleportation array?" The incantation Martial Emperor said, "I am planning to leave the Soul Sky Empire, and might also leave the Emperor Sky continent." His enemy was much more terrifying than the duo imagined. He would rather it was a great emperor that was pursuing him. After all, great emperors might be powerful, but it would be hard for them to find him. Buzz. A dazzling radiance burst into the sky while Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu vanished. After dismantling the teleportation array, the incantation Martial Emperor took out the spatial crystal and formed an incantation mark on the incantation mountain. Immediately after, his figure flashed and vanished without a trace. A few days later, the rainbow-clothed man arrived outside the incantation mountain. He has left. The rainbow-clothed man's chi presence was sinister and mysterious. It felt as though countless evil spirits were dancing around him, and it would freeze one's spirit soul. Sky Demon 5 Thunders Incantation. The rainbow-clothed man formed a seal with both hands. In the sky, black clouds gathered and a demon god phantom appeared. Immediately after, the demon god phantom spat out countless thunderbolts and blasted on the incantation mountain. Bang boom! The incantation array was constantly fluctuating. Sky Demon Soul Extraction Incantation. The rainbow-clothed man continued to form seals and grabbed at the incantation mountain with his right hand. Swish! The incantation mountain seemed to have lost its spirit chi, and the incantation array's power was greatly reduced. Soon enough, the Sky Demon 5 Thunders incantation turned it into scrap. But right at this moment, a golden-armored god phantom appeared on the incantation mountain. The golden-armored god was over 100,000 feet tall and cleaved at the rainbow-clothed man. Substitution Incantation. The rainbow-clothed man's expression changed and quickly formed a seal. PFFF. A Class 6 demonic beast that didn't understand the situation was instantly cleaved into nothingness. The rainbow-clothed man appeared on the ground far away. You actually comprehended the golden-armored mountain god incantation. I really cannot underestimate you. When the golden-armored mountain god incantation was used with the mountain, it would be able to exhibit the greatest power. The incantation mountain was a mystical mountain, and when the golden-armored mountain god incantation was used with the incantation mountain, the power would be able to instantly kill most mid-level emperors. The incantation mountain started to crumble, and the destructive chi presence was erasing all traces of the incantation Martial Emperor. The rainbow-clothed man sneered and reached out to grab a wisp of chi presence. Chapter 610. The Wind Thunder Prefecture was the most chaotic prefecture in the Soul Sky Empire. It was also the prefecture with the most abundant resources. It was said to be rich in resources, but it wasn't because the Wind Thunder Manor's location was superior and the heaven and earth spirit chi was dense. It was because the Wind Thunder Manor was close to the Wind Thunder Abyss. The Wind Thunder Abyss was filled with wind and thunder all year round. The wind and thunder in the depths of the abyss could even severely injure or kill Law Phase Realm emperors. The extreme environment created extreme resources. The Wind Thunder Abyss was rich in all sorts of rare herbs like the Wind Thunder Herb, Thunder Calamity Herb, Rootless Flower, Soul Herb, Soul Nurturing Wood. These herbs were all heaven-tier herbs. As for earth-tier herbs, except for a few extremely rare ones, basically no one would pick them. Risking one's life to enter the Wind Thunder Abyss, who would be willing to pick earth-rank herbs? Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu appeared on a teleportation platform in an uninhabited wilderness in the Wind Thunder residence. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen quickly found the exit. Thunder Fall City was the city closest to the Wind Thunder Abyss. A large array was protecting the Thunder Fall City, and from time to time, lightning would strike down from the sky above the Thunder Fall City, and the sky was filled with sputtering thunder fire. The two of them walked on the street of Thunder Fall City. At this moment, both of them had changed their appearances. Li Fuchen turned into a slightly tanned youth with a resolute expression, while Shangguan Yu turned into Shangguan Yu again. It's rare for me to come to Wind Thunder Manor. If I don't look for Thunder Calamity Grass and Rootless Flower, I'd be letting myself down, Shangguan Yu said. Thunder Calamity Herb and Rootless Flower? There were too many herbs in the Emperor Sky Continent, and Li Fuchen had never heard of many of them. The Thunder Calamity Grass is a sacred grass for body refinement. It can strengthen one's qi blood source. When one's qi blood source is strengthened, one's body refinement talent will be greatly improved. As for the Rootless Flower, it is more useful for you. It can continuously strengthen your dantian and make it more perfect. Shangguan Yu explained. Rootless Flower? Li Fuchen was moved. If he had the Rootless Flower, he would be able to step into the second level of Primary Sea Realm immediately. These two herbs must be very hard to come by. Li Fuchen asked. Shangguan Yu said, it's not just rare. Once the heaven tier herbs produced in the Wind Thunder Abyss appear, they will be bought by others immediately. So, if you want to obtain these two herbs, you can only enter the Wind Thunder Abyss yourself. However, in order to enter the Wind Thunder Abyss, you will need a Wind Thunder Compass first. Otherwise, apart from Law Phase Realm Emperors, normal people wouldn't be able to distinguish the direction in the Wind Thunder Abyss. Of course, you might be able to, but it is better to buy 2 Wind Thunder Compasses as insurance. Shangguan Yu continued. The Wind Thunder Compass was very expensive. A low-grade Wind Thunder Compass would cost 10 mid-grade Spirit Stones, a mid-grade Wind Thunder Compass would cost 500 mid-grade Spirit Stones, and a high-grade Wind Thunder Compass would cost 50,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. As for a top-grade Wind Thunder Compass, it was basically impossible to sell in the market. After spending 100,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones, the two of them each obtained a high-grade Wind Thunder Compass. Turning the corner of the street, Li Fuchen suddenly froze and looked ahead. Li Fuchen, what happened? Shangguan Yu looked over and only saw a one-armed man. Nothing, I just saw an acquaintance. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. This one-armed man might not be wearing a golden mask, but Li Fuchen was very familiar with his vitality qi presence. This one-armed man was actually the former overlord of the East Unicorn Continent, the Evil Monarch. But back then, the Evil Monarch was only at the peak level of Reincarnation Realm. The current Evil Monarch was already at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm. It was unknown how the Evil Monarch cultivated. Li Fuchen's progress was already godlike, but the Evil Monarch's progress didn't seem to be inferior to Li Fuchen at all. Li Fuchen also gave the Evil Monarch a very familiar feeling. Li Fuchen, the Evil Monarch subconsciously said. Others might not be able to recognize the disguised Li Fuchen, but the Evil Monarch was able to recognize him easily. Li Fuchen had truly left a deep impression on the Evil Monarch. Evil Monarch, it has been a long time. The current you is indeed worthy of this title. Li Fuchen laughed and said. When they met again, Li Fuchen no longer had any thoughts of fighting and killing. The Evil Monarch said, Please excuse me. In this Emperor Sky Continent, I am only at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm. If the Evil Monarch still had the lofty aspiration to unify the world in the East Unicorn Continent, then now, the lofty aspiration had already vanished. All that was left was the pursuit of the martial Tao. As the saying went, there was always someone better. After witnessing a vaster world, the Evil Monarch felt that he was so childish and laughable back then. It was fortunate that the heavens still favored him. As soon as he arrived at the Emperor Sky Continent, The evil monarch obtained a senior's evil Dao inheritance and even obtained all of that senior's wealth. With a large amount of precious resources, the evil monarch's progress was rapid and his Dantian couldn't keep up with the increase in cultivation level. This time, he was planning to explore the wind-thunder abyss and search for the rootless flower. He didn't expect to encounter Li Fuchen. After seeing that Li Fuchen had also become a primary Sea Realm monarch, the evil monarch didn't dare to underestimate Li Fuchen. Back then, Li Fuchen's cultivation level was much lower than the evil monarch's, but Li Fuchen was still able to sever one of the evil monarch's arms. Right now, the duo was only 2 levels apart and the difference in cultivation level was almost negligible. Of course, the evil monarch didn't think that he was still the same as before. Back then, he was defeated by Li Fuchen because his cultivation technique and martial arts couldn't keep up. Right now, be it his cultivation technique or martial arts, they were all at the pinnacle. He believed that even if he couldn't defeat Li Fuchen, it would still be extremely difficult for Li Fuchen to defeat him. After all, the evil monarch's bone frame had already transformed into a 7-star bone frame. It seems like you are doing rather well. Li Fuchen guessed that the evil monarch must have obtained some incredible inheritance. Otherwise, with the evil monarch's innate talent, it was impossible for him to achieve his current accomplishments. Same to you. That's right, where is the blood ancestor? If Li Fuchen encountered the blood ancestor, he would still kill him. The blood ancestor had slaughtered billions of lives in the East Unicorn continent. If he didn't kill him, he would be letting down the souls that died miserably in the East Unicorn continent. The evil monarch said. His cultivation method was too bloodthirsty and arrogant. He was killed a few years ago. In the East Unicorn continent, the evil monarch was willing to be with the blood ancestor. But after arriving at the Emperor Sky continent, the evil monarch felt that the blood ancestor was a scourge and would bring trouble to him sooner or later. Therefore, the duo parted ways soon after. As expected, in just a few months, the evil monarch found out that the blood ancestor had been eliminated. Well done. Li Fuchen was delighted. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen said, "Apart from me, did you see anyone else?" The evil monarch shook his head. "You are the first person I saw. Perhaps the Emperor Sky continent is too huge and everyone is scattered." The East Unicorn continent wasn't considered small, but the Emperor Sky continent was 10,000 times bigger. Furthermore, the law suppression of the Emperor Sky continent was dozens or even 100 times stronger. Let alone a few hundred or 1,000 individuals, even if an entire continent's population came over, it would be like a clay ox entering the sea. It wasn't that easy to meet someone they knew. Li Fuchen nodded. Indeed, the Emperor Sky continent was too huge. "I still have something to do and shall not chat," the evil monarch said. "Take care." Li Fuchen sent off with his eyes. "Who is that person?" Shangguan Yu had also felt that the evil monarch was unusual. Li Fuchen said, "He was once an all-powerful figure. In the future, we will probably encounter him again." After seeing the evil monarch, Li Fuchen felt that fate was unpredictable. It made sense after thinking about it. No matter what, the evil monarch was once the strongest expert of a continent and his chief fate wasn't something a regular person could compare with. Chapter 6:11. There were plenty of entrances to the wind-thunder abyss, but there were only a few relatively safe entrances. The rest of the entrances were unpredictable and might be bombarded by the wind-thunder the moment one entered. There were plenty of people that entered the wind-thunder abyss, and there were plenty of battle spirit realm masters that entered the wind-thunder abyss. These battle spirit realm masters were normally active in the periphery of the wind-thunder abyss. Most of their wind-thunder compasses were low-class or mid-class, and they couldn't afford high-class wind-thunder compasses. Split Thorn Monarch, these two individuals didn't even blink their eyes to purchase 2 high-class wind-thunder compasses. They must be very wealthy. If we kill them, we will definitely make a small fortune. Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu were followed by a group of monarchs. There is no hurry. Wait until we enter the wind thunder abyss. The wind thunder seat might be in chaos, but it wasn't to the point where they didn't investigate their enemy's background before making a move. If Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu had a powerful background, after killing the duo, they would be discovered and chopped into pieces. The wind thunder abyss was enveloped by a layer of natural wind thunder boundary. This wind thunder boundary's toughness was at the level of a Class 8 array. Even a Law Phase Realm Emperor would find it hard to tear the boundary and enter. If they weren't careful, they might be devoured by the boundary. In order to enter the wind thunder abyss, they had to find a loophole in the boundary. The loophole near the Fall Thunder City was located in a valley, and there was a gap that was a few meters in size. Outside the gap was the valley, and inside the gap was the dusky wind thunder abyss. There would be violent winds and thunderbolts that would burst out from the gap occasionally. It was fortunate that the violent winds and thunderbolts weren't powerful, and even Battle Spirit Realm Masters could forcefully enter. After the duo entered the gap, a group of monarchs followed behind. Someone is courting death, Li Fuchen said. Let's wait for them here. Shangguan Yu wasn't a kind person, and her murderous nature was even heavier than Li Fuchen. Perhaps it was because she cultivated the body refinement Dao. The leader of the monarchs was a middle-aged man with a haggard face. His body was emitting an obscure wood Dao Qi presence, and it was obvious that he was a monarch with the greenwood bone frame. Beside him was a skinny man with a divine ability pattern on his forehead. After entering the gap, the skinny man's divine ability pattern lit up, and he was planning to search for Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. Are you looking for us? On a scorched tree not far away, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu each stood on a branch and looked down at the monarchs. You're actually not running? The Split Thorn King grinned, but there was a trace of seriousness in the depths of his eyes. He, the Split Thorn Monarch, wasn't a mediocre individual. With the 7-star greenwood bone frame, he had already cultivated to the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm. Of course, if it was just a high cultivation level, it wasn't considered much. His greatest trump card was a fated encounter that allowed him to comprehend the greenwood bone frame pattern to close to the 7th segment. It allowed the divine ability, Split Thorn Technique's power to be much stronger than his own strength. If caught off guard, even a high-level monarch would be instantly pierced through. He had been in the Wind Thunder residence for many years and had killed at least 80 Primary Sea Realm monarchs. But this time, he actually had a trace of bad feeling. Split Thorn Monarch, one of them is at the 1st level of Primary Sea Realm, and the other is a subcompletion level body refinement monarch. Even if they are formidable, how strong can they be? The skinny man's cultivation wasn't high and was only at the 2nd level of Primary Sea Realm. But he had the 6-star wind spiritual bone frame and awakened a divine ability that wasn't a combat divine ability, it was a support divine ability, Wind Eye. This divine ability allowed him to use the Wind Dao Qi to observe things in the distance. The denser the Wind Dao Qi, the more detailed his Wind Eye's observation. This was also the reason why he was able to walk together with the Split Thorn Monarch and become partners. After all, there were many occasions when the observation divine ability was more useful than spiritual awareness. Black Snake Drill. Shangguan Yu couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on these people. She immediately burst out with her killer move, and a Black Snake Chi power rushed at the Split Thorn Monarch. The Split Thorn Monarch was very cautious and didn't resist it directly. He instantly retreated. Immediately after, he rejoiced in his heart. The Black Serpent's vital energy split into countless smaller Black Serpents' vital energy in the air. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Apart from the Split Thorn Monarch and the Skinny Man, the rest of the monarchs had their chi protection penetrated by the small black snakes and exploded. Flee. The Skinny Man's scalp went numb and he wished he could slap himself. This wasn't the strength that a subcompletion level body refinement monarch should have. Even a completion-level body refinement monarch wouldn't be this strong. It was fortunate that his wind eye allowed him to observe the attack trajectory in advance and instantly evade. Despite the case, one of his arms was still brushed by the small black snake chi power and was turned into nothingness. Heaven and earth extermination. Li Fuchen stood on the tree branch without moving. He brandished the joint heaven sword and froze the duo. Immediately after, the area where the duo was at was shattered like a mirror. Blood burst out and the skinny man was shattered into 100 pieces. The split thorn monarch was also severely injured and on the verge of death. Split thorn technique. The greenwood power burst out as the split thorn monarch used his final strength to execute the greenwood divine ability. This attack would either succeed or die. PFFF 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 PFFF. In the area where Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu were at, countless black thorns suddenly emerged from the ground. If it was a regular high-level monarch who didn't know the split thorn monarch's divine ability, the body might have been pierced. But how could Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen be compared with regular high-level monarchs? Black Jade Shade. Shangguan Yu's body burst out with a layer of black chi power barrier and enveloped Li Fuchen and herself. Cling cling clang clang. When the black thorns pierced the black chi power barrier, apart from the black chi power barrier shaking a little, there was nothing else. PFFF. A black snake chi power exploded the split thorn monarch's head. After collecting the storage bags of the group of people, the two quietly left. This group of people are rather wealthy. They actually have a stock of wind thunder herb. Shangguan Yu was holding a green and sparkling herb that was flickering with thunderbolts. The wind thunder herb was a heaven-class low-tier herb and had the effect of tempering chi blood and increasing chi power. It might not be comparable with the thunder calamity herb, but it was still a very precious body refinement herb. Li Fuchen took a glance at the wind thunder herb before withdrawing his eyes. Be it the herbs that increased the body refinement level or the chi cultivation level, they were all useless to him. With the peak-grade spirit stone, why would he need these herbs? He was only concerned about the rootless flower. The rootless flower was also a heaven-class low-tier herb, but its value was far superior to the wind thunder herb. Be it primary sea realm monarchs or law phase realm emperors, the Dantian was a place that was hard to nourish quickly. It was fine at the early stages, but at the later stages, the Dantian would restrict everyone's progress, especially at the hurdle from the primary sea realm to the law phase realm. Apart from cultivating heaven-class cultivation techniques, the Dantian would also need to be strengthened to an extremely tough state. Otherwise, it would be hard to withstand law phase realm chi. In the wind-thunder abyss, the deeper one went, the stronger the violent winds and thunderbolts. The concentrated wind blades and violent thunderbolts gave off the feeling that it was the end of the world. The duo put up the chi power barrier and the sword energy protection as they strolled among the wind blades and thunderbolts. They would occasionally take out the wind-thunder compass to observe the direction and to prevent themselves from getting lost in the wind-thunder abyss. This is a soul herb? On a high ground, Li Fuchen noticed a patch of soul herbs. The soul herb was one of the main ingredients to concoct the soul elixir. Its grade would change with each evolution. The lowest grade of soul herbs would normally be earth-class low-tier herbs, mid-grade soul herbs would be earth-class high-tier herbs, high-grade soul herbs would be heaven-class low-tier herbs, and special-grade soul herbs would be heaven-class high-tier herbs. Soul herbs had the same effects as the soul elixir. They could stimulate the spirit soul and increase the perception during the duration of the effect. However, the soul elixir's effects were stronger and lasted longer. They are indeed soul herbs and most of them are mid-grade soul herbs. Shangguan Yu frowned and said, "What's wrong? Is there something special about these soul herbs?" Li Fuchen couldn't help but ask when he saw Shangguan Yu's strange expression. Shangguan Yu said, "I heard from my father that soul herbs and soul elixirs are addictive. I don't know if it is true." Addictive? Li Fuchen had never heard of herbs that could make people addicted. That's right. You might not have heard of it, but addictive herbs do exist. Furthermore, it isn't just the soul herb. Among the herbs used to concoct the soul elixir, apart from the soul herb that is addictive, there is also the hallucination hemp herb that is also addictive. After consuming it for a long period of time, even a law phase realm emperor would find it hard to quit, because it is an addiction on the spirit soul and not the body. Li Fuchen frowned and said, "Since the soul elixir is addictive, why is it so popular in the Soul Sky Empire?" Shangguan Yu sighed and said, "In order to pursue the martial Tao, many people aren't even afraid of death. Why would they be afraid of addiction? Some monarchs might be able to restrain themselves at the start, but if they are stuck in a certain realm for too long, they would still consume the soul elixir to stimulate their spirit soul." Li Fuchen nodded and felt that Shangguan Yu was right. With the temptation of a higher realm, addiction was just a small flaw. It didn't matter if the soul herbs were addictive or not, they were all extremely precious herbs. A single mid-grade soul herb's value was usually above an earth-class peak-tier herb. A patch of mid-grade soul herbs was enough to tempt any primary sea realm monarch. After keeping the soul herbs, the duo continued to advance. Unknowingly, the duo had already arrived at the depths of the wind-thunder abyss. The violent winds and thunderbolts here might not be able to break the duo's chi power barrier and sword energy protection, but they were able to exhaust a lot of their chi power and sword energy. Boom! The dusky wind-thunder abyss suddenly burst out with intense radiance. A thunder dragon descended from the sky and blasted on the land far away. The thunder calamity herb has matured. Shangguan Yu's eyes lit up and her body was releasing a black halo while she increased her speed. The thunder calamity herb was able to strengthen the chi blood source, and it was much more precious than any chi blood tempering herb. If it could be refined into the thunder calamity elixir, the effects would be doubled. Let alone body refinement monarchs, even monarchs who didn't cultivate the body refinement Tao would desire it. The strengthening of the chi blood source was extremely beneficial to any martial artist. Swish, 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 swish. Chapter 612. From far away, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness saw a stalk of lightning-shaped herb. The grass might not look big, but its appetite was astounding. The thunder dragon that struck down from the skies of the wind-thunder abyss had been devoured by it without leaving a single drop. Not even high-level monarchs dared to clash with this thunder dragon. When the thunder dragons were devoured, the wind-thunder abyss law seemed to be enraged. Thunder dragons pounced down and brandished their claws. It felt as though they were going to blast the thunder calamity herb into scrap. The thunder calamity herb was producing a destructive chi presence, and the destructive chi presence contained boundless vitality. Before the thunder dragons could get close, they were forcefully disintegrated and turned into nutrients for the thunder calamity herb. After 9 consecutive thunder dragons, the thunder calamity herb was completely matured. There was a delightful fragrance that spread out and caused the monarchs that rushed over to go even more insane and sinister. "Get lost, the thunder calamity herb is mine. Who do you think you are? If you take another step forward, I will kill your entire family." All the monarchs in the wind-thunder seat knew clearly that the thunder calamity herb didn't just strengthen the chi blood source, it could also temper the spirit soul. The spirit soul was a powerful foundation that was on par with the bone frame. When the spirit soul was strengthened, it was the same as increasing one's aptitude. Boom, boom, boom. The wind-thunder abyss was already filled with violent winds and lightning bolts, but now it was even more chaotic. Chi forces, divine abilities, cardinal artifacts were flying everywhere. Those weaker monarchs couldn't even enter this region. They were either flying back while vomiting blood or getting shattered. The only ones that weren't affected were the few half-emperors. In order to become half-emperors, all of them had cultivated heaven-class martial arts and 7-star secret technique. Furthermore, they had quasi-heaven-class weapons. Of course, the most important thing was the 7-star special bone frame. The Red Rainbow Monarch originally cultivated the Heaven-class low-tier Red Rainbow Sword art and the 7-star secret technique. He had the quasi-Heaven-class artifact sword, the Red Rainbow Sword, but he was only a peak-class monarch. After obtaining the Heaven-class artifact sword, the Heaven Rainbow Sword, he officially became a half-emperor. Furthermore, he was at least a mid-class half-emperor or a high-class half-emperor. If he had the 7-star special bone frame, even without the Heaven Rainbow Sword, he would still be a half-emperor. As for Li Fuchen, who was only at the first level of Primary Sea Realm and already had the strength of a half-emperor, it was because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique was the Blazing Flame Sword Dao cultivation technique. It allowed Li Fuchen's sword energy intensity to be comparable with regular 6th-level monarchs. The Red Rainbow Monarch was originally only at the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm, and there wasn't a huge difference between them. In addition, Li Fuchen's Heaven-class sword art, Absolute Heaven Sword art, wasn't something the Red Rainbow Sword art could compare with. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the Absolute Heaven Sword art was definitely a pinnacle Heaven-class low-tier sword art. In fact, even a Heaven-class mid-tier sword art might not be able to compare to that portion of the Void Law attribute. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's Joint Heaven Sword was definitely stronger than the Heaven Rainbow Sword. Of course, there was another reason that couldn't be ignored. The Absolute Heaven Sword technique came from the Joint Heaven Sword. The combination of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As such, Li Fuchen had the strength of a half-emperor. Shangguanyu, go and snatch the Thunder Calamity Grass. I'll hold them back, Li Fuchen said to Shangguanyu. Although the Thunder Calamity herb was also useful to him, it was more useful to Shangguanyu. All right. Shangguanyu did not hesitate and flew straight to the Thunder Calamity Grass. Courting death, one of the half-emperors blasted a fist at Shangguanyu. Black Jade Shade. Shangguanyu didn't counterattack and immediately burst out with the Black Jade Divine ability. She used the Qi power barrier that contained the divine ability pattern to resist. Clang. The Black Jade Qi power barrier shook and Shangguanyu's forward direction was greatly deviated. Your opponent is me. Li Fuchen blasted the Heaven and Earth Extermination at the half-emperor. Get lost. Another half-emperor joined in and wanted to blast Li Fuchen away. However, Li Fuchen was least afraid of group battles. His Heaven and Earth Extermination had a massive attack range, and every point was his strongest point. There were no weak points. 2 half-emperors would only give him a little more pressure, but it was impossible to crush him within a short period of time. 3 half-emperors. 4 half-emperors. A total of 4 half-emperors worked together to blast at Li Fuchen. If it was a regular half-emperor, they would have vomited blood and would have been sent flying. They might even be severely injured and on the verge of death. However, Li Fuchen was still persisting. With the Primary Sea Realm body refinement, Li Fuchen was much more durable than regular half-emperors. When the Thunder Calamity herb's Qi presence vanished, Shangguanyu had obtained the Thunder Calamity herb. Despicable kid, die. The strongest elder with phoenix eyes who had the strength of a high-class half-emperor burst out with a yell. His spear thrust at Li Fuchen with a penetrating aura. This thrust was at the extremity of speed and power. It was much stronger than Li Fuchen's meteor fall. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt that the surrounding time had slowed down. The only thing that wasn't slow was the spear. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Shampasaurus Kill. At the crucial moment, Shangguanyu executed the Heaven-class body refinement fist art, 5 forms Emperor Fist. When the fist was executed, the void was suppressed and the flow of time returned to normal. The fist then clashed with the spear ruthlessly. Rumble! There was a violent burst of power. Shangguanyu and Li Fuchen were sent flying before they took the opportunity to escape. Chase. The 4 half-emperors weren't willing to give up and quickly gave chase. In fact, with Shangguanyu and Li Fuchen's strength, they might be able to contest with the 4 of them. The two of them were body refinement monarchs and had tough endurance. Especially when both of them were injured. Body refinement monarchs would only get stronger as the battle progressed and wouldn't lose any combat strength within a short period of time. But it was different for the half-emperors, and they would only get weaker in a vicious cycle. However, this was the Wind Thunder Abyss, and there were plenty of experts. 4 half-emperors weren't scary, but if there were more, the two of them would still be in danger. With one chasing and the other escaping, they unknowingly arrived at the inner abyss of the Wind Thunder Abyss. The Wind Thunder Abyss was separated into the inner abyss and the outer abyss. The outer abyss was generally for battle spirit realm masters and primary sea realm monarchs to adventure. The inner abyss was for half-emperors and law phase realm emperors to adventure. The danger level was 10 times higher. Boom crack! A thunder dragon blasted down and struck one of the half-emperors at the back. The half-emperor yelled out miserably and his body was charred black. He had suffered severe injuries. After quickly consuming an elixir, the injured half-emperor increased his speed and caught up with the group. Woo-woo! There was a sharp piercing sound as a dark green wind blade slashed across the shoulder of another half-emperor. There was a cracking sound. The chi protection was torn apart and the half-emperor's shoulder was drenched in blood. Even his bones had been severed. Damn it, what kind of wind blade is this? It is so powerful. A fractured bone wasn't considered a serious injury for a half-emperor. The half-emperor took out a bottle and opened the cork before pouring a golden lotion on the wound. This lotion was very mystical. When it landed on the bones would rapidly regenerate and heal. When it landed on the flesh would squirm violently before tangling together. In just a short moment, the wound was already invisible. Of course, there were still some effects. After all, the bones of half-emperors were extremely tough, and it would require a lot of time to heal completely. Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu had also encountered plenty of wind blades and thunder dragons. Li Fuchen had astounding spiritual awareness, and was always able to dodge in advance. Shangguan Yu had been using the black jade shade to resist the attack. Escaping like this isn't a solution. Li Fuchen frowned. The inner abyss of the Wind Thunder Abyss was extremely dangerous, and he didn't wish to fall into a desperate situation. I wonder if the 5 Thunders incantation can trigger the thunderbolts in the Wind Thunder Abyss? Li Fuchen started to form the 5 Thunders incantation. Above the Wind Thunder Abyss, dark clouds gathered and it was pitch black. Bang boom! A shocking thunder waterfall blasted at the back. It's effective! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He felt that his 5 Thunders incantation was like a catalyst that gathered the thunder arcs in the Wind Thunder Abyss. The thunder waterfall instantly drowned the 4 half-emperors behind. When the 4 half-emperors rushed out of the thunder waterfall, their bodies were already charred and they were severely injured. It seems like my 5 Thunders incantation proficiency isn't profound enough. If the incantation Martial Emperor is here, a single 5 Thunders incantation would be able to kill a low-level emperor. The power of incantations wasn't fixed. For some incantations, the longer the preparation time, the stronger the power. For some incantations, they had to be compatible with the natural environment. The thunder arcs in the Wind Thunder Abyss were already very terrifying. Once the 5 Thunders incantation was used, the power would naturally be terrifying. If it was in the outside world, Li Fuchen's 5 Thunders incantation would probably be like a drizzle to a half-emperor and wasn't worth mentioning. Since the 5 Thunders incantation was effective, Li Fuchen naturally didn't plan to let the 4 half-emperors have an easy time. Damn it! The 4 half-emperors might have plenty of precious recuperation elixirs, but they still couldn't withstand the repeated attacks of the thunder waterfall. Without a choice, the 4 half-emperors had no choice but to stop the pursuit and had extremely gloomy expressions. You are actually able to utilize the 5 Thunders incantation to such an extent. No wonder Uncle Fan thinks so highly of you. Shangguan Yu praised. She had also learned incantations for a period of time, but she only learned a few basic incantations. She wasn't like Li Fuchen, who was able to learn the low-class 5 Thunders incantation in such a short period of time. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was rather proficient and was actually able to activate the Thunder Arcs in the Wind Thunder Abyss. The Thunder Arcs in the Wind Thunder Abyss were very violent and it was extremely difficult to activate them. Li Fuchen said, "As compared to Senior Incantation Martial Emperor, I am still far inferior." Shangguan Yu rolled her eyes and said, "If you are already comparable to Uncle Fan, then we wouldn't even be here. Being overly humble is just arrogance." Li Fuchen chuckled. After shaking off the 4 half-emperors, the duo found a place to stop. "Why don't I protect you while you consume the Thunder Calamity Herb?" Li Fuchen said. The stronger Shangguan Yu was, the safer they would be in the Wind Thunder Abyss. This would be of great help to the search for precious resources like the rootless flower. Shangguan Yu said with pity, "If it can be refined into the Thunder Calamity Elixir, the effects will be doubled. It is a pity." While speaking, she sat down cross-legged and took out the Thunder Calamity Herb before biting off half of it. Bang boom! Thunderbolts were emitting from Shangguan Yu's body while traces of black qi were emitted from her body. These were the impurities in her body, and with the medicinal effects of the Thunder Calamity Herb, these impurities had nowhere to hide. Soon enough, Shangguan Yu consumed the entire stalk of Thunder Calamity Herb. Her body was completely bathed in the thunderbolts, and she looked just like a female thunder war goddess. Qi blood is increasing? Li Fuchen sized up Shangguan Yu carefully. Qi blood and qi power were the roots and the fruit. Qi blood could be converted into qi power, but once the qi power was converted into qi blood, the effects would be greatly reduced. It could only be used for recuperation, and it was impossible to replenish the loss of qi blood within a short period of time. If a person's qi blood was emptied and only had qi power, they would only be able to convert the qi power into qi blood and wouldn't die. But to fully recover, it would require a long time. The Thunder Calamity Herb was able to strengthen the qi blood source. In other words, it was the same as strengthening Shangguan Yu's qi blood limit and qi power limit. Chapter 613. The refinement of the Thunder Calamity Herb required a very long time, and Li Fuchen waited patiently. Thunder Calamity Herb? From a distance away, a middle-aged woman who was wearing bright clothes and was holding a large umbrella walked over. The middle-aged woman had a large black patch on her face, and one of her eyes was also hidden within the black patch. It made her look neither yin nor yang, and had a gloomy and chaotic aura. If a monarch from the Wind Thunder Seat was here, he would definitely recognize this woman as the famous monochrome parasol lady of the Wind Thunder Seat. She had the strength of a P-class half-emperor. The monochrome parasol lady walked slowly. Those wind blades and thunder dragons that could injure half-emperors would instantly disperse upon contact with the umbrella. Half of it might have been refined, but obtaining her is no different from obtaining the Thunder Calamity Herb. I am truly fortunate today. The monochrome parasol lady was getting closer. 5 Thunders incantation. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. He formed a seal with both hands and the thunder waterfall crashed down. Incantation, huh? The monochrome parasol lady's face flashed with a trace of astonishment. The umbrella in her hand spun and deflected the thunder waterfall. Such strength! The monochrome parasol lady was the strongest monarch that Li Fuchen had encountered. His 5 Thunders incantation in the Wind Thunder Abyss was something that even high-class half-emperors couldn't resist. Yet, it was easily deflected. It was imaginable how strong she was. Mind Wound incantation. Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands and pressed on his forehead. An illusory incantation wave blasted at the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady's eyes turned serious as her qi presence burst out and clashed with the illusory incantation wave. Boom! There was a burst of qi wave that didn't exist. Li Fuchen didn't move an inch while the monochrome parasol lady's chi presence had traces of withering. This is an incantation that can injure the mind? The monochrome parasol lady immediately knew what was going on. The human body was too complicated. The spirit soul, true spirit, spiritual awareness, mind, willpower, mental state, chi blood, chi power, everything was deeply connected, and it was impossible for them to not be connected. When one's mind was injured, one's condition would decline, and other aspects would be affected, to varying degrees. Injuries to one's mind were usually very subtle, such as being frightened, having the sequelae of hallucinations, overdrawing one's physical strength, or not resting well for a long period of time. All of these would damage one's mind, which was one's spirit. Although spiritual sense attacks could harm the true spirit and indirectly affect the mind, if the opponent's spiritual sense defense was too strong, then the spiritual sense attack would be useless. As for attacks that could harm the mind, it was very difficult to guard against, and one could only rely on their own essence, chi, and spirit to resist. Only those who were proficient in the mind incantation, like Li Fuchen, wouldn't be affected. As expected of the soul-wounding curse, Li Fuchen knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with the monochrome parasol lady with his spiritual awareness attack. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness might be comparable to a law phase realm emperor, but the monochrome parasol lady was also a peak-class half-emperor. In addition, Li Fuchen gradually understood that in order to utilize his spiritual awareness attacks to the limits, his cultivation level had to be able to keep up. Otherwise, his spiritual awareness was only good for scouting, but it was still lacking when it came to attacking others' true spirits. It could be said that with his current cultivation realm, spiritual sense attacks could no longer do anything to a quasi-emperor, unless he could get a 7-star spiritual consciousness attack. Therefore, Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't waste his effort. To him, the soul-wounding curse was a very good choice. Mind attacks were much harder to defend against than spiritual awareness attack. However, it was impossible to use one's own mind to launch an attack. Even if it was possible, the power wouldn't be great and it might even injure oneself. After all, a mind attack would definitely consume one's own mind. Only incantations were able to launch powerful mind attack. The so-called soul-wounding curse used the mind as a guide to attract the drifting chi presence in heaven and earth to attack the enemy. This chi presence was very strange and was in between the real and fake. It could only be captured by incantations. Perhaps due to his powerful spirit soul, Li Fuchen's innate talent for cultivating the soul-wounding curse was superior to the other incantations. It seems like I cannot underestimate you. The monochrome parasol lady rubbed the parasol with her right hand. The parasol started to spin rapidly and slashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't dodge as Shangguan Yu was behind him. If he dodged, the parasol lights would injure Shangguan Yu. The first thing to be sliced was the Sky Ring sword armor, followed by the sword energy protection. PFFF. Li Fuchen vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. His quasi-heaven class artifact armor had a dent. Go! Continuing to form the soul-wounding curse, Li Fuchen used more of his mind as a guide to gather the drifting chi presence in heaven and earth to blast at the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady grunted and her eyes dimmed a little. At this moment, she felt a trace of fatigue, and it was very unbelievable. With her cultivation realm, even if she fought for 3 days and 3 nights, it was impossible for her to feel fatigue. Your strange incantations are rather formidable. It is a pity that you still have to die. 9 Nether Ghost Claw. The monochrome parasol lady's right hand opened up into a claw. Dark radiance gathered on the claw before she clawed at Li Fuchen. This claw art actually contained a spiritual attack. However, this attack wasn't intentional and came with the claw art. If Li Fuchen was any other half-emperor, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die from this claw attack. Li Fuchen's claw art didn't do it intentionally. Instead, Li Fuchen's claw art contained a spiritual attack. Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder Incantation. Li Fuchen didn't care. Previously, he was multitasking and had been forming the heart seal in secret. The so-called heart seal was to form the seal with the heart power, but it required a longer time. The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder Incantation was a top-notch low-class incantation. As it was based on the Rising Thunder Incantation and the Five Thunders Incantation, Li Fuchen had learned it back at the Fall Thunder City. This was the first time he executed it. Rumble! In the sky above the wind thunder abyss, the black clouds suddenly shook. In the next moment, a lava-like heaven thunder burst out. But before this, Li Fuchen was already struck by the 9 nether ghost claw and vomited a mouthful of extremely cold blood. The monochrome parasol lady didn't pay attention to Li Fuchen's situation. Her attention was completely focused on the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder. The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder wasn't really thunder, it was more like fire thunder. The monochrome parasol lady had a feeling that if she was careless, she would definitely be injured. The parasol in her hand danced and bursts of giant parasol shadows rushed into the sky, wanting to block the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder. Bang bang! The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted through the layers of parasol shadows. The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder Incantation had consumed a lot of Li Fuchen's effort and time. It was a type of incantation that required a certain amount of time to prepare and was rather powerful. It contained the Mystic Yang attribute and wasn't something that the Five Thunders Incantation could compare with. Ultimately, the weakened Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder blasted on the monochrome parasol lady's parasol. The ground beneath Li Fuchen's feet sank as the monochrome parasol lady was blasted into the ground. The ground was then turned into a sea of lava and thunder. Walala! Mud and rocks burst out while the sea of lava and thunder dispersed. The monochrome parasol lady held onto the parasol and slowly rose up. It still doesn't work? Li Fuchen shook his head. Apart from the monochrome parasol lady's pale face, she didn't have any injuries. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, the parasol in her hand wasn't as simple as a quasi-heaven class equipment. Li Fuchen, leave the rest to me. It was unknown when Shangguan Yu had already stood up. Right now, the Thunder Calamity Herb's qi presence on her body hadn't completely dispersed, but she was already close to refining it. Her qi blood source was more than 10% or 20% stronger. Even her qi blood and qi power had significant improvements. Even if she wasn't at the completion stage, she wasn't far from it. She already had the strength to contest with high-class half-emperors, and right now, her qi presence wasn't inferior to the monochrome parasol lady. She was brimming with battle intent. Black Snake Drill. As soon as she arrived, Shangguan Yu probed first. The monochrome parasol lady swung her parasol and repelled the Black Snake Drill, as well as the Black Snake Qi power that burst out from the drill. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Shampasaurus Kill. Shangguan Yu brandished her fist, and a Shampasaurus image suppressed the void before rushing at the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady didn't dare to be careless and started to fight with Shangguan Yu. After backing off to the side, Li Fuchen used his spiritual awareness to observe the surroundings while observing the fight between Shangguan Yu and the monochrome parasol lady. Shangguan Yu's strength was obviously at the level of a P-class half-emperor. Furthermore, Li Fuchen noticed that Shangguan Yu was making use of the qi blood waves from the battle to gradually refine the remaining Thunder Calamity Herb's effects. Making use of the battle to refine the Thunder Calamity Herb's effects might be depleted, but it would also allow one's qi blood foundation to be extremely firm. The monochrome parasol lady had obviously noticed this and frowned. 1,000 shift steps. The monochrome parasol lady's body spun and suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, she was already behind Shangguan Yu. It was unknown when the parasol in her hand was already closed. The parasol tip was extremely sharp, and it was obviously coated with poison. It was thrust at Shangguan Yu's back. Shangguan Yu shook her hand and hammered away the parasol tip. The massive force nearly sent the monochrome parasol lady flying. When fighting in close combat with a body refinement monarch, one would have to pay a price. The monochrome parasol lady had never fought with a body refinement monarch of the same level, therefore, she was immediately at a disadvantage. The duo were both P-class half-emperors, and it was impossible to determine the victor within a short period of time. Occasionally, Shangguan Yu would have the upper hand, but it wasn't enough to turn into an absolute advantage. Mind Wound Incantation. With sufficient time, Li Fuchen used his mind to activate the Mind Wound Incantation. The monochrome parasol lady grunted and glared at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. If it was a one-on-one, she wasn't afraid of Shangguan Yu. But with Li Fuchen by the side, she would definitely lose, unless she could eliminate Li Fuchen first. However, her instincts told her that Li Fuchen might not be as strong as Shangguan Yu, but he was even more troublesome to deal with. The difficulty of killing Li Fuchen was definitely ridiculously high. As time slowed down, the monochrome parasol lady felt a sense of danger. She quickly opened her parasol and blocked a sword light. This sword light was released by Li Fuchen, and it was Meteor Fall. I shall give the Thunder Calamity herb to you. The monochrome parasol lady didn't wish to continue fighting. She turned and drifted away. Li Fuchen, are you all right? Shangguan Yu looked at Li Fuchen. I am fine, it is just a small injury. The monochrome parasol lady's 9 nether ghost claws claw force was tyrannical and vicious, but Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. With the circulation of his chi power and sword energy, the claw force was almost eliminated. The remaining claw force was immediately extinguished by the mortal calamity power, leaving nothing behind. That is good. Let us go look for the rootless flower. Chapter 6:14. The rootless flower was one of the rarest heaven-class low-tier herbs. Although it was said to be rootless, it wasn't really rootless. It just didn't need to take root in the soil to absorb nutrient. The rootless flower usually floated in mid-air, its roots absorbing the power of the void and gradually growing. However, it wasn't easy to find the rootless flower. The rootless flower could move on its own, unlike other medicinal herbs that usually stayed in place. Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu were roaming around the outer region of the inner abyss. If they were to go a little deeper, the wind blades and thunderbolts would exhaust a lot of their chi power and sword energy. During this period, the two of them also encountered many quasi-emperors. The Wind Thunder Prefecture was a mix of good and bad people. The number of monarchs in the Wind Thunder Prefecture was several times or even more than 10 times that of the other prefectures. Hence, there were also many quasi-emperors. At least 20% of the active quasi-emperors in the Soul Sky Empire were in the Wind Thunder Prefecture. Time flew by and several days had passed. On this day, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness saw a strange scene. There is a lightning lake there. Li Fuchen said to Shangguan Yu. Lightning Lake? I heard that the Thunder Heart Lake is one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Wind Thunder Abyss. There are a lot of thunder calamity grasses and wind thunder grasses there. In addition, soul grasses and soul nurturing trees also grow by the lakeside of the Thunder Heart Lake. Shangguan Yu's eyes lit up. The two of them had seen the thunder calamity grass, wind thunder grass, and soul grass, but they had never seen the soul nurturing wood. It was said that the soul nurturing wood could nourish the soul and cause it to undergo a transformation, but no one knew if it was true or not. Soul cultivation wood? Li Fuchen was slightly moved. He knew the effects of the soul nurturing wood. It suspected that the soul nurturing wood was similar to the golden amulet in that it could transform the soul. Of course, it was unknown whether the soul nurturing wood could transform the soul even once. It was incomparable to the golden amulet. Soon, the two of them arrived near the Thunder Heart Lake. The Thunder Heart Lake was not small. What they saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Most of the Thunder Heart Lake was shrouded in a thick layer of fog, making it impossible to see clearly. It might just be the tip of the iceberg of the Thunder Heart Lake, but when Li Fuchen took a rough look, It was already a few dozen miles in size. Thunder Heart Lake, as its name suggested. On the surface of the lake, thunder and lightning filled the air, and from time to time, thunder and lightning tides appeared. The lightning did not come from the sky. It was said that it came from the depths of the Thunder Heart Lake. That was why it was called the Thunder Heart Lake. The Thunder Heart Lake's thunderbolts are extremely terrifying. Even P-class half-emperors would be in danger if they are within 10 meters of the Thunder Heart Lake. Even low-level emperors wouldn't be able to withstand the thunderbolts if they are within 3 meters of the Thunder Heart Lake. Once low-level emperors are struck by the thunderbolts, they would definitely perish. Shangguan Yu explained. What about touching the water of the Thunder Heart Lake? Li Fuchen asked. Shangguan Yu said, it is said that in the entire Emperor Sky continent, only great emperors are able to make contact with the Thunder Heart Lake's water. Furthermore, it is only at the edge of the lake. Of course, the prerequisite is that there is no thunder tide. Earlier on, when the thunder tide burst out, if a low-level emperor was within 10 meters of the Thunder Heart Lake, they would definitely perish. If it's so dangerous, wouldn't it mean that only a sage would be able to come into contact with the secrets of the Thunder Heart Lake? Li Fuchen didn't understand. The Emperor Sky continent was just a mid-class continent. Even if it was a top-notch mid-class continent, it wouldn't have such a dangerous place. It was illogical. Shangguan Yu said, don't mention it. The ancient records state that the formation of the wind-thunder abyss is indeed related to saints. But different ancient records have different explanations. There is a saying that in the depths of the Thunder Heart Lake, there is a heart of a Thunder Tao overlord. There is also a saying that in the depths of the Thunder Heart Lake, a Thunder Tao saint has fallen into a deep slumber. The thunderbolts of the Thunder Heart Lake and the wind-thunder abyss are all affected by it. There is another saying that the formation of the wind-thunder abyss is a battlefield between a wind-Tao saint and a Thunder Tao saint. Both saints had perished in the wind-thunder abyss. Saints are so powerful? Li Fuchen was shocked. If a Thunder Tao overlord's heart could form a Thunder Heart Lake, then how powerful would the Thunder Tao overlord be? A single thought would probably be able to kill a great emperor. Li Fuchen couldn't help but think of the latent shadow abyss. The latent shadow abyss was also the result of a battle between saints. However, Li Fuchen felt that the two saints that created the latent shadow abyss should be stronger than the saints that created the wind-thunder abyss. After all, the latent shadow abyss had too many layers and each layer had its own laws. Saints are naturally powerful. Law Phase Realm Emperors only have a lifespan of 2,000 years, while saints have a lifespan of 10,000 years. After reaching the Saint Realm, not only can they roam the endless seas and endless continents, they can even leave this world and explore the outer region. They can create storms with a flip of their hands, they can tear open the spatial zone and travel 10 million miles with a single step. In short, saints are already the strongest experts in this world. I have never heard of any stronger realms above saints. Shangguan Yu had a look of longing as she said slowly. A few dozen miles wasn't considered big, but it wasn't small either. When Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu arrived at the side of the Thunder Heart Lake, there were already dozens of monarchs gathered here, including the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady had also seen Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. However, she didn't go over to look for trouble. Firstly, if Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu worked together, she wouldn't be a match. Secondly, Shangguan Yu had already refined the Thunder Calamity herb. Even if the monochrome parasol lady could obtain her essence blood, the effects would be far inferior to the Thunder Calamity herb. Thirdly, a portion of the Thunder Heart Lake's mist had actually dispersed. The Thunder Heart Lake would normally only disperse after a few dozen years. If she missed this opportunity, she might have to wait for another few dozen years. Right now, her target was the Thunder Calamity herb by the lakeside. As long as she could seize the opportunity and pluck one stalk of Thunder Calamity herb, everything would be worth it. Just like the monochrome parasol lady, everyone was staring at the precious herbs by the lakeside. According to their strength, everyone had different targets. Some were after the wind thunder herb, some were after the thunder calamity herb, some were after high-grade soul herbs. As for the soul-nurturing wood, it was normally floating above the lake, and they didn't dare to think about it. So many herbs! Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. The thunder calamity herb was rarely seen in the outside world, but there were 5 or 6 stalks here. However, they were all growing within 10 meters of the Thunderheart Lake and weren't easy to pluck. Between 10 to 15 meters, there were plenty of wind thunder herbs. As for high-grade soul herbs, there were only 3 stalks, and they were growing within 3 meters of the Thunderheart Lake. That was a place that only Law Phase Realm emperors could set foot in. Those below the Law Phase Realm would definitely perish if they entered. Li Fuchen saw a bald man with the strength of a peak-class monarch wanting to use his chi hand to pluck the wind thunder herb. In the next moment, a horrific thunderbolt was drawn over and the bald man was instantly electrocuted into pieces, causing him to die miserably. Shangguan Yu said, "The thunderbolts of the Thunderheart Lake are extremely intelligent. It doesn't matter where you are, as long as your chi enters the attack range, the thunderbolts will follow the trail and attack you. Therefore, it is impossible to use the chi hand to pluck the herbs. You have to have sufficient strength and seize the opportunity to pluck the herbs. This Thunderheart Lake is rather peculiar." Chapter 6:15. Crackle, crackle. At the lakeside, a figure shuttled back and forth, lightning dancing around his body. Just a little more. A bolt of lightning struck, and the monochrome parasol girl hurriedly opened up her parasol. She was blasted back with a look of indignation. The lightning within 10 meters of the lake could severely injure a peak quasi-emperor. If it was slightly closer, it could kill a peak quasi-emperor. If there was no one else here, the monochrome parasol girl would not be afraid of being severely injured. However, there were many people here, including many quasi-emperors. If she was severely injured, she would not be able to protect the herb or even her life. The monochrome parasol lady couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. She happened to see Li Fuchen easily plucking the wind thunder herb. The wind thunder herb might be within 10 to 15 meters of the lakeside, and it wasn't as hard to harvest as the thunder calamity herb, but it wouldn't be as easy as Li Fuchen. Even a peak-class half-emperor would be injured after being struck by the thunderbolts within 10 to 15 meters. Therefore, she wasn't willing to harvest the wind thunder herb and would put all her effort into harvesting the thunder calamity herb. If she could harvest the thunder calamity herb without any injuries, then she could harvest the wind thunder herb. Although this lightning is intelligent, it can only turn a few times. If it turns more than that, its power will be greatly reduced. Looking at the wind thunder herb in his hand, Li Fuchen thought to himself. With his spiritual awareness, picking the wind thunder grass was too easy. Although the bolts of lightning were very fast in his eyes, they weren't fast enough for his body to react. Therefore, as long as he could clearly observe the trajectory of the lightning, he would be able to avoid it in advance. I wonder if the 5 Thunders incantation can trigger the lightning here? Li Fuchen suddenly had an idea. Logically speaking, the 5 Thunders curse could only attract the heavenly thunder in the sky, but it didn't say that it couldn't attract the lightning on the ground. Li Fuchen didn't try immediately. There were too many people here, and it wouldn't be good to incur the wrath of the crowd. Li Fuchen, if you want the thunder calamity herb, let me pluck it. With my defense, I should be able to withstand a thunderbolt attack, and I shouldn't be seriously injured. Shangguan Yu said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen shook his head. I will do it myself. You just have to support me from the side. He had seen with his own eyes how the monochrome parasol lady failed to pluck the thunder calamity grass. The speed of the lightning was much faster than the lightning between 10 to 15 meters. Shangguan Yu could withstand it once, or even twice, but definitely not thrice. If he hadn't encountered the thunder calamity grass, he wouldn't have thought much about it. Since he had encountered it, he naturally had to pick one. He suspected that since the Thunder Calamity grass could strengthen the blood essence, it could definitely increase the limit of his body's endurance. After all, one of the fundamentals of the human body was the source of one's qi and blood. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness covered the radius of a few dozen meters. With a flash, he sprinted towards the nearest Thunder Calamity herb with his fastest speed. Crackle! Along the way, there were violent explosions of thunderbolt. The astounding thunderbolt field was rapidly depleting Li Fuchen's sword energy protection. This was without being struck by the thunderbolt. Once struck by the thunderbolt, Li Fuchen's sword energy protection would instantly be blasted into scraps. 13 meters. 10 meters. In an instant, Li Fuchen entered the 10-meter region of the lakeside. The thunderbolts here were violent and swift. The horrific thunderbolt field had caused Li Fuchen's skin to feel stinging pain and numbness. If Li Fuchen's body refinement hadn't reached the primary sea realm, his limbs would have gone soft and he wouldn't be able to continue. Come over. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed. The sword energy turned into a giant hand and dug out a stalk of Thunder Calamity herb. Boom! A thunderbolt skimmed across the sword energy giant hand and instantly crumbled. It then skimmed towards Li Fuchen, and more thunderbolts were drawn over. Li Fuchen dodged with difficulty. His cultivation was still too low. His body's reaction might be fast, but his movement speed wasn't fast enough. With a spurt of energy, Li Fuchen activated his sword energy again and turned it into a sword energy giant hand to grab that falling Thunder Calamity herb. In everyone's eyes, Li Fuchen felt as though he was dancing on a steel wire and was in danger of being smashed into smithereens at any moment. But Li Fuchen was always able to dodge the sharpness of the thunderbolts at the critical moment. Finally, Li Fuchen grabbed the Thunder Calamity herb and retreated frantically. Bang boom! The devastating thunderbolts were like an irregular giant net that enveloped Li Fuchen. Extinguish! With a swing of the joint heaven sword, the heaven and earth extermination was executed. The thunderbolts froze for an instant, but in the next moment, the thunderbolts still surged over violently. One of the thunderbolts struck on Li Fuchen's chest ruthlessly. The sword energy protection was like tofu and didn't have any resistance. Immediately after, the quasi-heaven class artifact armor had also crumbled. Swish! Li Fuchen was sent flying and his chest was charred black. He had suffered severe internal injuries. This was also because the thunderbolts were weakened by the heaven and earth extermination. Otherwise, this attack was enough to severely injure Li Fuchen and kill him. On his finger, the healing ring was emitting a green halo and rapidly recovering his injuries. Within his body, the Qi power, sword energy, and mortal calamity power were circulating at the same time to neutralize the thunderbolt power. What a close call! After keeping the Thunder Calamity herb, Li Fuchen had a lingering fear. If he had to pluck another Thunder Calamity herb, he really didn't know if he could escape unscathed. He obtained a stalk of Thunder Calamity herb. Seeing how Li Fuchen obtained a stalk of Thunder Calamity herb without any mishaps, everyone looked at Li Fuchen with a different expression. All of them were glaring at Li Fuchen with covetous eyes, especially those half-emperors. They wished they could immediately kill Li Fuchen and snatch the Thunder Calamity herb. Let's go! Li Fuchen took a glance at everyone and was preparing to leave the Thunderheart Lake. Trying to leave? How can it be so easy? Hand over the Thunder Calamity herb before leaving, otherwise I will bury your corpses here. A high-class half-emperor blocked the duo's path. With the likes of you? Shangguan Yu's body released murderous aura and a horrific qi spirit. Crackle! The ground beneath their feet had cracked open. The high-class half-emperor was appalled as he didn't expect Shangguan Yu to be so powerful. Just by using the qi spirit, she was able to make him suffer such immense pressure. Everyone, are you going to watch them leave like this? The Thunder Calamity herb has boundless effects. Even if you consume a small portion, it will be greatly beneficial to the qi blood source and the spirit soul. The high-class half-emperor knew that he wasn't a match for Shangguan Yu and started to tempt others. Courting death. Shangguan Yu blasted a fist, and it was the 5 forms Emperor Fist, Shampasaurus Kill. PFFF. The high-class half-emperor vomited fresh blood violently. How could he be a match for Shangguan Yu and was instantly severely injured? Kill them and split the Thunder Calamity Herb evenly. In fact, there wasn't a need to tempt others as everyone wasn't planning to let Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen off. 5 Thunders Incantation. Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands and yelled out. Boom 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 boom. It was unknown when dark clouds gathered in the sky. Above the Thunder Heart Lake, a large number of thunderbolts were drawn up, and with the 5 Thunders Incantation, they were turned into heaven thunderbolts and blasted down. Bang! One of the half-emperors was blasted by the heaven thunderbolt. His flesh was instantly separated and he was turned into ashes. Not good, he can control the thunderbolts here. Everyone's scalp was numb and they were all panicking. If it was the thunderbolts in the outside world, they wouldn't be afraid. But the Wind Thunder Abyss thunderbolts were too horrific, and the Thunder Heart Lake's thunderbolts were several times more horrific. With countless heaven thunderbolts descending, they didn't have the mood to look for trouble with Li Fuchen. All of them wished that their parents had given them more legs and were fleeing in all directions. The heaven thunderbolts blasted indiscriminately and instantly killed over a dozen P-class monarchs and half-emperors. Even Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu were within the range of the heaven thunderbolt. Let's go. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the 5 Thunders Incantation to go out of control and treat him as a target. Once Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu left, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared as quickly as they came. The heaven thunderbolts had also dispersed, leaving behind a mess. The monochrome parasol lady, who was the first to leave this region, had lingering fear. She personally witnessed a P-class half-emperor being blasted to death. Whether one could survive the indiscriminate heaven thunderbolts wasn't related to strength, it was mainly dependent on luck. After all, no matter how formidable one's strength was, it wasn't comparable to the Thunder Heart Lake's thunderbolts. This person is too troublesome, it is better not to provoke him. Subconsciously, the monochrome parasol lady listed Li Fuchen as one of the people that shouldn't be provoked. Chapter 6:16. I didn't expect the Thunder Incantation to be so useful in the Wind Thunder Abyss. This was the first time Shangguan Yu witnessed the power of the incantation mark. She felt that even if the wave of heaven thunder wasn't at the Emperor class, it wasn't too far off. Li Fuchen nodded. But the Thunder Heart Lake's thunder isn't something I can control anymore. That is because your 5 Thunders Incantation proficiency isn't high enough. Of course, compared to your cultivation time, your 5 Thunders Incantation proficiency is already at the highest level. Shangguan Yu felt that her innate perception was already high enough, but as compared to Li Fuchen, it seemed to be slightly inferior. Due to the Skull Blood Curse, Li Fuchen didn't dare to consume the Thunder Calamity Herb immediately. He had to wait until the Skull Blood Curse was removed before consuming the Thunder Calamity Herb to break through his body's endurance limit. After wandering for a few more days and not even a shadow of the rootless flower was seen, Shangguan Yu said, "Why don't we go deeper?" Previously, they were only active in the outer region of the Wind Thunder Abyss Inner Abyss. The Inner Abyss danger was roughly divided into 4 regions: the outer region, middle region, inner region, and the heart of the abyss. P-class monarchs could still participate in the outer region, but in the middle region, P-class monarchs wouldn't even be able to resist the wind blades and thunderbolts and would definitely perish. In the inner region, even half-emperors would perish. With their strength, it might be very strenuous to reach the middle region, but they could still endure for a while. Alright. Li Fuchen decided that he would leave the Wind Thunder Abyss 1 week later regardless if he obtained the rootless flower. After entering the Inner Abyss middle region, the duo could obviously feel that the power of the wind blades and thunderbolts had increased significantly. A single wind blade or thunderbolt would exhaust their chi power and chi at a speed that was several times faster than before. The wind blades here are obviously stronger than the thunderbolts? Li Fuchen used his sword to cleave apart a horrific wind blade and said. Shangguan said, I reckon that we are rather close to the wind cave. The wind cave was one of the 3 dangerous places in the wind-thunder abyss. It was equally famous as the Thunder Heart Lake. According to the ancient records, the Thunder Heart Lake was the place where a Thunder Dao saint perished, while the Wind Cave was the place where a Wind Dao saint perished. Shangguan was right. Half a day later, the duo arrived at the vicinity of the Wind Cave. The wind tunnel was a huge and deep cave. In the deep cave there was an incomparably huge whirlpool of wind. The whirlpool emitted a terrifying sound like the roar of mountains and the roar of tsunamis. Just listening to the sound gave people a sense of panic, as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was said that there was once a great emperor who entered the wind tunnel and never came out again. Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness towards the wind cave, but he soon paid the price. The wind in the wind tunnel also had a terrifying destructive power to the spiritual sense. As soon as his spiritual sense entered the wind tunnel, it was torn apart by the fierce wind, causing a stabbing pain in his head. Such terrifying wind path law? Li Fuchen exclaimed. The wind path laws in the wind tunnel were the most terrifying wind path laws he had ever seen. In front of these wind path laws, other nomological forces retreated. There was only destruction there, and even spiritual awareness couldn't exist. Someone once found a rootless flower near the wind tunnel. Let's look for it. Shangguan said. All right. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness consciously avoided the wind tunnel and scanned the surroundings. The wind tunnel wasn't big and was only a few thousand miles in size. In normal situations, it wouldn't take a long time to circle it, but the wind around the wind tunnel was too violent. The duo had to take one step at a time, and it was hard for them to move quickly. After more than a day, the duo had exhausted more than half of their chi power and sword energy. They finally circled the wind tunnel for half a round. Swish! All of a sudden, a tiny shadow flew out of the wind tunnel not far away. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that the tiny shadow was a flower. It was a slightly translucent gray flower with a stem. Rootless flower. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The rootless flower was gray in color and slightly translucent. This was the description on the Heaven-class herb encyclopedia. It is indeed the rootless flower. Shangguan Yu's spiritual awareness had also captured the rootless flower. After flying out of the wind tunnel, the rootless flower's movement speed had slowed down. The rootless flower can only be plucked with the palm. Qi is unable to touch its physical body. Shangguan Yu reminded. Understood. Li Fuchen naturally knew the characteristics of the rootless flower. This flower was rare because it contained void law and coincidentally, the dantian also contained void law. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and reached out to grab the rootless flower. Let go! Right at this moment, a distorted blade light was blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had an intuition that if he was hit by this blade light, he would definitely die. A peak-class half-emperor? No, it should be a combat emperor. In an instant, Li Fuchen's mind flashed with many thoughts. A combat emperor might not necessarily be able to contest with a law phase realm emperor. Only peak-class combat emperors would have the strength. Those that could become combat emperors didn't just cultivate heaven-class martial arts, they also cultivated heaven-class cultivation technique. Such people were destined to step into the law phase realm. Break! Shangguan Yu punched at the blade light. But the blade light was tougher than Shangguan Yu imagined. It might have shattered, but the shattered blade light was still shooting at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen gave up on plucking the rootless flower and drew the joint heaven sword to execute the heaven and earth extermination. Bang bang! PFFF 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 PFFF. After the heaven and earth extermination was routed, dozens of bloody holes appeared on Li Fuchen's body. he was sent flying and vomited a mouthful of blood. "Who are you?" Shangguan Yu stared at a black-robed youth who wasn't far away. "Get lost before I get angry." The black-robed youth ignored Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu and said indifferently, "With the likes of you?" Shangguan Yu's qi spirit burst out. After refining the Thunder Calamity herb, her qi strength was constantly increasing. She was confident that she could contest with low-class combat emperors. "If your body refinement is at the completion stage, I might be apprehensive. But you are still far from it." The black-robed youth brandished the snake blade and thrust at Shangguan Yu's face with a distorted blade light. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Shampasaurus Kill. Shangguan Yu brandished her fist, and the Shampasaurus shadow clashed with the blade light. PFFF. It was obvious that the black-robed youth's attack was much stronger this time. The Shampasaurus shadow was immediately penetrated, and the remaining blade light left a wound on Shangguan Yu's shoulder. The wound was constantly expanding, and Shangguan Yu had to use her qi strength to suppress the wound. At least mid-class combat emperor's strength? Shangguan Yu's face turned dark. Combat emperors were considered reserve emperors. They only lacked time to progress to the law phase realm. Between combat emperors, the difference in strength was even greater than between half-emperors. This was mainly because the higher the rank, the closer they were to the law phase realm. If low-class combat emperors didn't just cultivate heaven-class martial arts, they also cultivated heaven-class cultivation technique. Mid-class combat emperors would have cultivated both to the highest rank. As for high-class combat emperors, they would need heaven-class weapons. After that, peak-class combat emperors would be comparable with the weakest law phase realm emperors. They wouldn't be able to rely on their regular strength and would need to rely on high-class divine abilities. If one cultivated a heaven-class cultivation technique or a heaven-class martial art, a law phase realm emperor would also cultivate a heaven-class cultivation technique or a heaven-class martial art. Furthermore, a law phase realm emperor's qi would be 10 times or dozens of times stronger than yours. They wouldn't be on the same level. Of course, apart from cultivation techniques, martial arts, and weapons, the bone frame was also very important. Chapter 6:17. Is this the power of a battled arch? Seeing that even Shangguan Yu wasn't a match for the black-robed youth, Li Fuchen understood that the black-robed youth was definitely a combat emperor and wasn't a regular combat emperor. The snake blade in his hand was probably a heaven-class weapon. The black-robed youth was indeed not an ordinary combat emperor, but a mid-grade combat emperor. Moreover, he was considered to be extremely powerful among the mid-grade combat emperors. If there were well-informed people here, they would definitely recognize that the black-robed youth was the Soul Sky Empire's famous Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was an absolute prodigy and had the 8-star bone frame. When he was at the Battle Spirit Realm, he was already a 3-star general. Right now, he was at the 7th level of Primary Sea Realm and was already a mid-class combat emperor. It was said that the heaven-class cultivation technique he cultivated was called the Black Dragon Breath Technique. The heaven-class martial art was called the Peerless Blade Technique. The snake blade in his hand was also a heaven-class weapon called the Ghost Snake Blade. He was at the top in all aspects. Other than a few extremely abnormal geniuses, he was basically invincible under the Transcendence realm. I told you to scram, but now you won't have the chance to do so. The Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor smiled cruelly and waved his ghost snake blade. Another blade light shot towards Shangguan Yu. It's just a battle emperor. If you want to fight, let's fight. Heavenly Wind Curse. Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands. Woo woo woo, countless wind blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed at the blade light, slashing at the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Gotcha! The blade light was shattered. Although a single wind blade couldn't compare to a blade light, there were too many wind blades triggered by the Skywind Curse. In the face of absolute numbers, the blade light that the Ghost Dragon Combat Arch had unleashed only lasted for a moment. Looking at the incoming wind blades, The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's face turned ugly. He didn't care about Li Fuchen's ability at all. If he didn't use 30% of his strength, Li Fuchen would already be a corpse. But he didn't expect for Li Fuchen to actually be an incantation master. Incantation masters borrowed the power of heaven and earth for their own use. The stronger the power of heaven and earth, the stronger their strength. The vicinity of the wind tunnel was filled with terrifying Wind Dao laws. The borrowed power of Wind Dao was naturally terrifying. Limitless. Facing the densely packed wind blades, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor brandished the ghost snake blade in his hand, and countless blade lights welcomed them. Crackle! The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor had to use his full strength to dispel the heavenly wind curse. As expected of a battle emperor, Li Fuchen frowned and flashed, dodging a small amount of uncontrollable wind blade. The wind tunnel was the same as the Thunder Heart Lake. It could greatly increase the power of his incantation. However, due to the lack of attainment, he could not completely control the heavenly wind incantation. Fortunately, he was an incantation master after all. Most of the wind blades were still attacking the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Only a small portion of the wind blades were slashing towards him. At this moment, Li Fuchen was very grateful to the Incantation Martial Emperor. If the Incantation Martial Emperor wasn't willing to impart the Incantation Dao to Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do anything if he encountered someone who was much stronger than him. The power of your curse seals isn't bad. Unfortunately, you still have to die, Hunlan. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's forehead had a ripple that was hard to see with the naked eye. In the next moment, a tidal wave of spiritual awareness blasted at Li Fuchen. With a smile, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor stared at Li Fuchen as though he was looking at a dead man. With the 8-star bone frame, his spiritual awareness was already extremely robust. Furthermore, he was executing the 7-star spiritual awareness attack secret technique, Soul Mist secret technique, which was enough to severely injure Li Fuchen's true spirit. Li Fuchen never thought that his true spirit would be injured, therefore, he wouldn't take the initiative to execute a spiritual awareness defense secret technique. When the tidal wave of spiritual awareness surged into Li Fuchen's mind and washed over his true spirit, Li Fuchen felt his true spirit was a little itchy. Spiritual awareness attack, huh? Li Fuchen revealed a strange smile on his face. He had always been the one to threaten others' true spirit. He didn't expect that there would be a day when someone would use their spiritual awareness to attack his true spirit. How is this possible? It is ineffective? The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor narrowed his eyes and had a cold expression. You are rather cautious. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor quickly felt relieved. In his opinion, Li Fuchen must have executed a spiritual awareness defense secret technique in advance. Otherwise, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to block the Soul Mist secret technique. Let's see how many times you can block it. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor continuously executed Soul Mist. Li Fuchen had a calm expression as the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's spiritual awareness attack felt like it was tickling his true spirit. After executing Soul Mist 5 times in a row, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor finally stopped. It seems that the secret method of spiritual sense you practice is also at the 7-star level. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor naturally assumed that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness defense secret technique was 7-star. When the gap between their spiritual awareness wasn't ridiculously large, it wasn't strange for the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor to be unable to injure the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's true spirit. Li Fuchen didn't explain as there wasn't a need. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor will give you some face. The two of you can get lost. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor didn't wish to continue fighting. Li Fuchen mocked. It seems like you didn't defeat me. You are the one who should get lost. You truly don't know your limit. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was so angry that he laughed and had a horrifying expression. He had never wanted to kill someone so urgently, and Li Fuchen was the first. Heaven Wind Incantation. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's strength was indeed overwhelming, but this was the wind tunnel and it wasn't his territory. Hum 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 hum, countless wind blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed at the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Bang boom! The two of them were in a frenzied battle. PFFF. There were too many wind blades and the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was slightly careless, causing his thigh to be cut. Damn it! The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor tried his best to get close to Li Fuchen. As long as he could get close to Li Fuchen, he would be able to kill Li Fuchen in a single move. It was a pity that everything was in vain. Li Fuchen fought and retreated while maintaining a certain distance. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's three-corpse god was enraged and wished he could slice Li Fuchen into 1,000 pieces. It would be great if this place is the Thunder Heart Lake. In Li Fuchen's eyes, the power of the wind blades might not be inferior to the thunderbolts, but they had entirely different characteristics and effects. The wind blades emphasized on the cutting power. The power was concentrated and easy to defend against. Thunderbolts could ignore defenses to a certain degree. In the face of a powerful electric field, there was basically nothing that couldn't conduct electricity. If the wind blades were replaced with thunderbolts, even if the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor could block them, he would still suffer. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the threat of the wind blades wasn't as great as the thunderbolts, but the power wasn't inferior and the condensed power was superior. 15 minutes later, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor felt his arms going numb and he couldn't hold on any longer. I, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, swear that the next time we meet, I will slay you. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor glared at Li Fuchen coldly and left quickly. He is finally gone. Shangguanyu, who had been waiting solemnly, let out a breath of relief. When facing the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, she had a lot of pressure and was truly afraid that Li Fuchen wasn't a match. After defeating the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, Li Fuchen plucked the rootless flower with ease. Chapter 6:18. The effects of the rootless flower was much stronger than what Li Fuchen imagined. Different from other herbs, once the rootless flower entered the body, it would immediately turn into a stream of qi and fuse into the dantian. There was no need to meditate and refine it. After one day, Li Fuchen felt that his dantian was several times stronger. Previously, his dantian was bulging, but now the bulging feeling was gone. I should be able to break through to the second level of primary sea realm. With the peak-grade spirit stone, Li Fuchen felt that he didn't need to expend much effort to break through to the second level of primary sea realm. Unlike others who didn't have the restriction of the dantian, it was extremely difficult to break through from the first level to the second level of primary sea realm. It would take at least a few years, at most a few decades or centuries. I'll break through after I return. The peak-grade spirit stone was too precious, and once it was exposed, let alone primary sea realm monarchs, even law phase realm emperors would go crazy. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't take out the peak-grade spirit stone to cultivate openly. With the high-grade wind thunder compass and Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, the duo left the wind thunder abyss without any mishaps and returned to the Fall Thunder City. In the Thunder Fall City, the two of them met the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor again. The Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor didn't make a move. This was Fall Thunder City. Although the City Lord was only a quasi-emperor and was not a match for him, the City Lord was backed by the Soul Sky Empire. He did not dare to openly provoke the Soul Sky Empire and forcefully attack them in Fall Thunder City. What's more, with the support of the quasi-rank 8 city protecting Grand Array, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor believed that he would not be able to defeat the Thunder City Lord. After checking into a famous inn, Li Fuchen and Shangguanyu began to cultivate in seclusion. Li Fuchen was in seclusion to break through to the second level of primary sea realm, while Shangguanyu was trying to break through to the completion level of primary sea realm. After refining the Thunder Calamity Grass, Shangguan Yu's qi and blood source had strengthened by an unknown amount. As her qi and blood source strengthened, her qi force cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. Once she successfully broke through, even if she faced the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, she would still have the strength to fight and not be crushed. The inn they were staying in was called the Gathering Clouds Inn. It had hundreds of courtyards, and each courtyard was enveloped by an array formation. But this array was only a quasi-class 6 array. Li Fuchen was worried that the peak-grade Spirit Stone's Qi presence would leak out, therefore, he intentionally took out a Class 7 concealment array board. The concealment array plate could conceal one's aura, and to a certain extent, it was isolated from the outside world. After everything was prepared, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and took out the peak-grade Spirit Stone to start cultivating. Boom, boom, boom. The Spirit Qi in the peak-grade Spirit Stone was like a flood that burst a dam. It poured into Li Fuchen's body, and a great Tao presence was rising in Li Fuchen's heart. Middle stage first level primary sea realm, late stage first level primary sea realm, peak first level primary sea realm. With almost no effort, Li Fuchen had increased his cultivation from the initial stage of first level primary sea realm to the peak stage. After reaching the primary sea realm, it was extremely difficult to increase a trace of cultivation. In normal situations, a 7-star bone frame would need at least 5 years to advance by one level. If one's innate talent and perception were slightly inferior, the time required would be several folds or even 10 folds. After all, in the cultivation of the martial Tao, there were times when one couldn't be any weaker. As for 6-star bone frames, if they didn't have any fated encounters, they would basically stop at the low levels of primary sea realm. There were only a few that could break through to the mid-levels. Jian Yuan didn't stay at the peak of first-level primary sea realm for long before he broke through. As compared to the first level of primary sea realm, the second level of primary sea realm's sword energy was purer and more vigorous. At the same time, the blazing sword Tao law was more complete. Initial second-level primary sea realm. Mid-second-level primary sea realm. After his cultivation reached the second level of primary sea realm, Li Fuchen continued to increase his cultivation. He wanted to see how far he could increase his cultivation by relying on the peak-grade Spirit Stone. Since the Spirit Qi in the peak-grade Spirit Stone was very pure and was much purer than his sword energy, there wasn't a need to refine it and simply converted it into sword energy. Apart from that, the peak-grade Spirit Stone contained the great Tao presence that was also increasing his cultivation and mental state. It wasn't a situation where his mental state couldn't keep up. Late second-level primary sea realm. Peak second-level primary sea realm. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation reached the peak second-level primary sea realm. So terrifying! Even though he knew that the peak-grade Spirit Stone was something that Law Phase realm emperors and great emperors desired, Li Fuchen was still very shocked. With the peak-grade Spirit Stone, he didn't have any bottlenecks when cultivating. Before obtaining the peak-grade Spirit Stone, his cultivation was only at the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm. Right now, he was already at the peak second-level primary sea realm. During this period, he had saved many years of bitter cultivation. Fated encounter, this is a fated encounter. Li Fuchen lamented. With a fated encounter, it was indeed different. If a person with ordinary aptitude obtained a powerful fated encounter, they might be able to become a ruler. If a person with rather good aptitude didn't have any fated encounter, they might end up mediocre. If the fated encounter was magnified, it was actually fate. Fate was unpredictable, and no matter how powerful a person was, they were just small shrimps in the face of fate. Even a saint wasn't an exception. I shall stop at the peak second-level primary sea realm for now. It isn't appropriate to increase my cultivation by so much in an instant, and it might attract suspicion. The primary sea realm wasn't the battle spirit realm. It was already very exaggerated for a battle spirit realm cultivator to increase his cultivation by 2 levels. If Li Fuchen's cultivation was to break through from the 1st level to the 3rd level of primary sea realm within a short period of time, it wouldn't be normal. It was fine if no one noticed, but if someone noticed, it might cause some trouble. Li Fuchen didn't feel that it was a pity that his cultivation wasn't able to increase. Subsequently, he placed all his attention on the incantation Dao. The incantation Dao was indeed very powerful. In fact, it was overly powerful. If his 5 thunders incantation and heaven wind incantation were more profound, he wouldn't need to fear anyone apart from Law Phase realm emperors in the wind thunder abyss. In other words, in a specific environment, the incantation Dao was able to increase his strength by a few times. It was something that other martial Daos couldn't achieve. Therefore, Li Fuchen felt that he had to pay attention to the incantation Dao and strive to learn all the low-class incantations before studying the mid-class incantations. Time elapsed. Before Shangguanyu exited from seclusion, Li Fuchen had already learned most of the low-class incantations. The incantation Martial Emperor imparted a total of 23 low-class incantations to Li Fuchen. Previously, Li Fuchen had only cultivated the 5 Thunders incantation, Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder incantation, Wind Summon Rain incantation, Heaven Wind incantation, Soul Wound incantation, Evil Vanquish incantation, and some other incantations. He didn't have time to learn the rest of the low-class incantations. Now that he had sufficient time, he naturally learned all the low-class incantations with ease. But if he wanted to become proficient in them, it would be a little difficult. After all, no matter how high Li Fuchen's perception was, his foundation in the incantation Dao was still rather shallow and he needed more time to accumulate. Golden Light Protection Incantation. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen's body flickered with golden light and a golden barrier appeared outside Li Fuchen's body. Golden Light Protection Incantation, one of the low-class incantations and one of the protection incantations. It could borrow the metal Dao energy in heaven and earth to enhance the body. If it was in a place with extremely concentrated metal Dao energy, it would be able to utilize the Golden Light Protection Incantation to a horrifying degree. Even if the opponent was much stronger than the incantation user, they wouldn't be able to break the protection incantation. Only by learning all the incantations will I be able to perform exceptionally well in all sorts of environments. Chapter 619. 3 days later, Shangguanyu came out of seclusion. After being in seclusion for close to a month, Shangguanyu's body refinement didn't break through to the completion level of primary sea realm. But according to the other party, her current body refinement wasn't any different from the completion level of primary sea realm. The Thunder Calamity Grass had strengthened her chi and blood chi, allowing her chi and blood chi to improve greatly. Adding on the accumulation of resources for a month, her body refinement realm was no longer inferior to a body refinement realm monarch. Moreover, it was a body refinement realm monarch who had cultivated a peak-tier Earth-grade body refinement realm technique. With my current strength, it's still not enough to fight against the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Shangguanyu thought for a while and said. Li Fuchen said, "It doesn't matter. I didn't waste this month either. I feel that my mind wound incantation is much stronger than before." The mind-wounding curse was used to attack the mind, which was more obscure and harder to guard against than the spiritual sense attack. As long as Shangguanyu could slightly restrain the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, Li Fuchen was confident he could weaken the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. In addition to the mind-wounding curse, he also cultivated a low-level curse, the Bewildering Curse. It was also a curse that targeted the mind, but its main effect was to make the other party lose their mind. If the Soul Wound Curse was equivalent to the Thorns of Spiritual Awareness, then the Mind Confusion Curse was equivalent to the 1,000 Illusion Eyes. Li Fuchen realized that with his powerful spirit soul, it was much easier to cultivate the mind incantation. It was the same as when he cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness and the 1,000 illusion eyes. Use the mind wound curse to attack me. If you can injure my mind, it means that you can injure the ghost dragon combat emperor's mind. Shangguan Yu said. As a lesser success stage body refinement monarch, her mind wasn't any weaker than the ghost dragon battle monarch. After all, the strength of one's mind was directly related to the strength of one's blood. All right. Li Fuchen quickly formed a seal. In the next moment, an inexplicable qi presence gathered towards Li Fuchen. Shangguan Yu might not be able to see the inexplicable qi presence, but she could feel a trace of spiritual pressure. After forming the seal, a sharp aura suddenly blasted towards Shangguan Yu. As compared to the previous time, Li Fuchen's mind wound incantation had improved significantly. Previously, it was just a qi presence fluctuation, but this time, it had a sharp presence. For a moment, Shangguan Yu felt as if her mind had been cut, and her spirit immediately became a little sluggish. What a powerful mental attack! Shangguan Yu estimated that if she had to endure more than 10 mind-wounding spells, her condition would be greatly reduced. Li Fuchen, you are truly a prodigy in the incantation Dao. Perhaps it is as Uncle Fan said, you should change to the incantation Dao. Li Fuchen's qi cultivation strength might be formidable, but it was Li Fuchen's accumulation over the years. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had only cultivated the incantation Dao for a short period of time. In response, Li Fuchen said, the sword Dao might not be weaker than the incantation Dao, but the sword Dao requires ample preparation. The incantation Dao borrowed the power of heaven and earth for one's own use, therefore, it was very powerful at the start. But at the later stages, Li Fuchen didn't believe that the sword Dao was weaker than the incantation Dao. It was said that when the sword Dao reached the saint's realm, it could be said that a single sword could break all laws. No evils would be able to invade and no powerful incantations would be able to get close to the body. Maybe. Shangguan Yu did not argue any further. When the sword path reached its later stages, it was indeed terrifyingly powerful. It could be said to be one of the most ferocious martial arts. Although the two of them had the strength to fight against the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, the two of them did not leave the Fall Thunder City. At the current stage, Li Fuchen was accumulating the foundation of the incantation Dao. Since he would be cultivating anywhere, it wasn't a bad idea to cultivate in the Fall Thunder City. As days elapsed, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was very patient and had been staying in the Fall Thunder City. He had already made up his mind to kill Li Fuchen. Unknowingly, another 3 months had passed. Li Fuchen broke through to the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm. It might be exaggerated to break through 2 levels in 4 months, but it wasn't too outrageous. Even if someone saw it, they would think that Li Fuchen obtained something good in the Wind Thunder Abyss. However, breaking through 2 levels was already the limit. If he broke through any further, it would be hard to not attract suspicion. After all, even Shangguan Yu couldn't understand how Li Fuchen broke through 2 levels in 4 months. It was fortunate that Shangguan Yu didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets and fated encounters. Li Fuchen might have been stuck at the 1st level of Primary Sea Realm because of his Dantian. Now that his Dantian was resolved, his cultivation started to progress by leaps and bounds. Of course, after reaching the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to break through, because his Dantian had reached the limit again. In fact, if Li Fuchen cultivated an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique and not a Sword Dao cultivation technique, his Dantian's limit should be at the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm or even the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. However, he cultivated the Heaven-class Blazing Sword Dao cultivation technique, and the sword energy that was cultivated was too tyrannical and sharp. A single rootless flower only has this little effect? Li Fuchen frowned. He didn't think of breaking through to the 4th level of Primary Sea Realm now, but because of his Dantian, he wasn't able to break through and he was rather unhappy. After purchasing a rather high-grade herb encyclopedia in the Fall Thunder City, Li Fuchen flipped through it and found out that the rootless flower depended on its age. The older the age, the more powerful the void law contained. The rootless flower that Li Fuchen obtained was only a 100-year rootless flower and was only useful to primary sea realm monarchs. If he obtained a 1,000-year rootless flower, it would be useful to law phase realm emperors. As for the legendary 10,000-year rootless flower, it was said that it could transform the Dantian and contained all sorts of mystical attribute. The high-grade encyclopedia was indeed a high-grade encyclopedia. Apart from the detailed descriptions of the herbs, there were also labels of the herbs' origins. The Emperor Sky continent had two main producing areas for the rootless flower. The so-called wind-thunder abyss wasn't the main producing area for the rootless flower, therefore, there had never been any discovery of 1,000-year rootless flowers. Normally, after a few hundred years, if no one plucked the rootless flower, it would wither and wouldn't be able to continue growing. Only the two main producing areas would have special environments that would produce 1,000-year rootless flowers. The two main producing areas were the Void Grand Canyon and the Sky Island. The Void Grand Canyon was similar to the Latent Shadow Abyss and the Wind Thunder Abyss. It was suspected to be a saint's battlefield. As for the Sky Island, it was recorded that it was the residence of a saint. Later on, the saint vanished and the Sky Island was left behind on the Emperor Sky continent. This Emperor Sky continent doesn't seem simple. There are saints' battlefields and relics left behind by saints everywhere. The things that were related to saints were extremely terrifying and also contained great fated opportunities. Li Fuchen couldn't help but think of the East Unicorn continent. Before the East Unicorn continent's willpower awakened, the East Unicorn continent was also filled with masters' battlefields and even monarchs' battlefield. Perhaps, before the continent willpower awakened, there were some great treasures that even saints would fight for. Unfortunately, the Void Grand Canyon was also in the Soul Sky Empire, but it was in the southern part of the Soul Sky Empire, and was rather far from here. You want to go to the Void Grand Canyon? When Shangguan Yu knew of Li Fuchen's thoughts, her eyes widened. What's wrong? Li Fuchen was curious. Shangguan Yu said, My clan is in the southern part of the Soul Sky Empire. Before Li Fuchen could speak, Shangguan Yu said again, Forget it, let's go back then. I wonder if father's injuries have recovered after being away for such a long time. Chapter 620. In the outskirts of Fall Thunder City, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu weren't in a hurry to leave. They were waiting for the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor to appear. Of course, the two of them knew that with their speed, they wouldn't be able to shake off the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. After a dozen breaths, a phantom appeared not far away from the two of them. You really do have some self-awareness. You know that you can't escape from my grasp. The Ghost Dragon Combat Arch was very confident. Under the Transcendence Realm, there were no more than 10 people who were faster than him. Therefore, even if the two of them escaped, he was confident that he could catch up in the shortest time possible. Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, cut the crap. Let's fight again. Shangguan Yu's strength had improved greatly, and she just happened to lack someone to hone her skills. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was undoubtedly the best whetstone. Courting death. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor waved the snake blade in his hand, and a distorted blade light shot out. Bang! This time, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was unable to pierce through Shangguan Yu's strength. She, who had a huge improvement in her body refinement, was also a combat emperor. It was just that one of them was a low-ranked combat emperor, while the other was a mid-ranked combat emperor. No wonder he dared to leave the city. His strength has improved greatly. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was a little surprised, but in the next moment, his surprised expression turned into a cold sneer. So what if his strength had increased greatly? At most, he would just use a few more moves. Mind-wounding curse. From afar, Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands and executed the mind wound incantation. A sharp aura shot towards the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor felt like his mind was being torn apart, and the light in his eyes dimmed a little. "How dare you hurt my mind!" The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor roared and charged at Li Fuchen. "Stay here." Shangguan Yu did her best to stop the Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor. "I want you two to die a horrible death." The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor brought out his full strength and attacked Shangguan Yu crazily. In the blink of an eye, Shangguan Yu's body had a few more wounds. Mind-wounding curse. This time, Li Fuchen took a longer time to prepare. The sharp Qi presence was like a sharp arrow that penetrated the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's mind. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was a step slower and was sent flying by Shangguan Yu's fist. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor had a distorted expression, and his murderous intent towards Li Fuchen was so intense that it could pierce through the clouds. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Li Fuchen didn't care what the other party was thinking. After executing the Mind Wound incantation, he was already preparing the next round of incantations. The Mind Wound incantation used the user's mind as a guide to attract an indescribable Qi presence from heaven and earth to attack the enemy. Li Fuchen named this indescribable Qi presence as mental energy. Mental energy might be called energy, but in normal situations, it was impossible to sense it. Only when the true spirit came out of the body would one be able to sense the presence of mental energy. This kind of energy was very rare, but the effects were very powerful. Li Fuchen realized that every time he executed the Mind Wound incantation, it would exhaust a trace of his mind, but it would replenish some of his mental energy. As time passed, his mind would be tempered and gradually strengthened. Li Fuchen guessed that the spirit energy should be a higher class of energy. If the human body was compared to ordinary heaven and earth energy, then the human soul would be the spirit energy. In addition, the human body itself should be producing spiritual yuan qi. For example, the improvement of true qi cultivation, the improvement of body refinement cultivation, the improvement of mental state, and the strengthening of the soul. All of these would strengthen the mind, and the essence of the mind was spiritual energy. Li Fuchen suspected that the spirit soul, true spirit, and spiritual awareness were actually related to the spiritual yuan qi, or they were a kind of embodiment of the spiritual yuan qi. In this world, everything should be formed by spiritual yuan qi, be it rocks, plants, the void, or humans. Li Fuchen couldn't understand what were the laws. If there weren't laws, the spiritual yuan qi would probably be in chaos. The laws were like order, allowing everything to operate in an orderly manner. In the face of Li Fuchen's Mind Wound incantation, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor felt increasingly fatigued. It felt as though he had been fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. He wished he could immediately take a nap to replenish his mental energy. Mind Confusion incantation. Li Fuchen was able to accurately sense the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's mental state. Seeing that the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's mental state had fallen to a freezing point, Li Fuchen didn't hesitate to execute the Mind Confusion incantation. Under the influence of the Mind Confusion incantation, the spiritual yuan qi in heaven and earth had branded an illusion on the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's mind. Not good. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor bit the tip of his tongue to forcefully wake himself up. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Green Luan Dance. A giant green bird's shadow burst out from Shangguan Yu's fist. It spread its wings and soared before crashing at the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Puff! The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor spurted out a mouthful of blood. The difference between a mid-class combat emperor and a low-class combat emperor was extremely huge, but he was still injured. The main culprit was naturally Li Fuchen. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor could crush Li Fuchen with a single hand. But with Shangguan Yu restraining him, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor wasn't able to get close to Li Fuchen. Unless he had a way to instantly get close to Li Fuchen. I don't care anymore. Even if I have to suffer serious injuries, I must kill this person. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor gritted his teeth and his body suddenly burst out with dazzling red light. In the next moment, the red light scattered and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Li Fuchen. Die! The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's snake blade cleaved at Li Fuchen. Not good. Shang Guanyu was alarmed and punched at the back of the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. She didn't expect the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor to be able to increase her speed by several times. Li Fuchen was already on guard against the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. He didn't believe that a mid-class combat emperor wouldn't have any means to turn the situation around. Hence, Li Fuchen wasn't surprised when his opponent's speed increased drastically. In Li Fuchen's opinion, this should be an extremely tyrannical speed secret technique, and it was at least 7-star. But from the looks of it, it seemed like the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor paid a price. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor did pay a price. The speed secret technique that he executed was the 7-star speed secret technique, Blood Sunday. Every time the Blood Sun secret technique was activated, it would consume a large amount of Qi blood. Unfortunately, this secret technique wasn't a body refinement secret technique, and when body refinement martial artists executed it, the effects wouldn't be great. Only Qi cultivation martial artists would be able to execute it with the best effect, but Qi cultivation martial artists' Qi blood wasn't as robust as body refinement martial artists. When the snake blade cleaved, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor looked at Li Fuchen as though he was looking at a dead person. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could dodge this attack, and didn't believe that Li Fuchen could withstand this attack. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, "Phantom Substitute Incantation. PFFF." The snake blade cleaved at Li Fuchen and cleaved him into two. However, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's expression turned gloomy. This attack definitely didn't feel like it was cleaving a person. Sure enough, Li Fuchen, who was split into two, started to scatter. It turned out that it was just an illusion. The Phantom Substitute Incantation could condense an illusion out of thin air and use the illusion to receive a fatal attack from the enemy. Back then, the Incantation Martial Emperor had used the Phantom Substitute Incantation to avoid countless dangers. Of course, the Phantom Substitute Incantation might sound incredible, but it was actually a branch of the Substitute Incantation. A pure Substitute Incantation was a mid-class incantation, while the Phantom Substitute Incantation was only a low-class incantation. The Substitute Incantation could replace everything in the surroundings. It could replace rocks, wood, demonic beasts, and even humans. Just think about it, you were originally safe, but you were suddenly replaced by the enemy's fatal attack. It would be a feeling of astonishment and unwillingness. PFFF. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor didn't manage to cleave Li Fuchen, but Shang Guanyu's fist had blasted firmly on the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's back. I, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, swear that there will be a day where you will know the feeling of despair and regret. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor made use of the force of his fist to flee forward and quickly disappeared. Chapter 621. The Soul Sky Empire was huge, and its territory was ranked number 1 among the 7 pinnacle Emperor-class factions. It was 3 times bigger than the Red Moon Empire. Therefore, just the southern region was equivalent to the Red Moon Empire's territory. It was incomparably vast. In the southern part of the Soul Sky Empire, there were thousands of Monarch-class factions and 10 Emperor-class factions. The Black Emperor faction was ranked second among the 10 Emperor-class factions and was considered an extremely powerful Emperor-class faction. The Black Emperor mountain range was a majestic mountain range. In this mountain range, there were thousands of Black Emperor Guilds members. There were Law Phase Realm Emperors, Primary Sea Realm Monarchs, and Battle Spirit Realm Masters. As compared to the Red Rainbow sect, the Black Emperor Guild's foundation was several folds more profound. Therefore, the number of members that came to the Emperor Sky continent was several folds or even 10 folds more. In front of the array of the Black Emperor mountain range, Shang Guanyu and Li Fuchen stopped. This is the Black Emperor clan. My father is the leader of the Black Emperor clan, the new Black Emperor, Shangguan said. The title of the Black Emperor sect master had always been Black Emperor. Her father's generation was already the 9th generation. Isn't it a little inappropriate for me to follow you in? Li Fuchen had heard of the Black Emperor Guild. This was a very powerful emperor-class faction. They had a total of 3 Law Phase Realm Emperors and more than 1,000 primary Sea Realm Monarchs. The Guild Patriarch, Black Emperor, was a subcompletion body refinement emperor, and his strength was comparable with high-level emperors. The Emperor Sky Continent had plenty of emperors, and the Black Emperor was considered one of the top figures. Shangguan Yu said, "What's wrong with that? Your Uncle Fan's registered disciple. Actually, you can be considered half a personal disciple. Who would dare to make things difficult for you? Let's go." Shangguan Yu took out a token and led Li Fuchen into the Black Emperor Mountains. There were many peaks in the Black Emperor Mountain range, and each peak had a lot of spirit chi. Although it couldn't compare to the special mountains, it was much denser than the famous mountains. There were a few main peaks that had spirit chi that was comparable to the special mountains. The two landed on Black Cloud Peak, one of the main peaks. Senior Sister Shangguan. Senior Sister Yu. On the Black Cloud Peak, there were plenty of Black Emperor Guild's disciples, and there were plenty of primary Sea Realm disciples among them. When these disciples saw Shangguan Yu, they were either respectful or intimate. "Senior Sister Yu, you've been gone for a year and 3 months. You've broken the record." A petite yellow-robed beauty pulled Shangguan Yu's slender hand and winked. Shangguan Yu slapped the back of the young man's head and said, "It has been more than a year, and you have yet to step into the primary Sea Realm. You are truly stupid. Senior Yu, you are an 8-star bone frame, while I am only a 7-star bone frame. It is normal for me to be a little stupid." The beauty, Huang Shan, spoke as though it was a matter of course. Shangguan Yu was annoyed and amused at the same time. She pointed at Li Fuchen and introduced, "This is Li Fuchen, my good friend." In response, everyone sized up Li Fuchen curiously. There weren't many people that Shangguan Yu treated as a good friend. Among the Black Emperor Guild's disciples, the number of people that could become friends with Shangguan Yu could be counted with one hand. As for a good friend, there was only the yellow-robed beauty, Lu Xiaodai. "Hello, my name is Lu Xiaodai." The yellow-skinned beauty, Lu Xiaodai, took the initiative to greet Li Fuchen. Seeing the situation, the rest of the people also greeted Li Fuchen. "Junior Sister Yu, you've returned." A green-robed youth seemed to have just received the news and hurried over. "Senior Hu." Shangguan Yu nodded. Shangguan Yu's indifferent attitude made the green-robed youth feel uneasy. He took a glance at Li Fuchen and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. If Li Fuchen was only at the Battle Spirit Realm, he wouldn't bother. But Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm, and it made him feel a trace of danger. "Junior Sister Yu, is this person your friend?" the green-robed youth asked. Shangguan Yu had no choice but to introduce, "Li Fuchen, this is Senior Hu Yuanfeng. His grandfather is our guild's supreme elder. Senior Hu, this is my friend, Li Fuchen." Greetings to Senior Hu. Li Fuchen greeted politely. Hu Yuanfeng should be much older than Shangguan Yu, but his cultivation was much higher too. He was already at the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm, and was only 1 level lower than the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Hu Yuanfeng laughed and said, "Junior Li has just arrived at the Black Emperor Guild, and isn't familiar with this place. Junior Sister Yu, why don't I bring him around?" "There is no need to trouble Senior Hu. Li Fuchen, let's go to my Black Jade Peak." Shangguan Yu was an 8-star bone frame and the daughter of the Guild Patriarch, the Black Emperor. She had her own peak, and this was something that the other Primary Sea Realm monarchs couldn't compare with. Looking at Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen's departing back view, Hu Yuanfeng had a gloomy expression. "Black Jade Peak. Li Fuchen, you stay here first. I will go visit my father." After bringing Li Fuchen to the Black Jade Peak, Shangguan Yu's figure flashed and flew towards a nearby main peak. There are traces of an array in the void. It should be a Class 8 array. The Black Emperor Mountains were massive and Class 7 arrays weren't able to cover it. Only Class 8 arrays could cover it. Furthermore, Class 7 arrays couldn't hide from Li Fuchen's eyes. Li Fuchen could only see some traces of Class 8 arrays, and it was hard to find any flaws with his spiritual awareness. In the Black Jade Peak, Li Fuchen found a cliff that he could cultivate on. He took out the jade scroll that the incantation Martial Emperor gave him and continued to study the incantation Tao. After the battle with the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, Li Fuchen understood the whole picture with a single glance and understood how terrifying the incantation Tao was. The incantation Tao might not be as ferocious and advanced as the sword Tao in a frontal battle, but the incantation Tao was definitely the most comprehensive. It was almost all-encompassing. There were offensive incantations, defensive incantations, substitution incantations, mind incantations, curses, incantation arrays, and even a strength incantation that could allow the user to have boundless strength, similar to body refinement martial artists. If Li Fuchen's proficiency in the incantation Tao was deep enough, he felt that he would be able to deal with any situation with just the incantation Tao. Of course, it didn't matter how terrifying the incantation Tao was, Li Fuchen wouldn't give up on the sword Tao. He had a faint feeling that being all-round was mediocre. The incantation Tao contained too many aspects, and in this world, there wasn't anything that was perfect. At the current stage, Li Fuchen's intention was to study the incantation Tao and find a way to remove the Skullblood curse. Shangguan Yu only returned in the evening and immediately brought Li Fuchen to the Black Emperor Guild's dining hall. The Black Emperor Guild's dining hall had to pay spirit stones to eat, even the guild patriarch wasn't an exception. But the Black Emperor Guild's food was indeed delicious and wasn't inferior to any other restaurants. After the meal, Shangguan Yu brought Li Fuchen back to the Black Jade Peak. After several days, Li Fuchen's proficiency in the incantation Tao was getting deeper. He was planning to start cultivating those mid-class incantations after a few more days. Mid-class incantations were far superior to low-class incantations. According to what the incantation Martial Emperor said, in a normal environment, low-class incantations power was between Earth-class peak-tier martial arts and Heaven-class low-tier martial arts. Mid-class incantations power was equivalent to Heaven-class mid-tier martial art. High-class incantations were equivalent to Heaven-class high-tier martial art. As for the legendary peak-class incantations, they were already in contact with the essence of all living things and were equivalent to Heaven-class peak-tier martial art. It was a realm that regular saints couldn't reach. Once someone grasped a little bit of a peak-class incantation, instantly killing a Law Phase Realm Emperor would be as easy as eating or drinking. Of course, the incantation Tao was very obscure and hard to learn. It didn't mean that if you were given a high-class or peak-class incantation, you would be invincible. Firstly, you had to learn the basics and have some minor accomplishment. Otherwise, even if you were given a peak-class incantation, you wouldn't even be able to crush a Law Phase Realm Emperor with a single finger. Of course, it didn't mean that basic incantations and low-class incantations had no future. Chapter 622. The Black Emperor Guild was different from the Red Rainbow Sect. Once the Red Rainbow Sect's disciples reached the primary sea realm, they would immediately be promoted to elders. As for the disciples of the Black Emperor Sect, as long as they were below 100 years old, they were all disciples. As an Emperor-class faction, the Black Emperor Guild had dozens of primary sea realm disciples. There might only be a small portion of Battle Spirit Realm disciples that came to the Emperor Sky Continent, but there were still over 1,000 of them. But when there were more disciples, it would be difficult to observe the progress of each disciple. Therefore, the Black Emperor Guild in the Emperor Sky Continent would organize a minor martial contest every other year and a major martial contest every 3 years. The minor martial contest was for the Battle Spirit Realm disciples. The major martial contest was a contest between Primary Sea Realm disciples. Li Fuchen had been in the Black Emperor Guild for a week, and it just happened to be time for the major martial contest. On this day, on the Black Emperor Guild's Battle Martial Peak, almost everyone had arrived. With thousands of individuals gathered together, it was rather spectacular, especially when these thousands of individuals were either at the Battle Spirit Realm or Primary Sea Realm. In the audience stands, Li Fuchen was also present. I can use this opportunity to observe the strength of the Black Emperor Hall's Genius King. Those that progressed to the Primary Sea Realm before the age of 100 were all prodigy monarchs. After all, Primary Sea Realm monarchs had a lifespan of 1,000 years, and 100 years was only 10%. It was equivalent to a 10-year-old child in the mortal world. In the arena, the match had already begun. According to the rules of the tournament, first-level Primary Sea Realm disciples could only challenge first-level Primary Sea Realm disciples before they could challenge second-level Primary Sea Realm disciples. If they defeated a second-level Primary Sea Realm disciple, they could then challenge third-level Primary Sea Realm disciples. Therefore, from the very beginning, what appeared in the eyes of the spectators was a battle between cultivators of the same cultivation level. There were no battles between cultivators of higher cultivation levels. In the end, he's a disciple of an Emperor-level force. He doesn't lack heaven-class martial arts and cultivation technique. Li Fuchen could see that all the Black Emperor Guild's Primary Sea Realm disciples had cultivated heaven-class martial art. There were a few who had even cultivated heaven-class cultivation technique. It made their strength far superior to regular monarchs, and their strength couldn't be judged by their cultivation level. Soon, the competition reached its climax. Shang Guanyu, who had always been a top disciple of the Black Emperor sect, and Hu Yuanfeng had met. In the past, Shang Guanyu was no match for Hu Yuanfeng. After reaching the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm and cultivating a heaven-class cultivation technique and martial art, Hu Yuanfeng's strength had already reached the ranks of peak-class half-emperors. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation technique had yet to reach the highest rank, it would be extremely easy for him to become a combat emperor. Junior sister Yu, be careful. Hu Yuanfeng was very confident. He believed that the current Shang Guanyu was still no match for him. Senior brother Hu, just bring it on. Shang Guanyu did not take Hu Yuanfeng seriously. Hu Yuanfeng might be an 8-star bone frame, but in Shang Guanyu's eyes, Hu Yuanfeng was just an ordinary 8-star bone frame. There were plenty of 8-star bone frames in the Emperor Sky continent, and they were separated into several grades according to their innate talents and perception. The lowest grade was like Hu Yuanfeng, while the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was at the peak. As for Li Fuchen, Shang Guanyu didn't know what grade he was. She only knew that she had never seen anyone whose innate talent and perception was comparable to Li Fuchen. Fist against fist, the two of them clashed head-on. Hu Yuanfeng used the Black Emperor Fist, while Shang Guanyu used the 5 Forms Emperor Fist. Rumble! Hu Yuanfeng flew backward, but Shang Guanyu didn't move at all. Hu Yuanfeng's face turned red as he forced a smile and said, "I haven't seen you for more than a year, and junior sister Yu has improved at a godly pace. I will be getting serious from now on. Senior brother Hu, I've said it before, just bring it on." Shang Guanyu had some understanding of Hu Yuanfeng's strength and said confidently. Hu Yuanfeng didn't say anything else. His qi and soft water power burst out at the same time and blasted the Black Emperor Fist's finishing move, World Domination Fist, at Shang Guanyu. Hu Yuanfeng had already used 100% of his strength for this fist. When the fist was executed, the fist force was like a black stream of water. Inside the black stream of water, there was a black figure that was floating and giving off a feeling of dominance. Shampasaurus kill. When facing Hu Yuanfeng's finishing move, Shang Guanyu didn't dare to be negligent. When she executed a fist, the Shampasaurus shook its head and tail with a sinister expression. The 5 Forms Emperor Fist used the essence of the 5 ancient vicious beasts as the fist art intent. Each move was extremely tyrannical and violent. Splash! The black stream of water exploded and Hu Yuanfeng was sent flying again. This time, he couldn't suppress his boiling qi blood and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. The difference between a P-class half-emperor and a low-class combat emperor was extremely huge. In a head-on clash, the victor would be decided within a few moves. Senior Hu, thanks for letting me win. Shangguan Yu cupped her fist. Hu Yuanfeng no longer had the face to stay on the contest stage as he flew off with an awful expression. After not seeing you for over a year, Senior Yu has improved so much. Senior Hu has the strength of a P-class half-emperor. Senior Yu's strength is probably at the combat emperor's level. In the audience stands, everyone was in a heated discussion. On a mountain peak that wasn't close to the battle martial peak, there was a silver-haired elder standing on top of a palace. The violent wind was blowing, but it wasn't able to move his silver hair. Las Yu's innate talent and perception are top-notch. I didn't expect for her fated encounters to be so profound. As a law phase realm emperor, how could he not see that Shangguan Yu's qi blood source was much stronger than before? There were only a few items that could increase the qi blood source, and the Thunder Calamity Herb was one of them. The Thunder Calamity Herb might just be a heaven-class low-tier herb, but it was hard for Law Phase Realm Emperors to obtain it. The Wind Thunder Abyss would never have Law Phase Realm Emperors enter. Those that entered would either vanish or perish. It was said that the Wind Thunder Abyss contained an Emperor-class danger. It was fine if Law Phase Realm Emperors didn't enter, but once they entered, they would have to face the Emperor-class danger. Therefore, in the entire Emperor Sky continent, the Thunder Calamity Herb was extremely rare. Those that obtained it would either keep it or consume it. The silver-haired elder's eyes quickly landed on Li Fuchen. His lips moved slightly and his voice was transmitted into the ears of the elder that was hosting the martial contest. The elder nodded and transmitted a message to a third-level primary C realm disciple below the martial contest stage. Immediately after, the disciple jumped onto the martial contest stage and said loudly to Li Fuchen, "Li Fuchen, I am Zhu Zichang. I wonder if I can spar with you. Of course, if you are afraid, then forget it." Li Fuchen was astonished. "I am not a disciple of the Black Emperor Guild. It isn't appropriate, right?" The elder hosting the martial contest laughed and said, "Li Fuchen, you are Senior Incantation's disciple. Senior Incantation has been on good terms with the Black Emperor Guild for generations. To a certain extent, you can consider yourself as half a disciple of the Black Emperor Guild. It isn't inappropriate for you to spar with him." Since the Black Emperor Guild's elder said so, Li Fuchen knew that if he didn't go up, he would be looking down on the Black Emperor Guild. With a flash, Li Fuchen landed on the martial contest stage. "Please give me some pointers." Zhu Zichang didn't waste any time and a spear appeared in his hand. The spear suddenly spun and thrust at Li Fuchen. It was like a heaven-shaking thunderbolt, like a divine dragon emerging from the sea. This spear gave off a feeling of splitting the world and overturning the rivers and seas. It was obviously the Black Emperor Guild's heaven-class low-tier spear art, Thunder Dragon Spear Extinction. When facing Zhu Zichang's thunderous spear attack, Li Fuchen drew the Red Lotus sword and spun around to deflect Zhu Zichang's spear. Immediately after, the Red Lotus sword was placed at Zhu Zichang's throat. "Thank you for letting me win," Li Fuchen said indifferently. Zhu Zichang's face was alternating between red and white as he backed off the martial contest stage. Just as Li Fuchen thought it was over, a fifth-level primary C realm disciple scuttled up. Lu Tian. The disciple named Lu Tian had a very powerful qi presence, and it was obvious that he cultivated a heaven-class cultivation technique. Li Fuchen, be careful. Senior Lu Tian cultivated the heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique, 9 Revolution Tyrant Heaven technique. His qi is integrated and contains tyrant intent. Chapter 6:23. Lu Tian's strength was indeed very strong, almost reaching the level of a high-level quasi-emperor. Of course, it was mainly because of the heaven-grade rod in his hand. Even if a normal king obtained a heaven-grade weapon, they would not dare to reveal it. However, it was different for half-emperors. Apart from law phase realm emperors and combat emperors, there weren't many that could snatch it. Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless. He sheathed the red lotus sword and drew the joint heaven sword to exchange moves with his opponent. In just 10 sword moves, Li Fuchen defeated Lu Tian. Let alone the fact that Liu Tian's ability wasn't as good as his, even if they were at the same level, Li Fuchen would still be able to defeat Liu Tian with ease. Once Liu Tian was defeated, apart from Shangguan Yu and Hu Yuanfeng, no one else from the Black Emperor Guild was a match for Li Fuchen. The third level of Primary Sea Realm has the strength of a high-class half-emperor? The silver-haired elder stroked his beard and nodded. Shangguan Yu suddenly brought back a friend and, to be honest, everyone in the Black Emperor Guild was rather concerned. As the Black Emperor Guild's supreme elder, he naturally had to test Li Fuchen's strength. From the initial look, Li Fuchen was very outstanding. However, just being outstanding wasn't enough. The guild patriarch was most concerned about the bloodline, and if Li Fuchen didn't have the saint's bloodline, it was impossible for him to get together with Shangguan Yu. Li Fuchen, Hu Yuanfeng would like to seek some pointers. Hu Yuanfeng felt very sullen after being defeated by Shangguan Yu, but Shangguan Yu was still a disciple of the Black Emperor Guild and also the daughter of the Black Emperor Guild patriarch. It wasn't considered embarrassing to be defeated by her, but if he didn't step out to defeat Li Fuchen, it would be embarrassing. No matter what, he was the #1 disciple of the Black Emperor Guild before the major martial contest. Please! To the silver-haired elder's surprise, Li Fuchen didn't reject Hu Yuanfeng. One was a peak quasi-emperor, and the other was a high-level quasi-emperor. Logically speaking, there should be no suspense in the outcome. After all, a random move from a peak quasi-emperor was something that even a high-level quasi-emperor could not handle. How were they supposed to fight? Hu Yuanfeng used the Black Emperor Fist right from the start. The Black Emperor Fist didn't have any attributes, just like Li Fuchen's Sky Ring Sword art. The black water surged over. In reality, it was the materialized fist force and fist intent. Anyone below Quasi-Emperor would be blasted into pieces if they came in contact with the water. Heaven-class martial arts had always been this overbearing. Flowing merciless edge. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and drew a scarlet-red thread. Compared to the past, flowing merciless edge had become even more perfect and powerful. He had already comprehended the heaven-class sword move, flowing merciless edge, when he was at the battle spirit realm. Now that he was at the third level of primary sea realm, if the flowing merciless edge wasn't perfected, it wouldn't be justifiable. This was the difference between self-created martial arts and learning martial art. Self-created martial arts could be perfected at any time. As for learning martial arts, it was usually very difficult to break through the shackles of the creator and push the martial arts to a new level. The merciless flowing edge, which had been greatly improved, was much more powerful than most low-tier heaven realm sword arts. The scarlet threads seemed to be able to split heaven and earth, as well as yin and yang. With a slash of the sword, the black water was completely split apart. Rumble! In the black water, the black figure destroyed the crimson threads with a single punch. Still a little lacking. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Hu Yuanfeng's strength was undoubtedly that of a peak quasi-emperor, about the same as the monochrome parasol lady. He was slightly weaker than both of them. Of course, in a battle between kings, as long as the difference in offensive power wasn't too great, victory or defeat was hard to say. Especially for Li Fuchen, as long as a single move wasn't able to injure him, he was confident he could rely on his martial strength to defeat his opponent. The prerequisite was that Hu Yuanfeng couldn't injure him in a single move. If Hu Yuanfeng's fist force was a little more ferocious, Li Fuchen would be slightly injured after receiving a single move. Therefore, Li Fuchen had to rely on other aspects to defeat Hu Yuanfeng. Divine Wind Raging Howl. Li Fuchen leaped high and brandished his sword. Boundless violent winds blew at Hu Yuanfeng. The boundless violent winds were actually boundless sword qi, but the sword qi contained the grand wind sword intent. After reaching the primary sea realm, Li Fuchen used the Grand Wind Sword art as the foundation to create the Heaven-class low-tier sword move, Divine Wind Raging Howl. Right now, Li Fuchen had a total of 6 Heaven-class low-tier sword moves and 1 Heaven-class low-tier sword art. Hu Yuanfeng frowned and retreated repeatedly. He frequently blasted out with his fists to shatter the violent winds and sword qi. His strength might be at the level of a peak-class half-emperor, but his defense wasn't at the level of a peak-class half-emperor. Let alone Li Fuchen, even a mid-class half-emperor or a low-class half-emperor would be able to injure him when he was careless. The sword qi was truly like a violent wind that was blowing at Hu Yuanfeng from all directions. Furthermore, the sword qi wasn't moving in a straight line and had all sorts of trajectories. The most terrifying thing was that even if the sword qi was shattered, as long as the sword intent didn't scatter, the shattered sword qi would automatically gather with other sword qi and continue to attack Hu Yuanfeng. Could be said that there were only the strongest moves and no perfect moves. Every move had its own meaning of existence. The Divine Wind Raging Howl wasn't as powerful as the Flowing Merciless Edge or the Meteor Fall, but it was hard to crush the Divine Wind Raging Howl in a short period of time. Unless the difference in strength was too great, otherwise, the Divine Wind Raging Howl was enough to restrain the opponent and make the opponent exhausted. Incineration Sword. After the Divine Wind Raging Howl, Li Fuchen executed the Heaven-class low-tier sword move, Incineration Sword, which was created with the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration as the foundation. Once the Incineration Sword was executed, the temperature in the surroundings rose sharply and it felt as though it was in a lava hell. Boom boom! When the Divine Wind Raging Howl and Incineration Sword fused together, there wasn't any damage and instead, there was a miraculous reaction. The fire borrowed the power of the wind and the wind enhanced the fire power. Hu Yuanfeng was instantly engulfed by the violent fire wave. He actually possesses so many Heaven-class sword moves. Yuanfeng is in danger. The silver-haired elder was very astonished. He assumed that Li Fuchen was only a high-class half-emperor. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be a peak-class half-emperor and not just a high-class half-emperor. There were 2 main factors to determine the strength level. The first factor was the attack power and the second factor was the all-roundness. If Hu Yuanfeng's attack power was formidable, then Li Fuchen was all-roundness. Hu Yuanfeng only had 1 Heaven-class martial art, but Li Fuchen had a few. Each of them had their own specialties and effects. For such an all-rounder, unless one was able to crush the opponent, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the opponent. The opponent would always have all sorts of methods to deal with the opponent and find the opponent's flaws. World Engulfing. Inside the Sea of Flames, Hu Yuanfeng yelled out and executed a fist strike. A black whirlpool of water was produced and repelled the Sea of Flames. Hu Yuanfeng's body had traces of scorch marks, and he had a rather unpleasant expression. It was fine if he lost to Shangguanyu, but he couldn't tolerate losing to Li Fuchen. No wonder he is a peak-class half-emperor. Li Fuchen didn't think of defeating Hu Yuanfeng in a few moves as it wasn't realistic and impossible. Sword of Impermanence. All of a sudden, layers of Li Fuchen appeared on the contest stage. With a rough glance, there were at least a few dozen of them. Dozens of Li Fuchen brandished their swords at the same time and attacked Hu Yuanfeng in a frenzy. Sword of Impermanence. It was a Heaven-class low-tier sword move that was created with the Impermanence sword art as the foundation. This move was very ghostly, and the sword intent was able to move Li Fuchen's figure, allowing Li Fuchen to turn into a phantom and produce a cloning effect. Another heaven-class sword move? The silver-haired elder was shocked. With his eyesight, how could he not see that Li Fuchen's sword move wasn't inferior to regular heaven-class low-tier sword arts in terms of power and exquisiteness? However, the sword intent wasn't fully displayed, and it was obvious that it wasn't a learned sword art. It was probably a self-created sword art. Creating a self-created heaven-class sword move was already terrifying enough with perception. Creating two self-created sword moves was something only top-class monstrous prodigies could do. Creating 4 sword moves was simply insane. When dozens of Li Fuchen attacked at the same time, Hu Yuanfeng was a little flustered. Because he couldn't tell which was the real Li Fuchen and which was just an illusion. Every Li Fuchen was so real and so valiant, because every Li Fuchen was wrapped in a layer of strange and unpredictable sword intent. Without a choice, Hu Yuanfeng had no choice but to execute the Black Emperor Fist's world-engulfing and execute a full-range attack. A circle of black water exploded, and only one of the dozens of Li Fuchen was left. But it was this one that caused Hu Yuanfeng to suffer greatly. The joint heaven sword pierced through the water and pierced Hu Yuanfeng's chi protection. Clang! There was a burst of sparks, and Hu Yuanfeng was sent flying. It was fortunate that he only suffered minor injuries, and it didn't affect his combat ability. Meteor fall. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and burst out with a dazzling sword light. On the contest stage, time instantly slowed down, and the only thing that didn't change was Li Fuchen's sword. 5 types of heaven-class sword moves. The silver-haired elder widened his eyes. Damn it! Hu Yuanfeng swung his fist with all his might and wanted to block this sword. Clang! The sword light brushed past Hu Yuanfeng's fist and left a sword wound on Hu Yuanfeng's shoulder. In less than 10 moves, Li Fuchen had the absolute upper hand, and it was something that no one expected. The audience couldn't help but hold their breaths as they stared at the contest stage without blinking. They were afraid they would miss out on the most exciting scene. Uncle Fan is wrong, I am wrong too. His innate perception of sword Dao isn't inferior to the incantation Dao and might even be superior. Shangguan Yu took a deep breath. Li Fuchen's sword Dao was too spiritual. They were obviously different sword arts, but they were able to complement each other perfectly. From the looks of the current situation, Hu Yuanfeng didn't have any chance to turn the tables. Because Li Fuchen's sword moves were all interconnected and didn't exist alone. Hu Yuanfeng obviously saw this point too. He burst out with strength frenziedly and wanted to break away from Li Fuchen's rhythm and find his own. Heaven and Earth Extermination. Finally, Li Fuchen brought out his trump card. All the previous sword moves were to serve this sword move, because this sword move was close to perfection. But no matter how perfect it was impossible for Li Fuchen to defeat Hu Yuanfeng in a single sword move. Only when he had the absolute advantage would he be able to win in a single sword move. The void seemed to have split open, and Hu Yuanfeng turned into a mirror image. PFFF. Hu Yuanfeng vomited a mouthful of fresh blood as he was injured. This time, it wasn't as simple as a light injury. Li Fuchen's sword qi had seeped into Hu Yuanfeng's body and caused damage inside. Senior Hu, thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen executed the flowing merciless edge and sliced Hu Yuanfeng's body with scarlet threads, sending him flying off the contest stage. Chapter 624. In the blink of an eye, many days had passed since the Grand Martial competition. The commotion caused by the Grand Martial competition this time was much greater than before. Firstly, Shangguan Yu had surpassed Hu Yuanfeng and became the #1 disciple of the Black Emperor sect. Furthermore, she already possessed the strength of a beginner-class combat emperor. Secondly, Li Fuchen, who was an outsider, had actually defeated Hu Yuanfeng. Furthermore, Li Fuchen used all sorts of mystical sword arts to defeat Hu Yuanfeng. The commotion caused was even greater than Shangguanyu. After all, it was the first time for the Black Emperor Guild's disciples to witness someone with such superior combat skills. It had a huge impact on them. On one of the main peaks, the silver-haired elder said, "This Li Fuchen has astounding talent. If last you can get together with him, it will be a good thing for the Black Emperor Guild. It is a pity that the Black Emperor is stubborn and probably won't agree." The higher the cultivation realm of a martial artist, the harder it was for them to have offspring. It was already very difficult for Battle Spirit Realm masters to produce offspring. It was even harder for Primary Sea Realm monarchs to produce offspring. As for Law Phase Realm emperors, it was ridiculously difficult for them to produce offspring. If they didn't have many children when they were weak, then after advancing to the Dharma Phase Realm, many people would only have one child in their lifetime. In fact, there were a few Law Phase Realm emperors who didn't have any children in their entire lives. Shangguanyu was the only daughter of the Black Emperor when he was 800 years old. Therefore, Black Emperor had high hopes for Shangguanyu. He hoped that Shangguanyu would get married later so that she could focus all her energy on martial arts cultivation. Even if they were to get married, they had to marry someone who possessed the saint's bloodline. Only by doing so would their descendants have outstanding innate talents and be stronger than the previous generation. Previously, countless people had tried to woo Shangguanyu, but the Black Emperor had rejected them all, mainly because Shangguanyu didn't like them. In fact, one of the two most talented sons of the Red Moon Emperor, the Red Moon King, had pursued Shangguanyu but was rejected by the Black Emperor. Black Thearka's meaning was very obvious. Unless someone advanced to the Law Phase realm before the age of 100 or had the bloodline of a sage, he would never agree. The difficulty of progressing to the Law Phase realm before the age of 100 was simply inhuman. At least in the history of the Emperor Sky Continent, no one had ever progressed to the Law Phase realm before the age of 100. Even the Soul Emperor with insane innate talent only progressed to the Law Phase realm after the age of 100. Li Fuchen progressed to the Primary Sea realm at the age of 30, and it seemed like he had hopes of progressing to the Law Phase realm before the age of 100. But that was not how martial arts cultivation worked. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to increase one's cultivation. That was because most people's potential was gradually exhausted in the early stages. They could only rely on precious resources to slowly increase their cultivation. It was publicly acknowledged in the Emperor Sky Continent that only 9-star bone frames could break through to the Law Phase realm before the age of 100. It was absolutely impossible for 8-star bone frames. As for the Saint bloodline, it wasn't dependent on one's self, but on the ancestor's shade. Only those whose ancestors had a sage would have the bloodline of a sage. Furthermore, it had to be within 9 generations. After 9 generations, the sage's bloodline would dissipate, and one would become an ordinary person. The 9th generation might be able to produce a lot of offspring, but even when the saint's bloodline was weak, it was extremely difficult to produce offspring. Basically, there would only be 1 or 2 offspring in their lifetime. As such, there wouldn't be many saints' bloodline. Li Fuchen, let's go. The Void Grand Canyon is about to open. Let's go purchase some void keys first. On this day, Shangguanyu returned from outside and informed Li Fuchen. Although the Grand Void Canyon was a dangerous place, it could also be considered a secret realm. It was said that during the battle between the two saints, one of them was proficient in the Void Dao laws. A single move was able to slice open a spatial zone on the Emperor Sky Continent. This spatial zone gradually transformed into the Void Grand Canyon's secret realm. The Void Grand Canyon's secret realm would only open once every 5 years. Before each opening, it would spit out plenty of void keys. Only those with the void keys could enter the Void Grand Canyon. Half a month later, Li Fuchen and Shangguanyu arrived at the Void City, which was nearby the Void Grand Canyon. The Void City was very lively. It might not be a county city, but it was much more flourishing. During these days, the Void City would hold plenty of auctions every day, and one of the main auction items would be the Void Keys. Whether one could obtain a Void Key was mainly dependent on luck. Some people would be able to pick up a Void Key while walking, some people would have an additional Void Key in their storage bag. In short, there were all sorts of strange occurrences of Void Keys. When walking on the streets, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu weren't too conspicuous. It was mainly because there were too many primary Sea Realm monarchs in the Void City. Wherever they went, they would be able to see primary Sea Realm monarch. All of a sudden, the originally bustling but quiet streets were suddenly in a clamor. Li Fuchen looked over and noticed that there were two ladies in the middle of the street. One of the ladies was wearing green clothes while the other was wearing purple clothes. They were extremely beautiful and were at least top 10 among the ladies that Li Fuchen had seen before. It wasn't considered anything if they were just beautiful. These two ladies had an extraordinary and refined aura that normal people wouldn't have. However, this aura contained traces of extremely obscure charm intent. The charm intent was like a finishing touch, causing the duo's charm to rise sharply. Along the way, be it primary Sea Realm monarchs or regular martial artists, all of them were captivated. Even some of the stronger primary Sea Realm monarchs found it hard to shift their eyes away. Who are these two individuals? Li Fuchen asked with astonishment. Shangguan Yu curled her lips and said, "They are from the Imperial Flower Pavilion. If I didn't guess it wrongly, they should be two of the 36 famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion." Imperial Flower Pavilion? Li Fuchen was curious. Shangguan Yu explained, the Imperial Flower Pavilion might not be one of the 7 major Emperor-class factions in the Emperor Sky continent, but they are the most horrific Emperor-class faction in the entire Emperor Sky continent. The Imperial Flower Pavilion specializes in finding ladies with excellent bone frames and looks to nurture. They then use these ladies to make friends with various factions experts. The 7 major Emperor-class factions of the Emperor Sky continent are either directly or indirectly related to the Imperial Flower Pavilion. For example, the Red Moon Emperor's wife is once one of the Imperial Flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion. One of the Soul Emperor's concubines is also one of the Imperial Flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion. In the Emperor Sky continent, you can offend any faction but not the Imperial Flower Pavilion. Otherwise, there won't be a place for you in the entire Emperor Sky continent. Li Fuchen nodded. The Imperial Flower Pavilion shouldn't be very powerful by itself, but there were too many factions that were related to the Imperial Flower Pavilion. If one offended the Soul Emperor or the Red Moon Emperor, one would only be pursued by one faction. But if one offended the Imperial Flower Pavilion, one would be pursued by the entire continent's factions. Shangguan Yu continued, the Imperial Flower Pavilion has the 4 great Imperial flowers and the 36 famed flowers. In terms of innate perception, the Imperial flowers aren't inferior to any elite prodigies. Only great emperors would be able to enter their eyes. Furthermore, older great emperors might not even be able to enter their eyes. Below the great emperors, only the most astounding and exceptional prodigies would be able to enter their eyes. The famed flowers might not be comparable to the imperial flowers, but that is only in comparison. There are plenty of Law Phase Realm emperors who wish to marry a famed flower. But in this world, apart from the Soul Emperor who possesses 1 imperial flower and 2 famed flowers, the rest of the people can only have 1. Not even great emperors like the Red Moon Emperor are able to have 1. Shangguan Yu took a glance at Li Fuchen and said, "Of course, with your innate perception, if others know about it, you will probably be fancied by one of the famed flowers." Li Fuchen was undoubtedly an elite prodigy. If he could continue to grow smoothly, he might be able to become a great emperor. Me? Forget it. Li Fuchen smiled. It wasn't that he was looking down on himself, he was looking down on the Imperial Flower Pavilion. It wasn't shameful to borrow influence, but it was shameful to use it as a pursuit. Lu Luo and Zi didn't mind that they had instantly become the center of attention. They had seen such situations plenty of times and were already used to it. Lu Luo took a glance and saw Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. At this moment, Shangguan Yu was dressed as a man. She was handsome and had an outstanding aura. At first glance, Li Fuchen was only slightly handsome. But after careful observation, one could see that Li Fuchen had a similar aura as them but had an even more extraordinary aura. This aura was more shocking the more one looked at it. The women from the Imperial Flower Pavilion didn't just have outstanding aura, they also had sharp eyes. They were able to see through the details of a person's extraordinariness. This was also one of the fundamentals that they relied on to survive. Lu Luo, what are you looking at? Zi looked at Lu Luo with a puzzled expression. Lu Luo said, these two individuals seem to be rather extraordinary. Zi looked over after hearing the question. They are indeed extraordinary. That person is very handsome and there aren't many men with such good looks. Zi nodded. Lu Luo said, the other one is even more extraordinary. The other one? Zi took a good look at Li Fuchen. Her eyesight was still inferior to Lu Luo, after all, Lu Luo was more experienced than her. But after careful observation, Zi was still able to see that Li Fuchen was different. The term crane in a flock of chickens was usually used to describe people with extraordinary aura. But there were plenty of times when this term was overused. Right now, Ziyi's mind immediately flashed with the term crane in a flock of chickens. Let's go. Li Fuchen took a glance at Lu Luo and Ziyi before withdrawing his gaze. His eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples. Shangguan Yu was rather astonished at Li Fuchen's composure, but it was understandable after thinking about it. The imperial flowers and famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion were indeed like fairies in the mortal world. But those exceptional prodigies with exceptional talents were all independent and wouldn't be easily affected. Those that were easily affected meant that their spirit willpower wasn't strong enough. Such people would have limited achievement. The Red Moon Emperor and the Soul Emperor weren't attracted by the imperial flowers. It was better to say that they were each taking what they needed. After all, those that could become great emperors weren't simple individuals. The Soul Emperor was even more domineering as he immediately took in an imperial flower and two famed flowers as concubines. This was the boldness of the Emperor Sky Continent's #1 individual. Even the Imperial Flower Pavilion didn't dare to provoke him. After arriving at an auction hall, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu sat down. A short moment later, the auction started. The bidding for the void keys was very intense, but the duo were wealthy and each spent a few million mid-grade spirit stones to bid for a void key. Coincidentally, Lu Luo and Zi had also appeared at this auction hall and each obtained a void key. Chapter 625. The Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain's entrance was actually in a Grand Canyon. On this day, before the hidden domain's entrance opened, the Grand Canyon was already filled with thousands of primary sea realm monarchs. The Void Grand Canyon was different from the Wind Thunder Abyss. The environment inside might be dangerous, but it wasn't vile. If they were lucky, regular primary sea realm monarchs would be able to survive. If they were unlucky, even combat emperors would be in danger. After taking a glance, Li Fuchen saw plenty of prodigy monarchs, and the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was also among them. In the entire Soul Sky Empire, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was very famous. Among the prodigy monarchs, he was one of the top rankers. This Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor is truly a lingering spirit. Shangguan Yu curled her lips and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as he dares to come, I will teach him a lesson." Li Fuchen didn't mind as he didn't waste this period of time. Be it the Sword Dao or the Incantation Dao, his foundation was much more profound. In a one-on-one fight, he still wasn't a match for the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. But if he worked together with Shangguan Yu, He was confident he could make the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor suffer an unforgettable loss. When the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor saw Li Fuchen, he frowned and revealed murderous intent. But the murderous intent was quickly withdrawn. He understood that he wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu by himself, unless they were separated. Poison Rain, do me a favor. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor transmitted a message to a snake-like black-armored woman who had a gloomy and cold chi presence. The black-armored woman asked, "What benefits?" "A stalk of Heaven Essence Herb." The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor gritted his teeth and replied. The Heaven-class low-tier Heaven Essence Herb was a mystical herb that could increase one's cultivation level. A single stalk would allow those below the high level of Primary Sea Realm to increase their cultivation level by 1 level. When high-level Primary Sea Realm martial artists were stuck in a bottleneck, they would immediately break through after consuming it. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any side effects after consuming it. The Heaven Essence law contained within the herb was most suitable for the human body. If he didn't have 2 stalks of Heaven Essence Herb, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor wouldn't bear to give one away. Alright. The black-armored woman agreed. At the Heaven class, the price of herbs wasn't fixed anymore. Although they were all low-tier Heaven class herbs, the price difference was huge. Some precious low-tier Heaven class herbs might be several times or even 10 times more expensive than other herbs, mainly depending on their effect. Tianyuan grass was undoubtedly one of the more precious Heaven-class low-tier herbs. Its price was more than 5 times that of ordinary Heaven-class low-tier herbs. With a stalk of Tianyuan grass, she could save several years of hard work. "Leave a mark on them first," the Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor said to the black-armored woman. The black-armored woman's nickname was the Poison Rain Combat Tharch, and she was a famous combat Tharch in the Soul Sky Empire. Her combat strength might only be at the initial class combat Tharch level, but the difficulty of dealing with her wasn't inferior to the Ghost Dragon Combat Tharch. The Venomous Rain Combat Empress cultivated poison Dao Qi, and her Qi contained lethal poison. Anyone below the Law Phase realm wouldn't dare to be poisoned by the Venomous Rain Combat Empress. In addition to her poison Dao abilities, the Poison Rain Battle Empress was also adept at tracking. She could silently leave a spiritual consciousness imprint on others. The Poison Rain Combat Empress nodded and didn't look at Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. Her tracking secret method belonged to the Spiritual Awareness secret method. Before using the secret method, she couldn't look at the target, otherwise the target would be alerted. Between his eyebrows, 2 tiny specks of light floated out. The light spot blended into the wind and flew towards Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. Silently, the light spots landed on Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. "That's enough," the Poison Rain Battle Emperor said to the Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor. "They shouldn't have noticed, right?" The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was rather worried. The Venomous Rain Combat Empress said confidently, "Who would care if the wind blows on the body or if the dust falls on the body?" The Venomous Rain Combat Empress didn't know that when the light spot landed on the body, Li Fuchen felt something was wrong. Li Fuchen scanned the entire body with his spiritual awareness and didn't notice anything. After scanning with his spirit soul force, Li Fuchen noticed a light spot on his body. At the same time, Shangguan Yu also had a light spot on her body. "This is a spiritual consciousness imprint?" Li Fuchen's expression didn't change, but his heart had a slight ripple. The Venomous Rain Combat Empress Spiritual Awareness secret method was extremely brilliant, and even Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness wasn't able to detect it. If Li Fuchen didn't have spirit soul force, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. Li Fuchen didn't immediately get rid of the light spot and didn't even inform Shangguan Yu to prevent alerting the enemy. Li Fuchen was preparing to enter the Void Grand Canyon before doing anything else. Soon enough, the Void Grand Canyon opened up. In the middle of the void there was a large crack. This crack was a spatial crack, and even a Law Phase Realm Emperor would be torn apart by the spatial crack. Only those with the void key would not be harmed by the spatial crack. Come, let's enter. Those with the void key were like swallows returning to the forest as they entered the large crack. Following the crowd, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu had also entered the large crack. Inside the crack was a paste-like spatial storm. Those with the void key had a bubble that floated to the other side of the crack. In a short moment, everyone arrived at the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain. Due to the unpredictable void power, everyone had split up. Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu were closer to each other, therefore, they didn't split up. Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu landed on a slanted piece of land. This is the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain? The slanted piece of land couldn't be seen from a single glance, and it was truly terrifying. Shangguan Yu said, "The Void Grand Canyon has a chaotic sense of space, therefore, there will be some existences that go against common sense. Like the slanted piece of land that we are on, or the surging flow of water. There are some places that can even disrupt our sense of direction. You are obviously walking forward, but your body is walking backward, left or right. It is rather mystical." Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine how powerful that saint that was proficient in void law was. Anyone that opposed that saint would probably die miserably. "That's right, someone left a spiritual awareness imprint on our bodies," Li Fuchen said to Shangguan Yu. "Spiritual awareness imprint?" Shangguan Yu quickly used her spiritual awareness to inspect her body. Li Fuchen shook his head and said, "It is useless. The other party's spiritual awareness imprint is very obscure. At the start, my scanning method was wrong and I couldn't find it. After I adjusted the activity of my spiritual awareness, I discovered it." "You can adjust the activity of your spiritual awareness?" Shangguan Yu looked at Li Fuchen with astonishment. Only Law Phase Realm Emperors could adjust the activity of their spiritual awareness. Those that were proficient in tracking secret techniques could also do it. Li Fuchen was considered to have learned it without a teacher. "I will know after a few more attempts." Li Fuchen felt that it shouldn't be possible for his spiritual awareness to not detect the light spot. Therefore, he had been trying earlier. Finally, he realized that as long as his spiritual awareness was active enough, he would be able to detect even more subtle and obscure things, like the light spots. "I can't compare with you. Can you remove the spiritual awareness imprint?" Shangguan Yu asked. Li Fuchen said, "Let me try." While speaking, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and rushed at the light spot. The light spots didn't move at all. It was as though a stream of water was crashing onto a rock and wasn't able to damage the rock at all. "It seems like the structure of this spiritual awareness imprint is very unique," Li Fuchen said to himself. Everything's structure determined the material. Why was steel harder than wood? It was because of the difference in structure. Chapter 626. When his spiritual awareness activity reached the extremity, Li Fuchen started to analyze the light spot. The light spot obviously contained a field, and the field could distort the spiritual awareness to avoid the detection of spiritual awareness. It was very peculiar. Li Fuchen guessed that the light spot structure must have caused the field to be born. After much difficulty, Li Fuchen broke the field and his spiritual awareness entered the light spot. The interior of the light spot was a honeycomb structure, and it looked very complicated. "Perhaps I can study this spiritual awareness imprint." Li Fuchen had an idea. The structure of the spiritual awareness imprint was difficult and also simple. The difficult part was that even if one could see the structure, it was hard to imitate it. After all, it wasn't like kneading clay. The simple part was that as long as one's spiritual awareness was powerful enough, there was a chance to imitate it after a few tries. After memorizing the structure, Li Fuchen destroyed the light spot from the inside. Without a sound, the light spot shattered. Immediately after, Li Fuchen helped Shangguan Yu to get rid of the light spot too. Below a surging stream of water, the black-armored Poison Rain Combat Empress had a change in expression. "My spiritual awareness imprint has been removed. Didn't you say that the enemy couldn't detect it?" the Ghost Dragon Combat Empress asked anxiously. The Poison Rain Combat Empress said, "Nothing is absolute. In short, I failed this time." She didn't know how the spiritual awareness imprint was exposed. But after thinking about it, it was normal. If the enemy was easy to deal with, the Ghost Dragon Combat Empress wouldn't need her help. The slanted earth wasn't just slanted, even the gravity was slanted. The deeper they went, the stronger the gravity. Under the powerful gravity, the ground was as smooth as a mirror. Without chi, it was nearly impossible to stand. When the gravity was 1,000 times stronger than the Emperor Sky Continent, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu felt a trace of pressure. 1 times the gravity was equivalent to bearing twice the weight of one's body. 1,000 times the gravity was equivalent to bearing 1,000 times the weight of one's body. Moreover, the pressure was the same inside and outside. It should be known that there were too many weak spots in the human body, such as the heart and eyes. These places were many times more fragile than the flesh and bones. It was fortunate that the duo were body refinement monarchs. They might feel a trace of pressure, but they didn't feel any discomfort. 1,500 times, 2,000 times, 3,000 times. When the gravity reached 3,000 times, the duo felt their chi power and sword energy being rapidly consumed. Those are spatial crystals. In the distance, the two of them could see a group of people fighting fiercely not far below them. In the middle of them, there was a stone pillar that was as hard as iron. The stone pillar was inlaid with many crystals that emitted a misty white light. Traces of spatial fluctuations were dispersing. Space crystals had many uses. Not only could they be used to construct teleportation arrays, but after grinding them into space crystal sand, they could also be used to create teleportation talismans. If there was a formation master proficient in space formations, they could even set up space barriers and grotto heaven grand formations. In the market, a space crystal the size of a soybean was worth about 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and there was no market for it. "Go and snatch it." Shangguan Yu rushed up. Li Fuchen followed closely behind. Spatial crystals were strategic items, and even Law Phase realm emperors needed them. If they didn't snatch it now, when would they? Boom, boom, boom. Those that were contesting for the spatial crystals were all half-emperors and peak-class monarchs. There wasn't a single combat emperor. Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu were like tigers entering a flock of sheep as they severely injured multiple people with ease. It's the battle d'arch. Everyone, let's work together. Feeling the threat from Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu, the people who were originally fighting had no choice but to work together. Black Jade Shade. Shangguan Yu executed her body refinement divine ability and enveloped herself and Li Fuchen with a layer of black chi power. Clang clang clang. This black chi power barrier was shockingly tough. Even after everyone worked together, they weren't able to break it. A few more people were severely injured by Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. Let's go. They might not be willing, but they weren't fools. If they continued to fight, they would only be asking for trouble. In just a few breaths, everyone, including those that were severely injured, had left this place. They are rather tactful. Shangguan Yu was in a rather good mood. On the stone pillar, there were a total of 6 spatial crystals. 4 of them were the size of soybeans and 2 of them were the size of thumbs. Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen each had 3. When the spatial crystals were dug out, the originally upright stone pillar couldn't withstand the gravity of this place and instantly crumbled. In just a short period of time, it would fuse with the ground. The slanted land was extremely vast, and there was practically no end. Furthermore, due to the spatial disorder in the Void Grand Canyon, the spiritual awareness was extremely restricted and would be distorted from time to time. It was unlike the outside world where everything could be seen clearly. Therefore, even Li Fuchen couldn't observe very far away. On this day, as the duo was walking, there was a spatial distortion and the duo instantly vanished. When they reappeared, they were above a surging stream of water. Spatial shift. Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu were shocked. As compared to the Wind Thunder Abyss, the Void Grand Canyon's environment wasn't harsh, but it was too strange. The stream of water was endless and the width seemed to be endless too. Above the stream of water, there were islands and most of the islands were barren. Only a few of the islands had concentrated plant chi presence, and there were plenty of Earth-class herbs and scattered Heaven-class herbs. This Void Grand Canyon is simply a treasure land. On one of the islands, Li Fuchen praised. Just a moment ago, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu each obtained a Heaven-class low-tier blue ice herb. The blue ice herb might only be a regular Heaven-class low-tier herb and wasn't comparable with the rootless flower, Thunder Calamity herb, or even the Wind Thunder herb, but it was still a Heaven-class herb and contained the medicinal effects of Heaven-class laws. The Void Grand Canyon is a spatial hidden domain that was sliced out by a saint. After countless years, the spirit chi inside has condensed and didn't disperse. With the saint's power contained within, it is very normal for some natural treasures to be produced. Shangguan Yu yearned to be a saint and didn't know when she would be able to be like a saint and have the power to destroy the world with a raise of her hand. In the beginning, the duo didn't care about the barren islands. But when they discovered some Heaven-class ores on the barren islands, they decided to work harder and didn't let go of any island. Silver Void Iron, Supreme Metal, Chaos Copper, Heaven Essence Copper Essence. The barren islands didn't have a lot of Heaven-class ores, and it seemed like they had been searched over and over again. There were only leftovers left, but when there were plenty of leftovers, it was still a considerable amount. After a few days, the duo had enough Heaven-class ores to forge a Heaven-class weapon. Of course, it was mainly due to Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. In the Void Grand Canyon, spiritual awareness was extremely restricted. Regular half-emperors or combat emperors' spiritual awareness would only be able to cover a few dozen miles, but Li Fuchen could cover up to 1,000 miles. That is the Illusion Island. From afar, the duo could see an island that was emitting dreamy colors. On the island there was a giant stone door. In between the stone door, there were halos circulating, and it was often possible to see scenes from a paradise. The Illusion Island was rumored to be connected to a saint's garden. There were people who obtained Heaven-class mid-tier herbs from there. There were also people who obtained Heaven-class high-tier herbs. Because of this Heaven-class high-tier herb, there was even a small-scale war between emperors on the Emperor Sky continent. In front of the stone door, there were around 70 or 80 people gathered there, including Lu Luo and Ziyi. Apart from them, Li Fuchen also saw a familiar person. Chapter 6:27. The Evil King's cultivation was even stronger and was already at the 4th level of Primary Sea Realm. Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine how the Evil King cultivated. Could an inheritance really allow a person to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time? Or was there another reason? Li Fuchen was shocked, but the Evil King was even more shocked. The last time they met, Li Fuchen was still at the 1st level of Primary Sea Realm. Right now, Li Fuchen was already at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm. The Evil King already felt that his bloodline was very compatible with that senior's Evil Dao inheritance. With the addition of the precious resources left behind by that senior, he was able to advance rapidly. But Li Fuchen's advancement speed was actually faster than him. After taking a deep look at Li Fuchen, the Evil King withdrew that trace of arrogance in his heart. Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen's arrival didn't attract much attention as everyone's attention was on the stone door. It wasn't an easy task to enter the saint's garden through the stone door. In the halo between the stone door, there was a demonic beast that was coiled up and seemed to be in deep sleep. This demonic beast had the body of a goat, the claws of a ferocious beast, 3 tails, and a head full of sharp horns. From the trees beside the goat demonic beast, one could tell that the goat demonic beast was around a few miles in size and wasn't considered big. But this was just an illusion. Previously, someone entered the halo between the stone door. After entering, That person's body had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. A single breath from the goat demonic beast was enough to turn that person into ashes. If I didn't guess it wrongly, this demonic beast should be the legendary goat of ashes. Luluo frowned and said slowly, "Overlord beast, goat of ashes." Someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. Everyone looked at him in response. That person explained, "The goat of ashes is a overlord beast. It is born with the strength of a demonic beast ruler and will be a demonic beast overlord when it matures. But from what I know, a true goat of ashes should have 5 tails and not 3. I reckon that this goat of ashes is not an adult yet. It doesn't matter if it is an adult or not. A demonic beast ruler like goat of ashes is not even enough for a single breath from it." Someone said. "But someone once entered the saint's garden." Someone else raised a doubt. Ze, who was beside Luluo, said, "This goat of ashes is in a deep sleep. As long as we don't awaken it and don't get blown by its chi presence, we should be able to enter the saint's garden safely." That should be the case. Everyone agreed with Ziyi's opinion. Of course, it was mainly because they didn't want to miss this opportunity. The Saint Garden's entrance was constantly changing. It might be here today, but it might be at another place tomorrow. If he missed this opportunity, he might regret it for life. Everyone here was basically an elite among the primary Sea Realm monarchs. If there weren't any accidents, it would be hard for them to progress to the Law Phase realm in this lifetime. The Emperor Sky Continent had plenty of primary Sea Realm monarchs, and there were at least a few 100,000 of them. However, there were only around 100 Law Phase realm emperors. In other words, among thousands of primary Sea Realm monarchs, only one could reach the Law Phase realm, and this didn't include the factor of lifespan. If the lifespan was included, there would be around 10,000 primary Sea Realm monarchs before there would be one Law Phase realm emperor. One could imagine how difficult it was to reach the Transcendence realm. If he could enter the Saint's Garden and obtain the legendary Heaven Tier herbs, he might be able to break through his own limit. Whatever, death is death. I, the Iron Hand King, have never been afraid of death. A tall and stalwart 8th-level monarch walked out from the crowd, and with a flash, he skimmed into the halo of the stone door. In an instant, the Iron Hand King's body turned into the size of a speck of dust. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice him. Just as Ze speculated, the goat of ashes was in a deep slumber and was just breathing unconsciously. But the goat of ashes was too powerful. Every time it inhaled, the ground would freeze. Every time it exhaled, there would be a terrifying scorching air stream that would turn the ground into lava. The Iron Hand King seized the opportunity and rushed out while the goat of ashes was still breathing in and had yet to exhale. Huff! The goat of ashes finally exhaled. The Iron Hand King was very fortunate but also very unfortunate. His speed wasn't fast enough and his right leg was turned into ashes by the air stream. The intense pain nearly made the Iron Hand King yell out. Stepping on the ground with a single leg, the Iron Hand King quickly vanished from everyone's sight. The Iron Hand King went over. There is hope. Everyone's eyes lit up. If the Iron Hand King was also dead, they would consider if they should enter the stone door. But now that the Iron Hand King had passed through smoothly, why would they still consider? As for the scene of the Iron Hand King losing a leg, they had ignored it. As long as they could enter the Saint's Garden, losing a leg was still acceptable. Swish, 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 everyone skimmed into the halo, including Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. The spatial zone changed and the group arrived in front of a Grand Canyon. In the Grand Canyon, there was a goat of ashes that was over a few dozen miles in length. There was only a passage that was a few miles wide. As for the sky above the goat of ashes, there were layers of scorching air streams and no one was willing to fly over. Holding their breaths, no one dared to make a sound. Once the goat of ashes was awakened, none of them would be able to survive. Everyone gestured to each other and rushed over together. They weren't at ease if someone rushed in front of them. If that person couldn't make it and let out a miserable scream before death, it would be a trap. Li Fuchen, this is just a speed-up talisman. Take it. Shangguan Yu handed a jade talisman to Li Fuchen. The speed-up talisman could instantly increase a person's speed. The faster the speed, the better the effect of the speed-up talisman. Shangguan Yu only had 2 of these speed-up talismans, and they were extremely precious. Thanks. Li Fuchen didn't refuse. He knew that his speed wasn't the fastest among the group, but of course, it wasn't considered slow either. Suck. Crackle, crackle. The goat of ashes took a deep breath. The spatial zone in front of its head had lowered the temperature by 1,000 times. The ground had cracked and turned into ice cubes before exploding. The scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The sound of sucking in gradually vanished. Swish, 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 everyone burst out with speed and rushed to the other side. Li Fuchen's cultivation might only be at the 3rd level of primary sea realm, but he cultivated the heaven-class low-tier blazing sword Dao cultivation technique. His qi intensity wasn't inferior to an 8th or 9th level monarch. When complemented with the cardinal artifact, the wind thunder wings, his speed was considered average among the group. He wasn't considered especially fast, but he wasn't the last one either. As for Shangguan Yu, her speed was considered first-rate and there were only a few people that were faster than her. Seeing that everyone was already more than half the distance, the goat of ashes let out a breath. The scorching air stream was like a high-temperature hell. Li Fuchen felt as though his body was going to catch fire. This was because he cultivated the blazing sword Dao cultivation technique and had a certain resistance against high temperatures. Huff! Those who ran the slowest didn't even have time to scream and were immediately turned into ashes. The scorching air stream expanded and turned another 3 people into ashes. We are about to cross. The Blood Finger Monarch's eyes revealed ecstasy. SS. All of a sudden, there was an intense pain. The Blood Finger Monarch turned around and saw the scorching air stream expanding at a terrifying speed. It had smashed onto his qi protection, and immediately after, half of his body was turned into ashes. He could still endure the pain, but the fear of his body disappearing was unbearable for him. If I die, how can all of you feel good? The Blood Finger Monarch mustered the last of his strength, and let out a miserable scream. Not good. Chapter 6:28. The miserable screams made the goat of ashes open one of its eyes. It was a golden red eye that was filled with indifference and cruelty. The goat of ashes opened its mouth and let out a breath of air. Huff! A terrifying fire wave rushed into the sky, and at least half of the monarchs were turned into ashes. Swish! Li Fuchen immediately crushed the acceleration talisman and turned into a ray of light with astounding speed. In just a blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had caught up to the first group. But the fire wave was obviously faster and was getting closer to the first group. There were miserable screams as a few more monarchs were turned into ashes. Seeing as the fire wave was about to catch up, Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands. Phantom Substitute Incantation. Li Fuchen's figure changed and a phantom replaced Li Fuchen. Immediately after, the fire wave drowned the phantom and a large number of monarchs. Finally, Li Fuchen rushed to the end of the canyon. There was an opening there and Li Fuchen instantly entered. There was a boundless sea of flowers in front of him. After taking a closer look, the sea of flowers was filled with herbs. Most of them were yellow class, mystic class, and earth class herbs, but there were too many of them and there were at least a few 100 billion stalks. It was impossible to count them all. Some of the herbs were already extinct in the outside world, but here there were patches of them. So many heaven-class herbs. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed plenty of heaven-class herbs. Blue ice herb, heaven essence herb, 7 absolutes flower, 3-eyed flower, purple fire flower, they were everywhere. There were even plenty of rootless flowers. Li Fuchen, you are here. In front of the sea of flowers, over a dozen individuals stood there. They included Lu Luo Ze, the evil monarch, and Shangguan Yu. The one who spoke was Shangguan Yu. Li Fuchen nodded and took a glance at the evil monarch. Li Fuchen was already used to seeing the evil monarch. If he didn't guess wrongly, the evil monarch must have obtained some incredible inheritance and also had some hidden innate talent. With the two factors stacked together, the current evil monarch was created. Therefore, Li Fuchen must never treat the evil monarch as a regular fourth-level monarch. Even if the evil monarch wasn't as strong as Li Fuchen, he shouldn't be too weak. Apart from that, since the evil monarch obtained an incredible inheritance, he must have plenty of incredible methods, like methods to increase his speed. Among the crowd, a burly man with a full beard grinned and said, as expected of the saint's garden, "Just the value of this sea of flowers should be higher than the wealth of all the Law Phase realm emperors combined." Lulua said, "Saints are grand existences that stand at the apex of the world. Some saints even control numerous continents. Their wealth is calculated using continents as a unit. How can a sovereign compare to them? I don't care how great the saint is. Since I came to the saint's garden, I, the Spirit Feet King, will not return empty-handed." A skinny middle-aged man with extremely long legs had his eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to rush into the sea of flowers and plunder the medicinal herbs. There were too many herbs in the sea of flowers. Let alone primary sea realm monarchs, even Law Phase realm emperors would go crazy. It was a pity that be it the Wind Thunder Abyss or the Void Grand Canyon, they had extreme restrictions on Law Phase realm emperors. As for what the restrictions were, no one knew. After all, when Law Phase realm emperors entered the Void Grand Canyon, they would always move alone. No one would know if they went missing. This sea of flowers is not simple. It's best to be careful. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Shangguan Yu. Shangguan Yu nodded. The saint's garden is naturally not simple. It might not be covered by any array, but there must be other dangers inside. Swish! The Spirit Feet King was the first to rush into the sea of flowers. His title was the Spirit Feet King and his speed was definitely the fastest. In just a blink of the eye, he vanished from everyone's vision. "Haha, it is a 500-year-old rootless flower." The Spirit Feet King's voice echoed through the sea of flowers. In response, a few high-level monarchs, including the full-bearded man, couldn't help but rush into the sea of flowers. They naturally knew that the saint's garden was very dangerous and wasn't as simple as it looked. But they worked so hard to enter the saint's garden, not to admire the flowers. Even if there was danger, they couldn't be bothered right now. It was unknown when the evil monarch had also rushed into the sea of flowers. In front of the sea of flowers, only Lulua Ze, Li Fuchen, and Shangguan Yu were left. "This young master, if you can make it out alive, I will treat you to a meal in the Void City." Lulua turned around and said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "Let's talk outside." "All right." Lulua and Ze entered the sea of flowers. "Heh, she has taken a liking to you." Shangguan Yu laughed. Li Fuchen said, "Do you think it is possible?" Shangguan Yu took a closer look at Li Fuchen and said honestly, "It is really possible." Li Fuchen's appearance wasn't considered particularly handsome, just somewhat elegant. But his temperament was extraordinary and had a trace of contempt for the world. That pair of unfathomable eyes seemed to be able to see through everyone's secrets. Li Fuchen's eyes weren't ordinary at all. She had seen plenty of young elites like the Red Moon Emperor's son, the Red Moon Monarch, or the Celestial Eye Emperor's disciple, the Three-Eyed Monarch. Be it their background or current strength, they were all superior to Li Fuchen. But they gave Shangguan Yu the feeling that they were peacock. They might be gorgeous, but that was all. There wasn't much anticipation. Li Fuchen smiled. "Let's go in too." "All right." Shangguan Yu followed behind. The sea of flowers had countless paths, and beside the paths were densely packed herbs. Of course, most of them were yellow-class herbs, mystic-class herbs, and earth-class herbs. The saint's garden was just a garden, it was a place for saints to admire flowers. Beside one of the paths, Li Fuchen saw a stalk of purple flame flower. Purple fire flower was a heaven-class low-tier herb. It contained the Fire Dao Law's medicinal properties, and was a great tonic for Fire Dao Qi cultivators. It could strengthen the foundation. Li Fuchen dug out the purple fire flower and stored it in his wrist guard's spatial zone. With this dragon scale herb, I have a higher chance of breaking through to the completion level of primary sea realm. On the side, Shangguan had also obtained a stalk of dragon scale herb that was already extinct in the outside world. The dragon scale herb was said to contain a trace of giant dragon's bloodline. Giant dragons were innate sacred beasts and were even stronger than the goat of ashes. The duo continued to advance. Buzz, 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 the duo could vaguely hear an ear-piercing vibration. In the next moment, dozens of fist-sized greenish-black bees swooped down at the duo. Be careful, those are Soul Seize bees. Their bodies contain the ancient Saint Slaughter bee's bloodline. Shangguan was knowledgeable and quickly warned. Saint Slaughter bees? Li Fuchen just heard the name and knew that the Saint Slaughter bees were extremely terrifying. The Saint Slaughter bees were probably able to devour Saint. It was imaginable that the Soul Seize bees that contained the Saint Slaughter bee's bloodline had also inherited some of the Saint Slaughter bee's characteristic. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and executed the heaven and earth extermination. Clang, 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 sparks bloomed in the sky. Li Fuchen was surprised to realize that his sword didn't kill any of the Soul Seize bees, and had only severed their wings. Swish, 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 the wingless Soul Seize bees stomped on the ground with their limbs and shot at Li Fuchen like small cannonballs. Incineration sword. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and countless scarlet bubbles enveloped the Soul Seize bees. The bubbles exploded and the Soul Seize bees fell to the ground like raindrops. But in the next moment, the Soul Seize bees that were charred continued to stomp on the ground and shot at Li Fuchen. It made Li Fuchen feel a little troubled. Black Snake Drill. In response, Shangguan executed a fist and countless black snake chi power blasted at the Soul Seize bees. In an instant, the Soul Seize bees' bodies split open and fell to the ground. They might not be dead, but they were barely able to crawl. Looking at the Soul Seize bees that covered the ground, Shangguan said, "The Soul Seize bees' only weakness is their chi power attack. But the Soul Seize bees are also divided into species. The older the species, the tougher the body. Some of the Soul Seize bees that are bred by emperors in the outside world are mixed-blood Soul Seize bees and aren't as incredible. Of course, I am talking about the Class 7 Soul Seize bees. If it is a Class 8 Soul Seize bee, then you and I won't be able to deal with it. Even a Law Phase Realm Emperor will have a hard time dealing with it." That's right, the Soul Seize bee's honey is a rare treasure. It doesn't just cure all poisons, it strengthens the spirit, it can also beautify one's appearance. It is said that by consuming the Soul Seize bee's honey for a long period of time, one's appearance will remain forever and won't age. While speaking, Shangguan quickly started to harvest the Soul Seize bee's honey. The Soul Seize bee's honey was a dark golden gelatinous substance. Each Soul Seize bee's body would have a piece of honey that was the size of a pigeon egg. After harvesting dozens of pieces of honey, Shangguan was in a great mood and even tossed a few pieces to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen smiled. It seemed like all women cared about their appearance. It was obvious that Shangguan wouldn't age within a few hundred years. The Saint's Garden was too massive. After walking for half a day, Li Fuchen and Shangguan didn't encounter anyone else. During this period of time, Shangguan harvested a few more batches of Soul Seize bee's honey. Rootless flower. Half a day later, Li Fuchen found the first stalk of rootless flower. Previously in the Sea of Flowers, Li Fuchen might have seen a rootless flower, but that rootless flower was constantly drifting, and it was unknown where it had drifted to. This rootless flower in front of him was protected by a translucent giant snake. This time, Li Fuchen didn't need Shangguan's reminder to know the species of the giant snake. It was an ancient mutated void snake. The void snake was the same as the soul seize bee and the saint slaughter bee. They were all mutated species. The so-called mutated species referred to demonic beasts that were extremely powerful but didn't have any spirit wisdom. Of course, when a mutated species reached the class 9, which was the saint class, their spirit wisdom shouldn't be weak. When the void snake noticed Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu, it attacked first. Its body suddenly vanished, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Li Fuchen's head. It opened its mouth and bit at the back of Li Fuchen's neck. Li Fuchen didn't dare to get bitten by it. It was as though the back of his head had eyes as he flicked the joint heaven sword behind him. When the void snake missed its attack, its body vanished again. Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword didn't even touch its shadow. Void law. Li Fuchen could see that the void snake knew the void shift technique. It was a pity that the void snake knew the void law, and so did Li Fuchen. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was able to detect the void snake's existence easily. When Li Fuchen executed the heaven and earth extermination, the void snake was severed into several segments. All of a sudden, the void snake that was severed into several segments grew out a head and a tail. In an instant, the void snake turned into multiple void snakes. Let's see how many times you can split. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and executed the heaven and earth extermination. 2 times. 3 times. After splitting 3 times, the void snake couldn't split anymore and slowly died. Shangguan Yu said, "The void snake's innate abilities are void shift and split. It is fortunate that your sword art can restrain it. If it was her, the void snake might not be able to injure her within a short period of time, but she couldn't injure the void snake either. If the battle dragged on, her life might be in danger." Chapter 629. After dealing with the void snake, Li Fuchen successfully plucked the rootless flower. This rootless flower had matured to 600 years. The rootless flower that Li Fuchen obtained in the wind-thunder abyss was only 300 to 400 years old. With this rootless flower, Li Fuchen reckoned that his Dantian limit should be able to increase to the 5th or 6th level of primary sea realm. Of course, only Li Fuchen and a minority of people would have such troubles. Regular monarchs didn't have to worry about the limit of their Dantian. Every time they progressed to the next level, they would need a few years. If Li Fuchen was given a few years, his Dantian would have been nourished by the sword energy to an extremely high level. As for those prodigy monarchs with top-notch innate talents, they didn't have to worry about the Dantian limit. 7-star bone frames innate Dantian limit was the primary sea realm, 8-star bone frames innate Dantian limit was the law phase realm, while the legendary 9-star bone frame's innate Dantian limit was the saint's. Li Fuchen's bone frame was still too low. Furthermore, even if Li Fuchen's bone frame could be improved, the acquired bone frame was still inferior to the innate bone frame. Pinching the rootless flower, Li Fuchen swallowed it in one gulp. In the next moment, the rootless flower turned into a stream of air and fused into his Dantian, rapidly nourishing it. I need to find an opportunity to increase my cultivation to the 4th or 5th level of primary sea realm. With the peak-grade spirit stone, it was too easy for Li Fuchen to increase his cultivation. If there wasn't the problem of the Dantian limit, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about attracting attention. Li Fuchen felt that he would be able to progress to the high level of primary sea realm within a short period of time. The peak-grade spirit stone was definitely a priceless treasure for primary sea realm monarch. Even for law phase realm emperors, it was also an important treasure. Be careful. On the side of a road, Li Fuchen suddenly reminded Shangguan Yu. Whoosh! On the side of the road, every 100 meters or so, there was a huge plant. The top of the plant was like a huge scallop, full of spikes. Just now, a scallop plant had rushed out. Its roots hidden in the soil were over 100 meters long, and the head of the scallop, full of spikes, was trying to bite Shangguan Yu. Black jade camouflage. At the critical moment, Shangguan Yu put up an energy shield. Creak. The energy barrier was distorted, and a few of the spikes had already pierced through it. Flowing merciless edge. Li Fuchen leaped up and slashed with his sword. A scarlet-red thread slashed at the slender rhizome of the man-eating plant. Puff! The rhizome did not break. Only about half of it had split open, and a large amount of dark green juice immediately splashed out. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Green Luan Dance. At the same time, Shangguan Yu punched out, and a large cyan bird phantom soared into the sky, sending the man-eating plant flying. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Champasaurus Kill. Shangguan Yu was furious and continued to kill the man-eating plants with her fists. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's reminder, she might have become food for the man-eating plants, which made her angry. The advantages and disadvantages of man-eating plants were very big. In the face of Shangguan Yu's fierce counterattack, they couldn't fight back at all. Their juices spurted out from the fist wind, and they were covered in wounds. However, this man-eating plant clearly contained a high-level law of undying. No matter how ferocious Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu's attacks were, their injuries would always recover quickly. It was fortunate that the undying law wasn't invincible. As long as the undying law wasn't grasped to the extremity, it was impossible to truly be undying. 15 minutes later, the man-eating plant was completely destroyed by Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. Save me! The duo could vaguely hear a cry for help. Looking towards the source of the voice, there was a man-eating plant that was shaking a few hundred meters away. Its scallop-shaped head seemed to be containing something. It is the Iron Hand Monarch. Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness inside and noticed the corroded Iron Hand Monarch's flesh. No wonder the man-eating plant didn't help despite the huge commotion earlier. It turned out that this man-eating plant was digesting the Iron Hand Monarch. The Iron Hand Monarch was already dead and the voice was coming from his true spirit. But this man-eating plant was horrific and strange. It was actually able to imprison the true spirit and slowly absorb the true spirit's power. Rest in peace. Li Fuchen blasted a spiritual awareness attack at the Iron Hand Monarch's true spirit. Bang! There was a formless sound as Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was dispersed. I see. Li Fuchen understood now. This man-eating plant was born with a spiritual sense force field. This spiritual sense force field could be used to defend against spiritual sense attacks, and it could also be used to imprison true spirits and other illusory power carriers. Thus, as long as it entered its mouth, everything would become nourishment for it, including true spirits. Shaking his head, Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Iron Hand Monarch's true spirit anymore. Li Fuchen, why don't we refine the herbs here and increase our strength? Shangguan Yu had obtained several stalks of dragon scale herbs, and with the Soul Seas Bee's honey, she felt that she was very confident to break through to the completion level of Primary Sea Realm. Once her body refinement reached the completion level of Primary Sea Realm, her strength would reach the level of a mid-class combat emperor. The difference between combat emperors was extremely huge. The difference between low-class combat emperors and mid-class combat emperors was huge. The difference between mid-class combat emperors and high-class combat emperors was even bigger. The difference between high-class combat emperors and peak-class combat emperors was already so huge that a single move could determine the victor. Therefore, below the law phase realm, mid-class combat emperors were definitely at the pinnacle. There were only a few high-class combat emperors and peak-class combat emperors. Normally, such people would either be busy breaking through to the law phase realm or had already started to break through. They wouldn't have the time to wander around outside. That works too. Li Fuchen nodded. He decided to try and see if he could use the purple fire herb and high-grade spirit stones to advance by one level. The path in the Sea of Flowers was over 100 meters wide. The duo immediately sat down cross-legged. The purple fire herb was just like a purple flame. It was sparkling and translucent while emitting an indescribable fiery chi presence. Li Fuchen split the purple fire herb into 2 mouthfuls. Blaze! In just an instant, Li Fuchen's body was burning with purple flames, and there was an incessant crackling sound. This was the sound of impurities burning in the sword energy. The purple fire herb's main effect was to burn the impurities in the cultivation. When the cultivation was at the extremity of purity, it was hard for it not to increase. But the prerequisite was that the user cultivated fire Dao Qi or Qi that leaned towards fire Dao Qi. As such, the fire Dao laws within the purple fire herb wouldn't burn the essence of the cultivation. For a martial artist that cultivated water Dao Qi, after consuming the purple fire herb, apart from the impurities, the water Dao Qi essence would also be burned. If the cultivation wasn't high enough, it was possible for the entire cultivation to be burned. As the divine flame sword energy was getting purer, Li Fuchen felt that the cultivation bottleneck was gradually loosening. Let me give it a try. Li Fuchen took out a pile of high-grade spirit stones and started to absorb the spirit qi from the high-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones were definitely an extremely extravagant cultivation resource for primary Sea realm monarch. Generally speaking, only law phase realm emperors would have enough high-grade spirit stones to use for cultivation. Most of the primary Sea realm monarchs would only have a few high-grade spirit stones. It was definitely rare for a primary Sea realm monarch to have a few thousand high-grade spirit stones. For a long time, Li Fuchen had been using peak-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Therefore, he still had over 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, and it was enough for him to cultivate until the 9th level of primary Sea realm. If it was possible, Li Fuchen wished to use high-grade spirit stones to break through too. Chapter 630. As the high-grade spirit stones shattered, Li Fuchen's cultivation qi presence was gradually getting stronger. 10, 20, 30. After absorbing the spirit qi from 30 high-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen felt his body was swelling up. This was a misconception caused by the excessive sword energy in his body. 40, 50, 60. The sword energy accumulated in his body was increasing. Boom. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen felt his body becoming lighter. Immediately after, an even more valiant power filled his body. 4th level of primary Sea realm, completion. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen forcefully let out a turbid breath and thought to himself, I only need 100 high-grade spirit stones to break through one level. It is much less than I imagined. Li Fuchen swept a glance at Shangguan Yu, and she seemed to be at a crucial juncture. Her qi power waves were extremely intense, and had formed a rather dense black halo. She should be breaking through soon. Without a doubt, Shangguan Yu was the prodigy with the best perception that Li Fuchen had ever seen. If Li Fuchen's body refinement Dao didn't have any bottlenecks, as long as he had enough resources and broke through a cultivation realm, he would be able to reach the limits of the cultivation realm. Shangguan Yu was definitely the same. This might be related to the hidden bloodline in her body. Li Fuchen read from ancient texts that after a martial artist became a saint, the bloodline would contain the power of law. Within 9 generations, the bloodline wouldn't dissipate. Those who possessed the saint's bloodline would be able to progress without any bottlenecks as long as they were on the right path. They would only be stuck for a period of time when breaking through a cultivation realm. 1 hour later, a terrifying qi spirit expanded. In the face of this valiant qi spirit, Li Fuchen felt very insignificant. He understood that this was the difference between the life forms. The lifespan of body refinement martial artists was the same as qi cultivation martial artists, and it was the limit of heaven and earth. But the vitality of body refinement martial artists was 10 times or dozens of times more vigorous than qi cultivation martial artists. If a qi cultivation martial artist relied on their own body, they would need a very long time to recover from the severe injuries. It was normal for body refinement martial artists to recover in 1 or 2 days. The qi spirit was getting denser, and Li Fuchen could vaguely see a blurry figure standing in the sky above the saint's garden. The eyes were like the sun and moon and were emitting luminous divine light. Saint's bloodline. If it was just a guess previously, Li Fuchen was certain now that Shangguan Yu had the saint's bloodline. Only when a saint's bloodline broke through would there be such a huge commotion. The blurry figure disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Shangguan Yu opened her eyes. I finally broke through. Shangguan Yu had already returned to her true appearance. There was a smile on her beautiful face. Now that her cultivation was at the completion level of primary sea realm, she was confident that if she encountered the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor again, even without Li Fuchen's help, she would still be able to contest. You also broke through? Looking at Li Fuchen, Shangguan Yu was astonished. She had never seen anyone that could progress from the first level of primary sea realm to the fourth level of primary sea realm in a few months. The reason why she was able to advance so quickly was because she possessed the bloodline of the 8th generation Great Sage. Her ancestor was a sage known as the Black Sage. When He Jun was alive, the Shangguan clan ruled over many continents and was one of the top clans in this endless world. But during a terrifying saint war, He monarch went missing, and the Shangguan clan gradually fell apart. Could Li Fuchen also have the saint's bloodline? I was lucky. Li Fuchen smiled. He was able to break through this time mainly because of the purple fire flower. It was also a heaven-class low-tier herb. The purple fire flower might not be as precious as the thunder calamity herb, but it was much more precious than the wind thunder herb. For any herb, the first consumption would have the greatest effect. During the second consumption, the effect would be reduced by half. Li Fuchen might be able to use the purple fire flower to break through this time, but it would be very difficult for him to do it the next time. The saint's garden had countless herbs. After 1 week, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu each harvested over a dozen heaven-class low-tier herbs. It was a pity that they didn't see a single heaven-class mid-tier herb. Thinking about it, a mid-tier heaven-class herb and a low-tier heaven-class herb might seem to be only 1 tier apart, but the difference in value was 10 times or even dozens of times. If a low-tier heaven-class herb was compared to an ordinary king among herbs, then a mid-tier heaven-class herb would be a top-tier king among herbs. The difference was not just a little bit. High-grade soul herb. Looking at the high-grade soul herb in his hand, Li Fuchen was rather curious. In terms of value, the high-grade soul herb wasn't inferior to heaven-class mid-tier herbs. Li Fuchen didn't understand how it could make people addicted. Li Fuchen believed that with the golden amulet and the pale purple spirit soul, it wouldn't be that easy to get addicted. Plucking off a leaf, Li Fuchen stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, a cool chi presence spread throughout his body and burrowed into the spirit soul in his mind. In an instant, Li Fuchen felt that his thinking speed had increased by a small margin and countless inspirations were flashing in his mind. After seeing Li Fuchen consume a leaf of the soul herb, Shangguan Yu said, "You better try less. There are plenty of people who are confident in themselves and believe that it is impossible for them to get addicted, but they still got addicted in the end. Once a person who is addicted to the soul herb acts up, without the soul herb or soul elixir to consume, he wouldn't just be in excruciating pain, he would even lose his rationality. There was once a person who killed his wife and son when the addiction acted up. After he woke up, he committed suicide out of guilt. Don't worry, a single leaf shouldn't be a problem." Li Fuchen was very cautious. If it was someone else with the golden amulet and pale purple spirit soul, they probably wouldn't even bother about the soul herb. As the cool chi presence vanished, Li Fuchen used his spiritual awareness to look inside and observe the changes in his spirit soul. Li Fuchen was surprised to realize that the spirit soul that was originally 40% purple was now 50% purple. The soul herb can accelerate the transformation of the spirit soul? Li Fuchen had doubts in his heart. No, if the soul herb can transform the spirit soul, it is impossible for others to not know about it. In order to verify, Li Fuchen consumed another high-grade soul herb's leaf. This time, he used his spiritual awareness to observe the changes in his spirit soul. Looking inside with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen saw a cool qi presence drilling into his spirit soul. But this cool qi presence wasn't directly absorbed by the spirit soul, it was absorbed by the golden amulet first. Immediately after, the golden amulet would spit out an even purer qi presence into the spirit soul. I see. Li Fuchen understood in his heart. The golden amulet had a filtering effect, and was able to filter out the impurities or addictive parts of the soul herb. It would then spit out a pure qi presence that would nourish the spirit soul. It also meant that even if the soul herb was addictive, Li Fuchen wasn't afraid. This discovery made Li Fuchen ecstatic. As the spirit soul transformed into pale purple, Li Fuchen realized that the transformation speed was getting slower. If there wasn't any external interference, it would take at least a few years for the spirit soul to transform from pale purple to purple. Right now, a single high-grade soul herb's leaf was able to accelerate his spirit soul by 10%, and it was very impressive. While Shangguan Yu wasn't paying attention, Li Fuchen consumed the rest of the high-grade soul herb. In the blink of the eye, an indescribable and wonderful feeling assaulted his spirit soul. 70%, 80%, 90%, 99%. A single stalk of high-grade soul herb had allowed Li Fuchen's spirit soul to transform from 40% purple to 99% purple. Just a little more and it would transform again. P.S. Apologies, there are too many things to do and I have to travel back and forth between the hospital and home. Of course, the main reason is that I am stuck and feel like I am at a bottleneck. After sitting down for a long time, I still don't have any ideas. I feel like I have to change my writing style. The content isn't passionate enough and there isn't any feeling when writing. Chapter 631. Li Fuchen's spirit soul was about to evolve again and his emotions were surging. Before evolving, his perception was already comparable to Law Phase realm emperors. Even 8-star bone frames were far inferior to him. It was reckoned that only the legendary 9-star bone frames would be comparable to him. Some of the elite bone frames might even be able to surpass him. But that was in the past. If his spirit soul evolved again, his perception would reach an unprecedented level. The prerequisite is to find the second stalk of high-grade soul herb. Li Fuchen suppressed his excited emotions and said to himself. For the next few days, Li Fuchen didn't find the second stalk of high-grade soul herb, but he found 3 stalks of mid-grade soul herbs. But the effects of mid-grade soul herbs weren't even 100% of the high-grade soul herbs, and were almost useless. There is no need to hurry. I am just a step away from evolving. Even if I don't consume the soul herb, it won't take a long time. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry anymore. It was unknown if the heavens were joking with Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to find the high-grade soul herb, the second stalk of high-grade soul herb appeared. Li Fuchen's originally calm emotions were now excited again. In this world, only the golden amulet and his spirit soul could stir his emotions. After all, they were the foundation of his life. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen secretly consumed the entire stalk of high-grade soul herb. In an instant, a concentrated and refreshing qi presence was absorbed by the golden amulet and turned into a purer qi presence before fusing into his spirit soul. Finally, that trace of pale purple rapidly turned into purple. When the pale purple color that wasn't visible to the naked eye turned purple, Li Fuchen felt his mind going numb. Thousands of purple electric currents burst forth. Many of the invisible obstructions and blind spots in his thoughts had been penetrated and eliminated. He felt as though he had ascended to a higher level. The spirit soul is the foundation. Li Fuchen comprehended a principle. When the spirit soul was stronger, the angle of thinking would be different. Only by doing so would one be able to reach the true pinnacle. Otherwise, if one used the mindset of a regular person, one would be a regular person for the rest of their life. A mortal's future was already destined. At the side, Shangguan Yu didn't notice Li Fuchen's abnormality, But her saint's bloodline was fluctuating and it confused her. It turns out that this move can be executed in this way. With his spirit soul morphed into the purple color, Li Fuchen's ability to deduce sword arts in his mind was even stronger. In a single thought, the same sword move was able to deduce countless possibilities, and from the countless possibilities, he was able to find a few crucial possibilities. In just one day, Li Fuchen felt that the few sword arts and sword moves that he had grasped were showing signs of a breakthrough. Moreover, the sword techniques and sword moves that he had mastered were all low-tier heaven rank. Once he broke through, he would reach mid-tier heaven rank. Even if it was the weakest heaven rank, the concept contained within it was not something a heaven rank low rank could compare to. It was like the difference between a skinny adult and a child. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's view of incantations was also different. If learning the Tao of incantations was like looking at flowers through a fog, then now the fog had dispersed, and the flowers could be seen more clearly. All that was lacking was practice. Is this the purple soul? Li Fuchen took a deep breath and his spiritual awareness landed on the golden amulet in the purple spirit soul. As for the origin of the golden amulet, Li Fuchen still had no clue. At first, he thought that the golden talisman was just some kind of top-grade treasure. Right now, he suspected that the golden talisman was something that belonged to this world. Even a saint wouldn't be able to create the golden talisman. PFFF. At the side of the path, a man-eating plant that was hidden in the depths of the sea of flowers emerged and bit at Li Fuchen. A scarlet sword thread flashed and severed the man-eating plant. Sword thread. Shangguan Yu looked at Li Fuchen with surprise. Turning the sword into thread was a technique that only Law Fei's realm swordsman could grasp. How did Li Fuchen suddenly grasp it? Previously, Li Fuchen seemed to be able to turn the sword into thread, but it was just a change in form and there wasn't any change in essence. A true sword thread was indestructible. Even those that were stronger than the user would be instantly injured if they were to be slashed by the sword thread. It was impossible to defend against it. The sword thread was also one of the methods to restrain body refinement martial artists. Shangguan Yu knew that everyone had their own secrets and there wasn't a need to get to the bottom of it. This is the heaven-class mid-tier flowing merciless edge? Earlier on, Li Fuchen had naturally executed the sword move, flowing merciless edge. Subsequently, he had naturally pushed the flowing merciless edge to the heaven-class mid-tier. It might still be weak among the heaven-class mid-tier, but there was no doubt that it was far superior to the original flowing merciless edge. Buzz 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 buzz, a group of soul seize bees attacked and the sword threads formed a dense net. Swish, the soul seize bees rained down from the sky. In the face of Li Fuchen's flowing merciless edge, the soul seize bees that were originally hard to kill were now as weak as tofu. Shangguan Yu couldn't help but ask, Li Fuchen, with your current attack strength, you are almost at the level of a mid-class combat emperor. How did you do it? Previously, Li Fuchen's strength might be at the level of a peak-class half-emperor, but his attack strength should be at the level of a high-class half-emperor. However, he was more all-round and was able to defeat Hu Yuanfeng, who had the strength of a peak-class half-emperor. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen had actually broken through 3 levels and his attack strength had reached the level of a mid-class combat emperor from a high-class half-emperor. It was simply appalling. Li Fuchen couldn't possibly tell her the reason for the spirit-soul transformation, hence, he explained, my cultivation has broken through and I have thought through a lot of things. You should try it too and think of a problem from a different perspective. It will be able to reduce the difficulty of a problem by several levels. Shangguan Yu found it funny and said, thinking of a problem from a different perspective is indeed miraculous, but that is only when thinking about normal problems. Thinking about the martial Tao isn't that easy. Do you think everyone is like you? She could see that Li Fuchen was definitely a martial art prodigy that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Such a person would have a different perspective when looking at a problem and would always be able to change his perspective freely. For the next few days, Li Fuchen pushed the rest of his sword moves to the Heaven-class mid-tier. The Heaven-class mid-tier incineration sword wasn't just a simple attack strength. Once the incineration sword was executed, it would instantly evaporate all the moisture within the sword field. This was something that was extremely terrifying. When fighting with the man-eating plants, a single sword from Li Fuchen was able to evaporate all the moisture and vitality of the man-eating plants. Even the undying law wasn't of much use. The Heaven-class mid-tier Sky Ring sword armor was smoother and smoother. As long as Li Fuchen willed it, a layer of invisible sword intent would envelop the body, and there wasn't a need to draw his sword. The Heaven-class mid-tier Divine Wind Raging Howl and the Heaven-class mid-tier Sword Prowess Impermanence had also reached a new height. The former had truly achieved the state where the wind was the sword and the sword was the wind. The latter's sword intent was mysterious and unpredictable. Even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to grasp the angle of his next sword move and could only try his best to guide it. The only sword moves that hadn't broken through were the Meteor Fall and the Absolute Heaven Sword Art. The concept of Meteor Fall was simple, but the simpler it was, the deeper the logic contained within. Li Fuchen still needed some time to deduce and break through this move. Chapter 632. In just a few days, Li Fuchen's strength had increased by an unknown amount. Just the attack power alone was already at the level of a mid-class combat emperor. Li Fuchen's overall combat strength might not be comparable to a high-class combat emperor. After all, there was a huge difference between mid-class combat emperors and high-class combat emperors. A high-class combat emperor's attack power was already able to crush a mid-class combat emperor. It was useless no matter how well-rounded one's physique was. But if Li Fuchen were to truly fight, he wasn't afraid of a high-class combat emperor. His physique wasn't as simple as being all-round, it was all-round. Li Fuchen had grasped 5 Heaven-class mid-tier sword moves, and with some other methods, he might be able to contest with a high-class combat emperor. Unknowingly, the two arrived at a square with a pavilion. It was very obvious that this plaza was the place where the sage used to admire the flowers and drink tea. However, the plaza wasn't peaceful and was rather dangerous. Lu Luo, Ze, and the evil monarch were trapped here. Around them, the Spirit Feet monarch and the other high-level monarchs were all collapsed on the ground. Their bodies were already swollen and rotten. Surrounding them were hundreds of thousands of Soul Seize bees. Previously, hundreds of Soul Seize bees were enough to keep Li Fuchen busy. He had to rely on Shangguan Yu's Qi power attack to eliminate a wave of Soul Seize bees. Afterwards, Li Fuchen's strength had improved greatly and he only needed a single sword to deal with hundreds of Soul Seize bees. However, it was not just a few hundred soul-seizing bees, but hundreds of thousands of soul-seizing bees. Moreover, more and more soul-seizing bees were rushing over. When they saw Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu, Lu Luo and the others were delighted and quickly asked for help. In fact, the two of them had no choice but to help because some of the soul-seize bees were already flying towards them. "Let's go meet up with them." Shangguan Yu put up an energy shield. Ding ding dang dang, the only weakness of the soul-snatching bees was their strength. If Shangguan Yu had put up a true Qi shield, it would have been riddled with holes by now. If it was a Qi shield, it would still be able to resist for a period of time. "Luluo, I can't hold on much longer." Beside Luluo, Ze was sweating profusely. She was only a peak quasi-emperor, much weaker than Lulu. Furthermore, her cultivation was one level lower than Lu Luo and was only at the 6th level of primary Sea Realm. Ze, hold on a little longer. Lu Luo's weapon was a ribbon that was overflowing with chilling qi. As she brandished the ribbon, the surrounding Soul Seize bees were either sent flying or dropped to the ground after their bodies froze. Her strength was obviously at the beginner combat emperor realm. He was only a few feet away from them. The evil king was clearly much more relaxed than Ze, and even more relaxed than Luluo. The reason he was able to hold on until now was because he had a heaven-grade low-rank glove and a heaven-grade low-rank artifact armor, as well as a heaven-grade low-rank defensive artifact and a heaven-grade low-rank offensive artifact. In terms of overall strength, he was not afraid of anyone. Of course, there were too many soul seize bees and his true chi was limited. Once his true chi was exhausted, he would still die. Buzz buzz buzz. Although the soul-seizing bees were not very intelligent, they still knew who was weaker after attacking for such a long time. With a rather large soul-seizing bee at the lead, at least 10,000 soul-seizing bees charged at Ze. Even Lulual was unable to stop them. At the critical moment, the evil king moved a few steps towards Ze and activated his heaven-grade low-rank defensive artifact to protect Ze. "Thank you." Ze had a lingering fear and spoke with gratitude. The evil king didn't say anything. He wasn't protecting Ze out of kindness. After all, if Ze was dead, the soul-seizing bees would have lesser targets and he would have greater pressure. Therefore, no matter what, they had to work together. Soon enough, Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen arrived. Shangguan Yu already had the strength of a mid-class combat emperor, and with her chi power to restrain the soul-seizing bees, a single swing of her fist would cause a large number of soul-seizing bees to explode. As compared to Shangguan Yu, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior at all. When executing the flowing merciless edge, the sky was filled with sword threads and a large number of soul-seizing bees were sliced into two. Such power! Lulua and the others were shocked. They needed half a day to kill some soul-seizing bees, but Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen immediately killed a few thousand soul-seizing bees. The difference was too great. This sword art. The evil king was also shocked by Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's sword was definitely a heaven-class low-tier weapon, but Li Fuchen's attack power was so powerful because of his sword art. As compared to Li Fuchen, apart from having more artifacts, the evil king was inferior in other aspects. No wonder he is the first target I am chasing. The evil king wasn't old and was only over 50 years old. Among the primary Sea Realm monarchs, those that were over 50 years old were considered young. After all, primary Sea Realm monarchs had a lifespan of 1,000 years. All along, the evil king had been very confident and believed that his innate talent and perception were all top-notch. After his bone frame was upgraded to the 7-star grade, his innate talent and perception weren't inferior to some 8-star bone frames. In addition to the fortuitous encounter that allowed him to obtain incredible inheritances and massive amounts of precious resources, Li Fuchen was only the first target he was chasing and not his final target. But from the looks of it, he still needed a period of time to surpass Li Fuchen. As for whether he could surpass Li Fuchen, he wasn't worried at all. No one knew how insane the inheritance he obtained was. Right now, he only lacked time and some specific resources. With the addition of Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu, the trio's pressure was greatly reduced. But when looking at the black swarm of bees, the trio didn't relax. There were too many soul-seize bees here. There were at least 800,000, if not 1,000,000. Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu might be able to kill over 1,000 soul-seize bees in a single attack, but at the same time, they would also suffer from a large number of soul-seize bees. After all, the soul-seize bees weren't targets that would just stand there and allow the enemies to kill them. As time elapsed, the evil king and Shangguan Yu were unable to endure it. The evil king's defensive cardinal artifact was called the Fixed Light Plate. When activated with primary Sea Realm Qi, it was enough to resist attacks from emperors. But activating the Fixed Light Plate already consumed a lot of Qi. Resisting the attacks from countless soul-seize bees would consume even more Qi. With his 4th-level primary Sea Realm cultivation, it was already rather difficult for him to last until now. Had it not been for some Qi replenishment elixirs, his Qi would have been depleted a long time ago. Sensing that the evil king and Shangguan Yu were struggling, Li Fuchen's intent circulated a sword intent around the 5 of them. The Sky Ring sword armor was a defensive sword intent. When it was at the Heaven-class low tier, it was only able to resist attacks from half-emperors. Right now, it was enough to resist attacks from emperors. Furthermore, the sword intent was formed by laws and could automatically absorb the sword Dao Qi in heaven and earth to sustain itself. Within a short period of time, it would be hard for the Soul Seize Bees to break it. Furthermore, even if the Soul Seize Bees broke it, Li Fuchen could continue to release sword intent. Intents had a very exaggerated limit. As of now, there was no news of anyone exhausting their intent or sword intent. At most, it would be the mental exhaustion and the inability to release sword intent. Defensive sword intent? Lu Luo's eyes lit up. Lu Luo had never seen a sword intent that was as powerful as Li Fuchen's at the primary sea realm. Others were strong in their cultivation, but Li Fuchen was strong in his sword intent. The two couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. After all, when Li Fuchen's cultivation caught up, he would be extraordinarily strong. Just like that, every 15 minutes, Li Fuchen would release a sky ring sword armor sword intent to protect everyone, repeating the cycle. Chapter 633. 10,000. 50,000. 100,000. The Soul Seize Bees were very tough, but when facing a swordsman like Li Fuchen who could attack and defend at the same time, they were rather helpless. In less than half a day, the pile of Soul Seize Bee corpses on the ground was already more than 100,000 and it was a black mass. Roar! An ear-piercing trembling sound rang out, and within the swarm of bees, 3 dark golden Soul Seize Bees arrived at lightning speed, bombarding the Skyring sword armor's sword intent. The sword intent was instantly penetrated. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen quickly added 3 more sword intents, then 4, 5 in one breath. Li Fuchen set up more than a dozen layers of sword intent. This was already his limit. Any more sword intent, and his mind wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shangguan Yu exclaimed, "These are devouring king bees, the purest species among the level 7 Soul Seize Bees." The devouring king wasp had the purest bloodline among the level 7 Soul Seizing Bees, and the devouring emperor wasp had the purest bloodline among the level 8 Soul Seizing Bees. Whether it was the devouring monarch wasp or the devouring emperor wasp, their strength was a lot stronger than the Soul Seize wasp of the same level. Moreover, their bodies were ridiculously hard. Li Fuchen's sword intent was enough to withstand an all-out attack from a mid-class combat emperor, but it was still penetrated by the Devour King Bee. The attack of the Devouring King Bee was said to have reached the level of a high-class combat emperor. If it wasn't for the fact that it could only attack at close range, 3 Devouring King Bees would be enough to kill 5 people instantly. Layers of sword intents were pierced through. The attacks of the 3 Devouring King Bees were more terrifying than hundreds of thousands of Soul Seize Bees. Once the Devour King Bee got near, even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Green Luan Dance. Shangguan Yu sent a killer move towards the Devouring King Wasp. Crackle! The Devourer Wasp King was sent flying, but it quickly flew back. There was not a single wound on its body. Clang clang clang! Sparks burst out as Li Fuchen's sword thread immediately slashed on the Devouring King Bee's body. But the indestructible sword thread was only able to leave a faint mark on the Devouring King Bee's body. It was still far from being able to slice open the surface of the Devouring King Bee's body. Burning Sword. With the flowing merciless edge ineffective, Li Fuchen instantly executed the Incineration Sword. The moment the Incineration Sword appeared, a terrifyingly high temperature spread out. This high temperature wasn't as simple as just high temperature. It also contained terrifying fire laws. Moreover, these fire laws could directly affect the opponent's body, evaporating the water and vitality in the opponent's body. The Devouring Wasp King's body shrank visibly. The water and vitality in his body disappeared without a sound, and smoke rose from his body. The Devouring King Wasp's spiritual intelligence was not low. Sensing the water and vitality in its body decreasing, The needle under its but suddenly pierced the body of a soul seize wasp beside it, seizing its water and vitality. The soul seize bees that had their moisture and life force sucked away instantly dried up and lost all of their vitality. The burning sword is effective? Li Fuchen's eyes lit up as he executed incineration sword move after move at the Devour King bee. The range of the incineration sword's attack was extremely large. Other than the devouring king bee, there were also many soul seize bees that were affected by the incineration sword. Without any resistance, the water and vitality in these soul seize wasps evaporated, and they died silently. As time passed, the Devour King wasp also could not take it anymore. Li Fuchen's incineration sword was too powerful and was simply the bane of all living beings. So what if his body was strong? If the water and vitality in his body evaporated, he would still die. The devouring king wasp's close combat attack and body toughness had only reached the level of a high-class combat emperor. It was much weaker in other aspects. 2 types of sword moves? Seeing that Li Fuchen executed another incredible sword move, Lu Luo and the others were shocked. How could they not see that Li Fuchen's sword art was already comparable with Law Fei's realm emperors? The only difference was the cultivation level. The devouring king wasps were obviously much smarter than the soul seize wasp. Intelligent living beings would normally know to act within their capabilities. As such, the 3 devouring king wasps left without hesitation. Seeing that the 3 devouring king wasps had left, the soul seize wasps were led to leave too, leaving behind a ground full of soul seize wasps' corpses. Li Fuchen, we are rich. The ground was filled with soul seize wasps' corpses, which meant that there was honey all over the ground. Shangguan Yu's eyes lit up. Lu Luo and the others obviously knew that the soul seize wasps' honey was good stuff, but their lives were saved by Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu, therefore, they didn't dare to take more. Each of them only collected 1,000 portions of honey, while Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu split the remaining 100,000 portions of honey. 70,000 portions of pigeon egg-sized honey were gathered and filled up 7 large barrels, with each barrel having 10,000 portions. Li Fuchen reckoned that these 7 large barrels of honey would be enough for him to use for several years. The honey's effects were indeed incredible. After consuming a portion of honey, Li Fuchen felt that his essence, qi, and spirit were much more abundant. If he consumed it for a long period of time, it would be hard for his cultivation to not increase rapidly. After collecting the honey, everyone's eyes started to look at the herbs at the edge of the plaza. The herbs at the edge of the plaza were all the most beautiful and unique herbs. They might not have high grades, but they were definitely very rare. Li Fuchen's eyes were attracted by a small patch of soul herbs. This patch of soul herbs was all high-grade soul herbs. I want this patch of soul herbs. You can take the rest as you wish, Li Fuchen immediately stated. Lu Luo and the others naturally didn't have any objections. Putting aside the fact that they didn't have the authority to distribute the soul herbs. Even if they had the authority, they didn't really care about the high-grade soul herbs. In the Soul Sky Empire, anyone with a little status would know that the soul herbs were addictive. Most of the people didn't mind and felt that as compared to the martial Dao, a mere addiction was nothing. If the addiction came, they would just consume some soul elixirs. After all, there were plenty of low-grade and mid-grade soul elixirs in the outside world. But Lu Luo and the others weren't ordinary people. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't consume the soul herbs or soul elixirs. Therefore, when the high-grade soul herbs were in their hands, they could only use them to barter or auction them. This patch of high-grade soul herbs had a total of 13 stalks. After consuming the second stalk of high-grade soul herb, Li Fuchen's spirit soul didn't just transform into the purple color, there was even a trace of pale red in the purple color. This trace of pale red was like the dawn in the darkness. It might not be dazzling, but it was very eye-catching. A single stalk of high-grade soul herb only transformed into a trace of pale red. I wonder how much can 13 stalks transform? Li Fuchen consumed the first stalk of high-grade soul herb. It was visible to the naked eye that the pale red in the purple spirit soul turned into 3 traces. It also meant that one stalk of high-grade soul herb was able to turn 2 traces of the spirit soul into pale red. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen consumed all the remaining high-grade soul herbs. 10 traces. 5%. Ultimately, a little more than 5% of the purple spirit soul had transformed into pale red permanently. Only a little more than 5% of the spirit soul was pale red, but this portion of the spirit soul gave Li Fuchen an indescribable prowess. It was like the sun in the sky and had a trace of eternal Qi presence. It was like a high and mighty God that was looking down on all life. After the purple spirit soul is the red spirit soul. I wonder what color spirit soul is after the red spirit soul. Li Fuchen was very curious. He wanted to know what the ultimate color of the spirit soul was and what kind of God-class artifact the golden amulet was. Just as the few of them were done harvesting the herbs, the void of the saint's garden suddenly fluctuated. The saint's garden is going to shift, Lu Luo said.